said, hey guys, do you want a beer?
Just a little motivates a little health.
And then with like Barney on the bus.
That's why there's a world champion and
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the channel. I know it's been a very, very long time since I posted anything, let alone done a live stream. So if you're watching, thank you for watching. UFC 324 starts tonight, so pretty excited for this card. There's quite a lot happening. They just started the main card, so we're just on time. If you guys are watching for the first time, and maybe if you're not, let me know where you guys are watching from. Let me know your thoughts on the fights tonight. They're starting the promo. Okay, they got a new promo for Paramount. Let's get this volume sitting right here. What's up, Laughter 2000? Trying to see that my glasses don't show the screen. Maybe move this up a little bit. All right. Can you guys? I don't think you. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what is this promo? They even got that Just Bleed dude from the crowd from back in the day. Man, all the classic clips of the UFC. Robbie Lawler, Nick Diaz, Rashad Evans head kick, Arlovsky, Chocolate Dull versus Tito Ortiz. They had to put that one in there because you know Dana loves old Tito. Stephan Bonner versus Forrest Griffin. Johnny Bones Jones. Oh, Honda Housey. Of course, got my trusty biltong. Got the popcorn going. Weird bowl. Got some. This is hot coffee. Got the coffee going. And the Oshkandela now, which is new. Something I started enjoying lately. What an intro, long as hell. Damn, they even put Ben Askren's KO. Fight Island. I got a documentary coming about Fight Island soon, so stay tuned for that. If you've been wondering what I've been doing, yeah, I started a new job in April last year, but things really got hectic, but I still continue to stream and upload videos and do interviews and everything like that. But I think in September, October, just after the Driggers fight, I actually broke my phone pretty much completely. I had to get a replacement, but there's no iStore, and I use my phone to stream. There's no iStore in Namibia, so basically I had to wait till December till I got to South Africa to fix it. There is an iStore in Namibia, but there may as well not be one because it's so far away from us. Oh. Bruce Buffer opening up UFC on Paramount. You can't open up the UFC without Bruce Buffer. The UFC on Paramount, anyway. Look at all those flashing lights, man. All right, we got the fight graphic up. Arnold Allen, Jean Silva, Jean Silva. Who do you guys think's gonna win this one? I'm actually leaning towards Silva, to be honest. I'll start the poll here for you guys. You guys let me know. Becomes paramount to a new era. Let's see what you guys did there. He said it. Guys, if you guys have been wondering what's been going on, why I haven't been posting, why I haven't been active, basically, as I mentioned, in about September last year, I smashed my phone, like completely smashed it. I got into my bucky, and as I closed the door, like really quickly, really hard, my phone fell out my pocket, smashed the door onto the phone, and yeah, it's been a struggle to try to get it fixed. They basically want to charge me the price of a new phone, combined with the fact that the only place where you could fix your phone is about 500 kilometers away. Can't keep going back and forth. So I waited till December, till I was in Johannesburg. Got it fixed. Actually, yeah, end of December. And yeah, it's ready now, ready to go. And we're back. We're doing a lot this year, hopefully. The plan is to add the long style documentaries. I'm starting one soon. I did say Fight Island. I won't say what about Fight Island. It won't be something that you guys have been able to see, or something that you guys have seen. It'll be something completely different. I think I'll bring a different angle to things. So yeah, have a look out for MMA style documentaries, and maybe I'll transition into other sports. I don't know. I'm still deciding. And then again, fighter interviews online, unfortunately, but yeah, I think the daily stuff of like in the news type videos, I think will probably cease. It's just too much to try to keep up with, especially if you work a full-time job. Yeah, so I don't know if those things are going to stay, but we'll see. I'd love to do as much as possible, honestly, but time just doesn't allow it. Yeah, man, the main event, Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett. Sounds like a cockroach. Okay, we know we got John Anik talking, so let's see. Is Joe Rogs there? I wonder what commentary options we have, because I know in the US they've got Spanish, but do they you guys in South Africa, let me know, do they have do they have UFC in Xhosa? Okay, let's see who John Anik's talking to. Is Joe Rogan there? Must be. Isn't it crazy that number 4 and 5 ranked lightweights in the world are fighting each other for a title, even if it's interim? Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier. Let's see. Stan is see if Joe Rogan talks about the weight cut. Paddy Pimblett minus 240 favorite. Yeah, fair enough. Based off his last performance. Man, now that MMA Guru mentioned it, I mean, you see it and you do realize it to a certain extent, but Joe Rogan does repeat himself quite a lot. Oh, DC. They really just compared Paddy Pimblett to Conor McGregor. Yeah, Paddy Pimblett did look big at the weigh-ins. Okay, we've just had about 15 minutes of intros. Can we get to the fights, please? If you guys are not subscribed, please do subscribe. I was over 5,500 subs when I last streamed them. Dipped a little bit, but the goal is still 10,000. As soon as we get there, is there any free streams available? My man, it's not on pay-per-view anymore. Just get this. Just get the subscription. It's cheap now. No, I don't know. Sorry, man. I don't know where they are. But it's so cheap now. What is it, like $10 a month in the US? Oh no, now we got commercial breaks on UFC from UFC itself. Well, I got the usual commercial breaks on where I'm watching it from. As always, stream is powered by IT Guru Solutions. Really the fastest and easiest way to get yourself internet in Namibia. Honestly, high quality, high speed, easy installation. Make sure to check out the link in my description. I'm in the UK and hate paying to watch, especially after buying the Mike Tyson vs. Paul scam. That is true. Now, what does Sky Sports cost? Is it on Sky Sports or BT Sport? It's on BT Sport, isn't it? Oh, 25 to 33 pounds a month. Okay, but then you get a whole bunch of other sports. Let's have a look. UFC. Okay, so apparently you've got a standalone 30-day monthly pass via Discovery Plus, which costs, oh, I didn't see the 3. I thought I thought it was 99 pence. 31. Yeah, it's 31. And you can lower it to 23 pounds thereafter. Pay-per-view. Oh, do you still purchase pay-per-view even though, wait, that doesn't make sense. You don't purchase pay-per-view surely. Let's have a look. Cheapest way to watch UFC in the UK legally, of course. The cheapest legal way to watch UFC in the UK as of 2026 is via Discovery Plus premium subscription via TNT Sports, which typically costs 20 to 31 pounds per month, including most fight nights and numbered pay-per-view main cards, often without extra pay-per-view costs. TNT Sports box offers for specifically numbered high-profile pay-per-view events, example UFC 324. A once-off fee is roughly $19.99, sometimes required. We purchased through Sky, EE, or Prime Video. Okay, so you still got to pay £20. I don't know. In South Africa, we pay, what is it? Okay, if you get the full, like all the channels, which most people just buy for the sport, it will cost you, what's that in pounds? £47 a month. So 20, what is it? £23 a month doesn't sound so bad, especially when it's the same currency. Sorry, long answer. I don't have a link, sorry. I mean, the weird thing is I got my stream was on Facebook now and it got taken down for posting. All I posted was my exclusive channel perks YouTube subscription link, and it told me it was taken down for posting links. So yeah, there's that. Travis Barker. I feel like they're doing way too much with this whole, like with the promo work ahead of the fights. It's been 20 minutes of the main card and we haven't even got the walkouts yet. Yet we're seeing Travis Barker, Blink 182 with another promotion or another promo, like a wrestling style promo, before we actually even see any fights. A little bit overkill. And now we get Kate Abdo, great, but where are the fights? Like, why are we seeing so much talking? So much self-belief in themselves. You wouldn't have it in anything else. Kate Abdo's a pro, switching from football to UFC. I mean, they're feeding her the stats and they're feeding her what to say, but it sounds like she knows. It sounds like she knows what she's talking about. If you were watching for the first time, you didn't know who she was. Wow, Dominic Cruz picking Song Yadong over O'Malley. Yeah, I don't know about Song Yadong. Dominic Cruz's face that Michael Bisping and Chris Weidman have gone completely opposite to his predictions. Hilarious. John Jackson, Allen gonna win. He could, but it's gonna depend, man. A lot of people haven't been fucking with Gene Silver lately, and it got him at the press conference when he did his bark and no one barked back. Oh, Habib Islam Makhachev. Drama. How does Arnold Allen win, do you think? Wait, hold up. The belt on the line for the featherweights next weekend? Am I probably not the game, but wait, what? Back to back pay-per-view. Bro, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I don't even know that was next weekend. Holy shit. Okay, we're getting UFC 325 next weekend. What a way to come back. 2 weekends in a row. Sweet. Allen is just a great fighter. Decision. Yeah, if he does win, I think it is by decision. But if John Silver doesn't get knocked out coming forward that much, I don't know. I don't know. I just can't believe UFC 325 is next weekend. That is awesome. I am watching that for sure. So my job requires me to travel a lot, but I'm luckily only traveling from Tuesday to Sunday. So I will be here, full setup. Okay, so after 23 minutes, no, not even, we're not even getting a walkout now. John Jackson, we will see. I'm from the UK. Love UFC. Welcome from the UK. Appreciate you watching. It's been a while. Oh, damn. See? You're knocking the camera out the way. It's been a while since I've done anything on YouTube, so it's good to know people are watching from the UK and naturally supporting the UK fighters. I take it you got Paddy to win the main event, right? So finally, after 24 minutes, we've got the first walkout. 24 minutes of promos talking, all this over-the-top extra stuff we possibly didn't need to see. Could have been in 5 minutes. John Silver almost smacks the camera. We finally get the first fight. Finally. Whereabouts in the UK are you from? I hope so, but I think Justin has a problem. I think if Paddy Pimblett stays composed And thank you for the sub, by the way, whoever that was. I think if Paddy Pimblett stays composed, I think he wins it over 5 rounds. And I think he could put Justin Gaethje away. I think Justin Gaethje is the type of guy, he mentally is very strong. He's been there before. He's done that. But I think Paddy Pimblett, especially if he can avoid the shots, will be able to break Justin Gaethje down, even if it's slightly. Like, I don't think Justin Gaethje will ever really break, but I think Paddy Pimblett, all round, is definitely the better fighter, more well-rounded. I think Justin Gaethje's striking is just way more dangerous, but Paddy can definitely do it. And he can finish Justin Gaethje, I think, for sure. I live in Southampton, but I'm from Stoke-on-Trent, and the sub was me also. Phone gonna die. Thanks, man. Appreciate the sub. I've actually never been to the UK. I know, like, the cities you're mentioning now, Southampton, Stoke, from the Premier League. Cold, rainy night in Stoke. Is it really like that there? Or did that also change when Stoke got relegated from the Premier League? Or how? The fact Holloway knocked him out says a lot, yeah. Well, Holloway knocked him out, so I agree with you, but Holloway knocked him out only because I don't think Gaethje expected in that last 10 seconds to actually get hit with anything. But Gaethje was getting outstruck by Max, as getting actually a lesson in that whole fight. And then the last 10 seconds was just one of my favorite moments in the UFC. But I think I don't know if Paddy has the stand-up knockout power. I think on the ground, I think he could play with Gaethje, no homo. And he'll definitely have the upper hand, even though Gaethje is a good wrestler. If he can get it to the ground and get Gaethje on his back, especially, tickets for Gaethje. It's rubbish weather in Stoke. And most of the UK, and lots of the UK most of the time. But in summer, it can be okay, not really hot. It still rains all the time. I've heard, like, so I had thoughts about moving to the UK, and I ran up on my wife. I was like, some opportunities and whatever. And then my first thought was, if you're in the UK, I'm a Manchester United fan, so don't hate me. don't give me too much grief. But if you go, let's say you go live in Manchester or you live in London or whatever, it's like, go watch Premier League every weekend. And the first thing she told me was just like, not a fuck. That weather is ridiculous. So that put a stop to it very quickly. I wouldn't right now. Yeah, I've heard as well. It's like a lot of. I got a lot of friends in the UK, and a lot of people that have traveled there recently. Told me no. A lot of reasons. A lot of reasons. The weather, but then also, what is Arnold Allen? What's he got on his leg? What's the significance of that? Like, what's he showing? UK's cooked, and my granddad used to play for United, so I don't hate United. What's your granddad's name, bro? What's your granddad's name? That is awesome. There's there's a lot of shit. The UK, I've heard the UK is pretty cooked. But also, like, for us from South Africa, or me now being in Namibia, one thing we used is open space. So not just great weather, but open space. And yeah, unless you're like mega, mega rich, I've heard, in most parts, especially in the cities. It's like this in most major cities. You got fuck all space. Like, to have a big house, even in London, like London, for example, from what I've seen, like, you can have a relatively big area, but then you like have your neighbors like right on top of you. This was like 94 years ago. Granddad Jackson. Is his name Hold up. Let let me get my detective skills, try and see if I can. That is awesome, though. Had they got like some? All right, let's have a look. So yeah, basically with the with the UK, like most people, first of all, they get like super depressed with the weather because we're used to just sunshine, not all the time, most of the time, but then also the space. Roland Jackson, that is awesome, man. Let's have a look. Roland Jackson, Man United. Okay, I got a Louise Jackson, Scotland. Oh, he's 94 years old. Okay, so he would have played in the 50s. Arnold Allen came from a family of bodybuilders. All right. But that is awesome, man. Manchester United, it would be cool if they had like some sort of a legacy program where you get free tickets or something. But then I guess you'd have, all right, here we go. Don't even start the damn timer. I also, at one stage, I also thought Arnold Allen was from Canada. I'm not going to lie. Okay, I've missed 10 seconds on the timer, but hey, who cares? What do you think is going to be this? What's your score predictions for United Arsenal today? I got a weird feeling it's either going to be like a big victory for Arsenal, like a 3-0, or it's going to be 0-0 for some reason. Now I'm giving all three scenarios, but maybe Man United nicks a 1-0. Okay, both fighters are still feeling each other out here. I feel like we're going to get some sort of an explosion in the next couple of seconds. You're just going to hear Joe Rogan go, ah! Oh, wow. That's a ball drag if I ever had one. John Silver looks very flat-footed, eh? He looks tentative. Like he's not as confident as he used to be after that loss. Against Choco Lopez. That was weird. Nice left by Allen. Nice left again. John Silver's super flat-footed. What the what the fuck is going on with him? It's crazy what a loss can do to you, eh? John Silver used to be one of the most cocky, brash. What is that head kick? Just misses. Cocky, brash fighters. He used to trash talk. He used to just march forward. He used to be fleet-footed. Now he's like the complete opposite, and that's what one loss does. Arnold Allen. Just make sure you guys can't see the fight in my glasses. Okay, good. Pretty tentative first round. Obviously, these guys, both good fighters, both solid game plans. What was that? Not shot. Must have been a nut shot that. Okay, now this looks more like the old John. Almost said the old John Cena, the old John Silver. Although he does still look a little bit tentative, so. Yeah, John Silver's starting to anticipate the combinations. I mean, he had his arm up already before the head kick. He's getting off, Joe Rogan says. But yeah, Arnold Allen fighting a great fight so far. Hell, coffee didn't dissolve. Yeah, this looks like the old John Silver. But Allen is countering really well. Yeah, my clock is all messed up on this thing, so there's only 6 seconds left. So yeah. Whoa, so ooh. Allen saved by the bell. Wow. Allen pushes him afterwards. But Allen was saved by the bell there. That looks like the old John Silver. Keep almost saying John Cena. It's a habit. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Who do you guys think is going to win the first fight? The poll is 80% John Silver. I will get it right to not want to say John Cena. So hit him with the right hand, got a high kick, nice elbow. Partially blocked by Allen. Allen wanted a high five. Wow, my voice is cracking. Friends. Okay. No more accents for me. No more anything. Here we go. I think Silver won that first round just based off of the ending. I think Silver won that round because he was the closest to finishing. Although, yeah, I know Allen controlled most of it and did most damage in the beginning, but okay. Now, John Silver is... I'm going to call him Jean Silver, so I don't try to say John Cena. Now he's starting to look a little bit more loose, a little bit more fluid. Nice and flowy there, Silver. Yeah, there we go. Nice takedown. That was a nice sequence here by Silver. Oh, yeah, he's starting to find a home for his shots here. Although his face does look pretty busted up. Yeah, something happened to his eye. He's trying to say it's an eye poke, but I think it was a shot. It was a good fight so far. Meta AI. No, I won't download the Meta AI app because it freaking took my stream down for no reason on Facebook. Facebook's at the weirdest, man. Facebook takes your stream down for the weirdest reasons. I think I'm gonna, I don't think I will stop streaming to Facebook. I'm gonna probably do a simultaneous stream to Kick. So if you guys aren't subscribed, please subscribe to my Kick channel. I haven't actually posted on there, but I will start streaming. Only thing about Kick though is like you have to do consistent streams. It's not, you can't just do one a month or 2 or 3 a month. It's like people want to see daily content. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do like a separate stream on Kick, completely separate to YouTube, and then just keep the actual video content for YouTube. So if you're not subscribed already, please subscribe. I'll put a link in. And oof, nice shot. And let's see what Kick's all about. Oh, nice knee there by Allen. Silver shakes his head. Man, there's a lot has happened in this round. We're only at it's only been 3 minutes. Nice spinning elbow there by Silver. Ooh, Silver's starting to get his timing. And now he looks like the old Silver. And he's gone and done the Vanderlei Silver thing and got a tattoo on the back of his head. I don't know if he's always had it, but I haven't noticed it. Nice 1-2 there by Silver. Silver's growing nicely into this fight. It's going to be hard to finish Arnold Allen, but he's dominant. Ooh, spinning back kick to the head, misses. Why did this thing not sparkle? Sparkling water. No, man. It's almost like this thing was semi-open. Don't know if I trust it now. Man. John Silver is teeing off. Allen just can't find a rhythm here. Okay, last 10 seconds. Good round for both fighters. Allen's throwing his toys out the cot a little bit here. Calling it, saying Allen won 2 rounds. So let's call it 1-1. No. You did not win that. Faraz Sahabi seemed to have been repeating himself quite a bit there. You're going to get out of here with a title shot. That is generous. No way Silver gets the title shot after this. No. From number 10 beating number 6, you think you're going to get a title shot? I'm sorry, guys. That's some delusion from both corners. Arnold Allen did not win the first 2 rounds. It's not even... Nah, maybe it's 1-1, but... Title shot for John Silver after winning this? No. Man, I still can't believe, man. Like I said, I haven't been up to date with UFC lately. I've been active into it, but back to back pay-per-views. Man, Silva's just piecing Allen apart. I think if this fight was 5 rounds, he could possibly finish him, even though Allen's super tough. Oh, nice. Allen's got his back. Yeah, Arnold Allen seems like that crackhead, I don't, crackhead type character that you just don't want to fight because they keep coming back and coming back and coming back. Man, the comedy of sparkling water is a dud. Is Arnold Allen going to bore his way to victory here? Faraz Zahabi's overcoaching Arnold Allen here. I think Arnold Allen's corner is going to come in and celebrate like they've dominated this fight, and they're going to be in for a rude awakening when he loses the decision. Head movement. I mean, technically, he could win it 2 rounds to 1, but Silva's just doing so much more damage, and his shots are so much more impactful. Arnold Allen needs to focus on this fight. He needs to stop complaining. Nice takedown there by Silva. Leave the fence. Is that Brandon Moreno on commentary? Is he on Spanish commentary? Nice. Commentator's definitely rooting for Allen to win this one. Seems like. See, and then the significant strikes column comes up, and then the commentators just completely switch what they're saying. It's relying too much on the stats. Oh, nice head kick. And again, it's like watching the UFC game. Nice trip there by Silva. 10 seconds. Silva stands on his back. It's so disrespectful. It wants to Allen's gonna lose his shit like a Karen after this. See? Does it? Okay. Nah, okay. He doesn't. Okay, should be a pretty tight decision, but I think on the balance of things, John Silva won that one 2 rounds to 1, possibly 3 rounds to 0. It depends how they score those last 10 seconds of round 1. Good fight to start the main card of UFC 325. Okay, before we get to the decision, I'll be right back. Told you. Yeah, let's see what happens. I've got Silva 2 rounds to 1. Maybe 3-0 for some of them. Thirty, 27, 29, 28, 29, 28. It's going to be Silva, definitely. Alan cannot be pissed with that. Alan just wants to get the fuck out of there. You are not next, my man. I'm sorry. You just beat the number 6 rank. You were number 10 ranked. You 1-1 in your last 2. You didn't even put him away. Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Maybe get 2 or 3 more wins, and then you can talk about fighting for the title. Manu's daughter's, for most of her fights, if probably not all of her fights, Shame had to wear those headphones that cancel the noise. Now they're awake and they're watching along. It's another Jason Statham movie where he's got to protect somebody and fight his way out of everything, yeah. That was a horrible Jason Statham impression. Yeah, we're getting all the American adverts in Nambia. Oh. His American commercials are crazy. We're literally getting a singing. Excuse me. We're literally getting a whole song and dance performance for an advert about tax. That's crazy. America. Wow. Wow, now I've got the hiccups. Oh. And a piece of curdle go the wrong way. Ah, I'm gonna have hiccups now. All good. Oh, cheering Paddy Pimblett. Okay. Oh, I think we're good now. I'm gonna slow down on the popcorn. Let's switch to biltong. Biltong's much better. Not as much fat as usual, but still good. Ah, now my nose is going. I rose to win this fight. I'm having some food issues today. The sparkling water, not sparkling. The popcorn damn near killed me. And now this biltong's rough as hell. Welcome back to YouTube. Moest je sheer moulage, geerje loetje, and geerje grounge. That's what Portuguese sounds to me like to me. Man, I just wish Rose number Eunice would grow her hair again. It still looks weird with the short hair. Pat Berry in the background still, of course. Okay. Let's see. What do you guys think? Who's winning this fight? Be honest, it's not a division have that much interest in unless Valentina's fighting. But Rose Namajunas' fights, for the most part, are usually pretty damn entertaining. That Perry looks more hyped than Namajunas does. Pingo de Agua, Brazil. What does pingo mean? Pingo d'Agua. Pingo means drop, so she's from Water Drop, Brazil. Okay, here we go, round one. Here we go. Rose Namajunas looks tiny against Silva here. I'm posting those suspect links on my channel. Crowd already booing a minute and a half in. Nice 1-2. My Silva. Wow, that is some spicy biltong. That. Whew. I think it's time to maybe drop the food for now because there's issue after issue. Although I do need to go get some coffee, so let's see. Maybe I should try the bruschetta. That is good. I mean, I feel for these ladies. It's not been a bad fight. They're both skillful fighters, but crowd is just so flat and disinterested in this fight. Like they were booing after a minute and a half, and it's just the commentators are quiet. Everyone just seems super disinterested. 10 seconds left, crowd booing still. I mean, I really feel for these ladies because it's not been a bad fight. It's been a half decent fight as we end round one. Crowd is flat. Some boos. Not really many cheers at all. Not really many boos. Maybe it's like a hint of some boos, but empty seat. People gonna go get drinks. Like it's yeah. Poor ladies. Pat Berry's instructions. Give her the bullshit so she can she can respond. You can give the pat. Hey, don't dribble the dibble. Finding some action. They're getting into a bit of a. Well, they had a bit of a scramble. Finding some action. Okay. Takedown by Rose, but Silva gets her guard. So let's see what Rose can do. Well, there's no action in this fight. In all honesty, guys, after watching that second round, I'm losing interest in this fight. I'm with the crowd. Flat. Okay. Round 3. Let's see if they go for it now. Silva may as well risk getting knocked out because she's probably down 2-0. That's better. I'm sure they ask the fighters to tweet about UFC all the time because they want these little pop-ups on the screen because Ain't no way Jorge Masvidal's watching this fight and interested in commenting on every single round. Ain't no way. Take down my silver. Actually, more of a throw. Now it's gonna be boring and just lay on her. Go for the sub. Go for ground and pound. 10 seconds to go and Natalia Silva's still running away. What are you doing? That is hilarious. John Anik is promoting the Champions League. Do you really think he watches soccer? I doubt it. Rose won 2 rounds to 1. Rose. Wow, really? I'm not so sure about that one. Yeah, it was a boring fight either way. Yeah. You know what they should actually just do? Just make such boring fights where no one wants to engage. Okay, they engage around 2 and 3. They should just score the first round and draw, and just not reward people for not wanting to engage that much. I'm not saying going and, you know, doing something stupid, but if there's not a lot of engagement, the referee should warn once. Not a lot of engagement again, warn again, and then that round becomes a draw, honestly. Because you don't deserve a winner after something like that for me in any event. That anyway, that's my opinion. All right, guys. I'll be right back for the next fight. Give me a second. Go back. That's all right there. Okay. Acosta versus Lewis. I'm going for Lewis in this one. I'm 2 for 2 so far, so hopefully I can be 3 for 3. I just got no, I'm not 2 for 2. Silver one, yeah. Actually, that was a bit of a shocker. Okay, and there goes my perfect night. Dan Hooker versus BSD. Fazeev, Rufi, Tuivasa, Teixeira. How is Tuivasa ranked above Teixeira still? Yeah, good card. This is gonna be a good fight. Okay, let me know you guys' thoughts. Who's winning this fight? I got Derek Lewis. Title shot. Not so sure, my man. They're both talking about title fights, so not so sure about that, guys. Although Derek Lewis is crazily enough still ranked number 8, so 3 wins in a row, maybe. I don't know. Hey. Yep, the fight has not started yet. Derek Lewis coming out a banger. And Derek Lewis had 30 fights in the UFC. They just roasted Joe Rogan about my balls was hard, and I understand. What did you understand, Joe? I think the fact that Acosta cannot wrestle, or the fact that Acosta doesn't have strong wrestling, means he has to stand with Lewis, of course, duh. And that's his downfall. I think he's going to get knocked out in this fight. Lewis KO. Probably around 2. He might be a little bit faster than Lewis in the beginning, but eventually, once Lewis catches him, it's tickets. Yeah, tell her the tape. Acosta 34, 6'4", 262, 78-inch reach. Derek Lewis 40, 6'3", 263.5 with a 79-inch reach. Here we go. Derek Lewis at plus 25 underdog. A brawler is now a official fighting style in the UFC. Okay, here we go, round one. About to start. Lewis with the kick. Man, Lewis's left knee looks compromised. Rinky dink, bro. The thing's caving into the side. To the inside. Like, what's going on with that knee? I need to get my beard trimmed today. I don't know. Something just feels like it felt like this whole event fell flat after the ladies' fight. Unfortunately, it's carried on into this. It's lulls now, so need a big knockout just to get everyone awake again. Okay, end of round one. He needs marathon, we need a sprint. They're telling Derek Lewis, which is exactly right. You're damn right, coach. He needs to push. Because this whole event's falling flat, and so is this fight. I'm starting to feel that. The effects of that flat fight, Natalia Silva versus Rose Namajunas. I feel like there's an overhand right coming in from Lewis that's going to knock out Acosta. Oh, another third, he just misses. Ooh, nice left hook there by Derek Lewis. What happened there? What the hell? Lewis is gone. Oh, no, okay, he's in total. Acosta is hitting him with some huge shots. This fight's about to be over. What the hell happened there? He just fell randomly. Did he get hit? Wow, okay. Did not expect Acosta to beat him. Did he slip or what? What happened? Is that dodgy knee I was talking about? On his right, yeah, it was his right side. It was the same knee I'm talking about. All right, let's have a look at the replay. So Lewis goes for a shot, slips. Yeah, he just slipped. Man, like, if something like that happens, and then Costa, of course, just comes in with huge elbows and huge shots and finishes the fight. But I feel like when something like that happens and you slip, the referee should stop the fight and let you get back up, because okay, he slipped, I guess, but he did get hit with a shot as he was slipping. But I think like if you slip like that, it's unnatural. It's like an eye poke. You should just stop the fight temporarily and restart the position standing, because it's not because of anything the fighter did that made you get to the ground, I guess. on. Oh, what? The dude from Scream with the Scream mask is following him. Look at him. That is so weird. Oh, wow. And now we get the Scream advert. It's all turning into a clown show. A pantomime. Right, we're just in time. Back for the next fight. Song Yadong versus Sean O'Malley. Song Yadong coming out to some huge boos. I wouldn't call it a chorus of boos. That was just drowning in boos. Don't know. I like O'Malley for this one. Song Yadong does look like Dominic Cruz if he was born in China, which is funny that he's team alpha male. Someone just sneezed in the commentary box. And you could hear it on the mic. Probably DC. It was DC. Polls at 80%. O'Malley. I think O'Malley wins too. Let's see. No, mate. Yeah, it's itchy as well. Crowd loves O'Malley. See what kind of performance we get. Had a shocking performance against Marab in the rematch, so still like this song. Marab, let's go, Sugar Sean. Make me look good, please. Marab. Can we just get rid of these stupid keys to victory? Because even if it's good insights, it's just super obvious stuff. I mean, footwork and movement, duh. Takedown defense, of course. You're fighting a wrestler. Regain championship form, yeah, okay. Like, can we just get away from these? We'll just change it up because these are good points. And of course, you can go into more detail, but it just looks super obvious every time they bring these up. Okay, both of them are now in the octagon, O'Malley and Song Yudong. So I think O'Malley's going to win, but let's see. See how he neutralizes the wrestling. O'Malley looking quick. Crowd not chanting for O'Malley. Nice, straight left. Switch of stances. Nice, spinning back kick there by Sean O'Malley. Answered by Song Yadong. %83% for Sean O'Malley in the chat. Still feeling the effects of that woman's strawweight fight. Nice takedown there by Song. Oh, O'Malley on the guillotine. Last 10 seconds. I did not start the timer, my bad. I'm still feeling the effects of that ladies strawweight. Okay, in round one, I think Song Yadong took that one, to be honest, the takedown, winning it for him. O'Malley saying it's his round, but no, I don't think so. Okay, here we go, round two. Nice right there by Song Yadong. Song getting some good strikes off here. Song takes down O'Malley again. He's already back to his feet, DC. Definitely need to get a coffee between rounds. Between fights, sorry, before the next fight. I am busy fading quick. Okay, looks like O'Malley is on the ground again. He might be going for a triangle, but that might be a mistake. Okay, O'Malley's up now. Let's see what he does. Because he's losing this round. Ooh, nice left there by Song Yadong. It's a good fight by Song Yadong. Okay, round 2 in the books. Got to give it to Song Yadong as well. 2-0 to Song Yadong. O'Malley's going to have to get a knockout here. Okay, let's go. Final 5 minutes. O'Malley has to do something. He has to finish him, otherwise he's losing this fight. How is it 1-1? It's 2-0. Nice, left it by O'Malley. Okay, 2 minutes left. Song Yadong probably losing this round but winning the fight. I think he's going to go for a takedown soon because that's been his best success and he is starting to jump forward quite a bit. O'Malley, much better round for him, but I think he's still losing the fight. 2-0. O'Malley does need a knockout here. A lot more feints by O'Malley, but I think he's wary to go forward because he's been taken down so many times in this fight. Move that closer. Now O'Malley's just got to go for it. He's already losing this fight 2-0. He may as well. If he gets taken down, it's 3-0. But if he knocks him out, it'll be worth it. Nice, right there by O'Malley. He needs to put the pressure. He needs to go. Nice. O'Malley sprawls temporarily. Song Yadong circles around. O'Malley gets his leg free. Now O'Malley's... Ooh, nice knee by O'Malley. Okay, let's go. Get loose. O'Malley's anticipating the spinning shots quite well and the takedowns. This is a good round for O'Malley. Not a 10-8, but a good round. But I still think he lost the first 2 rounds, so let's see. Nice left there by O'Malley. Nice right by O'Malley. If he could have fought like this the whole time, I think he could have finished it on already. He has to go for it in the last 10 seconds. Let's go. 10 seconds left. Look at the blood on O'Malley's knee after that. Your dog pointed down. O'Malley said, nah. I think Sean O'Malley lost, to be honest. 2-1. But let's see. O'Malley did not win that fight. His knee. Boom. On the nose. Knee. The remnants of the knee on his, with the blood on his. What am I saying? The remains are still on his knee. Look at that blood. Okay, let's see what the decision is, but I think O'Malley loses 29-28. All three judges 29-28. I think Song Yadong. Unanimous decision. No ways. Sorry, man. Yadong won that. He took him down and controlled him for the first 2 rounds. Dodgy decision that. Okay, guys. I'll be back. I need to get some coffee because I am still feeling the effects of that women's strawweight fight. Be right back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Got some adverts going. If you missed it, Sean O'Malley just won by a unanimous decision, 29-28. I don't agree with that, but hey. About to get into the main event. They're just running a whole bunch of adverts. I got my copy. Okay, and they are now back. Let's get into the main event. I think Paddy Pimblett wins it, probably by decision. Feeling frisky, you might go for a submission win, but yeah, I'm going decision probably. Yeah, you have seen a star like this in the UFC. His name's Conor McGregor. Come on, don't be stupid. Just keep proving you're all wrong every step of the way. Scousers don't get knocked out, lad. Scousers don't get knocked out, lad. We don't get knocked out. Yeah, 100% for Paddy. What are we saying, guys? Paddy or Justin Gaethje? They're still doing the promos. Paddy's saying he doesn't see how he survives 5 rounds. Let's see. Who's coming out first? Okay, Paddy the Baddy. crowd is actually cheering. It wasn't music or the music in the background. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, Paddy the Baddy. Din, 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 din. What a walkout, what an entrance. Man, this would slap if it was in WWE. Still good in the UFC though. Paddy Pimblett's growing on me, man. Especially after his speech about men's mental health and then his demolition of Michael Chandler. I wouldn't be mad if he wins, to be honest. I actually think it's better for the company if he wins because Gaethje's going off into the sunset. It would just be good if Gaethje could end off with some sort of a title win. Not undisputed, but at least just interim. Where's your head at? That must be such a vibe being there. Oh, now I see what all those flickering lights are. Everybody's got these wristbands on that have lights that flickered. Oh, I thought it was. I see I'm old school. I'm used to those Attitude Era times when people who had the flash photography. Just gives that nostalgic feel. Yeah, Pimblett's a major underdog. Or is he? Oh, right, those were. Is he nervous? Why is he following the cameraman around like that? He's never done that before. Yeah, Mark Goddard. I haven't turned the light back on. Hold up. Turn it back on. We are on air. Here comes Justin Gaethje in his last fight, eh? Let me know his last fight, which is his last shot at the title. Could we be seeing Justin Gaethje for the last time? Unification bout for either of these two against Tapuria, I think doesn't go well, but Paddy versus Tapuria would be amazing. We'll come full circle after the whole bottle throwing incident and the back and forth and the la-di-fla-di-da-di-da, shut up. So I'm rooting for Paddy again. All of a sudden, Paddy doesn't look so cheerful anymore. Got 62% for Paddy the Baddy. Okay, Bruce Buffer getting us underway with the introductions. Introducing first Paddy Pimblett. Damn, that T-Mobile Arena looks awesome. Oh, Paddy is the favorite. Okay, never mind. (26 and 6). Gaethje is about to be, I feel. Justin Gaethje have a staph infection on his neck. Looks like it. Ooh, here we go, guys. This should be a good one. Glove touch. Paddy coming out southpaw. Okay. Tells me he's going to go for the takedown because he doesn't really box and strike that much southpaw. Okay, switches back to orthodox now, but maybe it's to try and mitigate any strikes from Gaethje. Paddy's on a very, very defensive stance, standing. He's throwing a lot more kicks to keep the distance, which tells me he wants to go to the ground. But he does look a little bit awkward. His chin's up in the air, his hands are down. Oh, nice right there by Gaethje. Gaethje needs to take advantage and try to knock him out in this first round. Not, oh, nice right there by Paddy. Paddy's just trying not to get hit. Counter strike and maybe go for a takedown. I feel an uppercut coming though from Gaethje. Oh, nice knee by Paddy. Whoa. Gaethje, oh, that woke Gaethje up. Paddy shoots for a takedown. Gaethje stuffs. Gaethje's pressing Paddy. Oh! Oh, shit. Paddy's down. Paddy turtles up. Gaethje hits him with another big shot. Don't go for submission, Justin. Just hit him with shots. Wow. Paddy looked super flustered. Okay, Paddy's okay, I think. We'll see what happens if he can get to his feet or not. Smart by Justin Gaethje, lets him up. Oh, nice uppercut there by Paddy. Man, Paddy's honestly, I don't know. Hands down, chin in the air. Something looks off with him. It's like he's too worried about the power of Gaethje. He's not imposing any type of game plan, and maybe his game plan was to shoot. Oh, Gaethje drops him. Nice knee by Paddy. Nice left by Paddy. Gaethje's talking to him. Oh, nice uppercut there by Paddy, but he doesn't seem to have the stand-up power to hurt Gaethje. I don't know, but accumulation of shots could do damage. This is old school Gaethje. Zero respect. Not worrying. Okay, Gaethje to the back. I wouldn't go to the ground with Paddy if I was him. Just disengage. Keep it standing. Don't hold the fence, Paddy. Thank you. Sorry, I got a thread popping up there on my phone. Big swing and a miss by Paddy. Countered with an uppercut by Gaethje. If Gaethje doesn't knock Paddy out here, he's going to gas himself out. Gaethje does look tired already, sort of. And Paddy's loading up on that uppercut, but Gaethje just doesn't seem to care. Nice leg kicks by Paddy. Paddy seems to have weathered that early storm. Okay, supposed eye poke. Don't know. We'll see the replay. Okay, got out to his sword. Let's see. He poked himself. Oh, no. Sorry, I thought that was his own glove. Yeah, that's an eye poke. I thought he poked himself in the eye. It looked like he was doing this, but it was Gaethje's hand. I don't always know what the tissue is supposed to do for an eye poke. Okay, here we go again. Okay, one warning and one warning only. How was that? Bit of sugar residue. Nice kicks there by Paddy. If this carries on, I mean, Justin is going to feel that. He already... Ooh, nice right there by Justin Gaethje. Paddy just moving unnecessarily. But, hey, man, Paddy can take a shot. Paddy Pimblett can take a shot. Spinning elbow misses there by Paddy. Okay, in round one. Definitely Gaethje's round. No, it's definitely. Main event living up to it so far. We'll see if... Let's see what Paddy says. We'll see if Gaethje can maintain this pace for 5 rounds. I highly doubt it. We've never seen it because this is his old way of fighting. Gaethje looks exhausted already after round 1. Oh, it was the right hand and the uppercut in the pocket. Dropped him. Alright, almost time for round 2. Gaethje looks exhausted. And if this goes to round 3, round 4, round 4 onwards, it's trouble for Gaethje, I think. Yeah, Gaethje is dipping off super low to the right. There's a potential knee, but Paddy's durable. Big swings and misses by Paddy. Nice left there. That one hurt Paddy. Just a perfectly timed jab, counter jab. It was so weird. Pimblett kicked him to the body and then he stumbled back. Justin swarming him. Be careful of the knees, Justin. Oh, overhand right elbow just misses. That knee of Paddy is timing really well. This is a great fight so far. Justin just really needs to be careful. He's dipping his head down, dipping it down the whole time. But he's hunting that knockout. And if he doesn't get it, it's going to really break his morale. And I think he's going to be super gassed because he already looks tired. Paddy still looks pretty fresh. Doesn't look hurt. Big swing and a miss by both fighters there. Okay, so Paddy, 2 minutes left in round two. Paddy's starting to tire as well now. Justin takes a huge breath. Nice. Another nice leg kick there by Paddy. Paddy's got a lot of head movement there in the clinch. Okay, Justin drags him down with a headlock. Oh, nice knee drops Paddy. Well, I don't know. I mean, he got straight back up, but that knee definitely hurt him. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I mean, for me, Gaethje's winning 2 rounds to 0 so far, but oh, nice shot there by Gaethje. Paddy's going to claim it's an eye poke. He needs to regain himself here, otherwise he's in trouble. Big elbows by Justin Gaethje. Paddy looks a little bit dazed still. I don't know if he's probably going to claim an eye poke. But Paddy looks like he has a cut above his right eye. Nice shots by Justin Gaethje. Paddy's still probably okay here. I mean, just need to survive the next 20 minutes. 20 seconds. And then try to recover between rounds. But he doesn't look like he's on his way out. Just 10 seconds left. Nice elbow there by Justin Gaethje. Oh, man. Paddy's going to get saved by the bell here. Nice elbows by Gaethje. Wow, what a round for Justin Gaethje. Paddy's busted up here. But I think he'll recover between rounds though. But yeah, that looked painful. He winced. Oh yeah, no, that right eye is already the eyeball looks like it's bloodied. Paddy's coaches are all talking to him at once. I think they must just chill and each get a chance because information overload. So there was an eye poke. You see that? It was a thumb to the eye. Should we have VAR in mixed martial arts for these with these moments. Or maybe you have like one review around or whatever, or 2 reviews per fight. Yeah, it's a pivotal moment in this fight. Oh, nice shot there by Gaethje again. Yeah, that's a pivotal moment in the fight. Maybe they should have a video assistant referee. Or like if the referee sees the replay, then he can go back, deduct a point. But it's not going to help Paddy Pimblett, for example, in this because damage is done. Pace slow down a little bit in this round. I think they're both taking a bit of a breather. It's going to be a lot. Nice leg kick there by Paddy. Again. Poles swing towards Gaethje, swinging more in favor of Gaethje more recently. Justin's just trying to take his head off. Paddy's got a weird stance. He's almost like, nice head kick there. Almost like semi turning his back a little bit. He's definitely off center. But nice right there by Gaethje. Oh, nice left there by Paddy. Nice 1, 2, 3. Actually, it was a 1-2-1 by Paddy, but oh, nice jab. I think Paddy stays behind his jab. Nice leg kick there, and that one compromised Justin. Good combinations by Paddy now. Nut shot, supposedly. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's low. Definite staph infection on Gaethje's neck. A leg kick again by Paddy. Oh, nice right hand there by Justin. Paddy eats it. Oof. Some big shots coming in. This could be a very entertaining decision. In the way this fight's going. Okay, so round 4 is about to start. Gaethje looking good for the first 2 rounds. If you just joined, Paddy Pimblett came back strong after some controversy at the end of round 2 after the eye poke that was not spotted in real time. We get to the championship rounds. Momentum seeming to swing towards Paddy Pimblett. Let's see. Paddy's face is busted up. Okay, Justin Gaethje looks like he took round 3 off and it showed. Paddy grew back into the fight, but now Justin does look fresh again. Okay, let's go for round 4. Okay, now Justin looks like he's putting the pressure on again. And Paddy's confidence is up now. I don't know why DC went so mad for that. Nothing really happened there. Paddy's kicks have been... Oof. Man, Paddy eats those shots. Oh, nice left and a right there by Gaethje. Gaethje got him with a left hook and dropped him. That's the 3rd time he's dropped him now in 4 rounds. Now they're back to a front headlock and Paddy's just turtling up, waiting to get up. And say what you will, Paddy Pimblett can take a punch. Gaethje with still the front headlock. Let's see what Paddy does. Paddy tries to get out. He is trying to get back up again, Paddy Pimblett. If you guys have just joined, we're in round 4, 3. Oh, nice left there by Gaethje. Gaethje dominated the first 2 rounds. Eye poke at the end of round 2, which meant that he could do a lot of damage, which wasn't picked up. Then Gaethje came back and... dropped him again. Nice left there by Gaethje. Meaning this is a 10-8 round. Dropped him twice. If he drops him a 3rd time, it's a definite 10-8 round. Gaethje basically took round 3 off, allowing Paddy Pimblett to come back, but Gaethje's back to the first 2 rounds, not giving a fuck, just marching forward. Zero respect for the power of Pimblett. He's been leg kicked about 30 times in this fight, Gaethje has, and he's still marching forward, so... Oh, nice right there by Gaethje. Gaethje's still carrying on, going forward. It's almost like Gaethje told himself, it's going to be my last fight. I'm going to go out on my shield. Okay, Gaethje's got his back in the clinch on the cage. They're both standing. Paddy fighting the hands. Oh, left and a right, man. Oh, another one. Oh. Man, Paddy's still standing, though. Paddy Pimblett's taken years off of his life in this fight. Definitely. This is definitely the most we've ever seen him get hit. And maybe Scouts just can't get knocked out. That was a bit Scottish. Paddy... Oh. There's so much happening in this fight. Paddy's staying calm, though, but... Can't take much more of this. Man, this is what a fight this is. If you guys are new here, please drop a like. Please hit that subscribe button. I don't know what. I was looking at the camera and something just happened. I don't know if it was a nut shot or what. Paddy winced in pain there. Another uppercut in the clinch there by Justin Gaethje. Let's look at the replay. No, I don't think it was a nut shot. Oh, nice. Nice jab there by Gaethje. Okay, I thought Gaethje was tired after round 1 or 2, but it seems not. I mean, maybe it's that's why I took off round 3, because he is going for Paddy in this 4th round. Like, he is gunning, headhunting. He's dropped him twice in round 4. Just dropped him 4 times in 4 rounds. Okay, dropped him in round 1, round 2, and round 4 now. Oh, man, that jab was timed perfectly. This is a 10-8 round for sure for Gaethje. So that puts him 30, 26. No. Yeah. 30, 26. No, man, it's 4 rounds. What am I saying? 39, 36. So far. For Gaethje. Gaethje took a big breath there. But I don't think he's gassed. I mean, his output's been crazy, and he's got 1 round left after this, with plus 24 seconds. Paddy's still hanging in there, but his face is absolutely busted up. Paddy's nice leg kick, nice 1-2 there by Paddy. Ooh, Gaethje gets a takedown at the end there. Gaethje got to be careful. He's chilling in phases, and Paddy's coming back. But Paddy and Turtle, Justin hitting him from the back. And we end round 4. Man, gentlemen, this is an amazing fight. Paddy raising his hands. Look, the long and short of it is, before round 5, Justin Gaethje's ahead, 39, 36. If Paddy wants to win this fight, he has to finish. Yeah, his corner confirms it to him. So let's see what Paddy does. I don't think Paddy's gonna try to take him down. I don't think he can take him down. So this is going to be a slugfest in round 5, I believe. And Justin's corner is telling him this is the best round of your life. If I'm Justin Gaethje, I don't relax, but I don't go too crazy, because you know Paddy Pimblett knows he has to come out and finish you. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Also, don't play it too safe. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just make sure you're protecting your head and your chin, let me rather say. Round 5 coming up. Here we go. I think Paddy definitely got Justin's respect here, because, I mean, this fight's not over, but, man, the amount of shots and the kind of shots that he took, he's still there. And Gaethje was fairly close to finishing him in round 1, but not really concrete. Oh, Justin slips, gets hit. Man, you really need to wipe up that octagon tonight after Derek Lewis's slip. And now this. Oh, nice overhand right there by Justin. No, that was a 10-8, not a 10-9. Gaethje's up 3-1 with a 10-8. Paddy's just got to stand there and go for it. No, I've gone already. Wow. That's flown by. Paddy shoots his first takedown. And he's semi-successful, but Justin's got a nice overhook. Don't know. Is Paddy trying to finish him by sub? It's probably his best chance. Or maybe he's trying to hit him on the disengagement. $147 significant strikes to 165. That is ridiculous. But the significant strikes of Gaethje are, it's best for both of them now ever, but the significant strikes of Gaethje are miles ahead of the ones of Paddy. So they're still clinching. Paddy's got the control, but Justin looks like he's disengaged, and he does with a nice overhand right. Another overhand right. Paddy grabs his head into the clinch. Paddy turns to his side a little bit, taking knees to the leg, to the thigh. Let's see. Let's see. If you guys are new here, please make sure to like the video. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Drop some emojis. Let's try to get this thing as far and wide as possible in the last couple of minutes before the event ends. 1 minute 35 left. I mean, Paddy must have the biggest headache of his life after that amount of shots and the kind of shots he took. Still going forward. I mean, if you're not a fan of Paddy Pimblett after this fight, there's something wrong with you. To be able to take that amount of shots and still be standing and to keep marching forward. Oh! Dude, Paddy's still going forward. Thirty seconds left. Gaethje's still in control. Corner looking very, very happy. I mean, if you look at the number of significant strikes, it doesn't look too bad for Paddy, but no, that kind of significant strikes and the way that they both look. Final 10 seconds, point to the ground. No, Paddy points to the ground. Gaethje says, nah, not max. Oh, not shot. 2, 1. What a fight, gentlemen. Paddy raises his arms, but sorry, I don't think you took that one, man. But again, how can you not like Paddy Pimblett? If you don't like Paddy Pimblett, there is something seriously wrong with you and you're not an MMA fan. To be able to take that amount of damage. Yeah, there were some 1 or 2 moments where it was close to getting finished, but to keep marching forward and keep going, man, even in the loss, I was already a big fan of Paddy Pimblett. I'm even more of a fan of his now. Congratulations to Justin Gaethje, new interim lightweight champion. I mean, you still have to get the decision, of course, but that's pretty clear he won that. I mean, for me, 4 rounds to 1 with a 10-8 round in round 4. So 50-45, right? That would be? Yeah, 50-45 it should be. Wait for the official decision, though. Okay, guys, waiting for the official decision, but I do think that it will be 50-45, even though Paddy won round 4, maybe 50-46, 48-47, 49-46, 49-46. Oh no, 49. Yeah, it should be 49-45, 49-46. Paddy's already clapping. Justin Gaethje, well deserved. Did not expect that, not in that fashion. But yeah, no one can hate on Paddy Pimblett anymore. No one. I guess it's true what they say, Mr. Pimblett. Scousers don't get knocked out. What, that sound like Conor McGregor? Scousers can't get knocked out. Scousers can't get knocked out. You gotta give him nasal. Scousers can't get knocked out. I do think, though, Ilia Topuria smokes both of them when he comes back. So hopefully we get the unification bout, Gaethje versus Ilya, but unfortunately Ilya smokes Gaethje pretty easily for me. Okay, Gaethje wins. Let's update the bio. Let's see what Paddy Pimblett has to say. Probably Paddy calls out Arman Sarukian next. Joe. Man, what is going on in Liverpool? Yeah, 100% fight of the night, bro. You don't even have to ask. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been my UFC 324 watch along live stream. Thank you all for watching with me. Join me next weekend when we got UFC 325 Volk versus Lopez. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to check out ID Guru Solutions. Don't forget to check out PokerBet and all the other videos on the channel. I will see you guys later. Cheers. Hey fight fans, welcome back to the channel. We wish you a happy new year. We've got a whole bunch of cool fights coming up in the UFC, and because of that, I'm going to be bringing you some very, very cool guests. I've got the grappling coach of the UFC middleweight champion of the world back almost a year, I think it was, since the last time that we spoke. Neil Gaethje is joining us on the channel again. Welcome, Neil. Good to see you.
Hi, Werner. Thank you for the opportunity. It's lovely to be back.
I appreciate you being on. Last time we spoke like this, you were getting ready for the first Strickland fight. It's now obviously Dricus versus Strickland 2. I want to get to that, but a couple of days ago, I kind of realized that I haven't even spoken to you about the Adesanya fight yet. I wanted to just get your thoughts on, the historic win for many reasons. Dricus beating Adesanya. What was the whole experience like? Leading up to the fight. What did you make of the fight? I know it kind of did go sort of the way you planned. We'll get to that as well. But what was it like? Just being part of the event and the history behind everything, and then obviously the win that Dricus had.
I think we spoke in the lead up to the fight. We had a conversation, and our training camp went really well. Our trip to Australia, we went to Perth. I mean, that was absolutely amazing. From a South African point of view, we experienced unity through us, the MMA team CIT, with the South African singers, Rika Snell, Joe Black, and Bobby van Jaarsveld were there, and obviously the Springbok team, and all of us kind of stuck together, and it was just an amazing camaraderie that we experienced. We had a massive support. Obviously the Australian crowd can be a bit hostile, but we had good support around us. And it was amazing. Like, our supporters went and supported the singers that sang on the Friday evening. The Saturday, the Springboks played a test against Australia and beat them. That was amazing. And everybody went to support that. And then obviously the Springboks coming to watch the fight, with Dricus and Adesanya, and historically, Siya Kolisi and Eben Etzebeth walking out with us, Dricus playing the national anthem. That was amazing. I get goosebumps just speaking about it. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I had an opportunity afterwards to speak to some of the guys that were there. Joe Black and I had a nice conversation about it, Ricus as well. That's something that would be hard to recreate. It's a moment in time that everybody will always remember. And then obviously everybody winning and being successful, and it's just amazing for South Africa. So it was a great trip. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. It was just unity at its best, camaraderie, and everybody sticking together and becoming great friends.
Most definitely. I mean, everything kind of perfectly went in sequence, and topped off by a rear naked choke victory in round 4, which I thought it would come sooner. You obviously know, and I obviously had the benefit or the privilege really of training a little bit with you guys in the lead up. So I knew that's something that you guys were working on. But how good was it to see exactly what you were working on come to the fore in the fight?
It was amazing. It was an amazing moment. Like you say, it was planned. We did, but in all of our fights, we have multiple winning options, and that was a option that we calculated and planned. But like anything, the timing has to be right. And Adesanya put up a good fight. I mean, Adesanya is a great fighter. And his coaching team had a good strategy for him as well. So there were quite a few things that we had to calculate in the fight. And when I say we, as coaches, there were things that we needed to look at. And Dricus himself, in the moment, there were things that he picked up on and decisions that he had to make, which he managed to do successfully. And I'm super proud of him for that. But it was a challenge. Adesanya is really a good fighter, and he put up a good fight. So, in the beginning of the fight, it seemed like there was an opportunity, but Adesanya was really quick on getting his defenses in order, and he was good at getting up off the floor, and obviously his reflexes was amazing. So, it was a good contest. But Dricus showed why he is the world champion. So I was super stoked about that.
You couldn't have asked. I mean, Izzy came out like as good as he could have looked. He took some time off or whatever it was, but there was no signs of ring rust. There was no signs of, some people had questions maybe about his age or whatever, but there was definitely no signs. It was definitely the best possible Izzy that Dricus could have faced, and he passed with flying colors.
Yeah, 100%. No, Adesanya was in amazing form. That was the best that he looked in a long time. So, Dricus did well.
Tell me as well. I made a joke about DC saying Neil Gaethje meeting. Always give some time for his fans. But how cool was it to meet a legend like DC and get an interview and all that kind of stuff? And how did that come about? Did he just come into the dressing room and say, "Hey, can I chat to you about it?" Or what? How did that come about?
Yeah, it was a surreal moment. I mean, you always, from our point of view, you watch his interviews and follow how he commentates and what he says. And we went backstage to the dressing room after Dricus went to his medicals and all that stuff after the fight, and the door opens and he walks in and he's like, "Are you the coach? And can I have a conversation with you?" And yeah, it was a surreal moment. It was really cool, and I'm really proud of that. And it was a nice experience, definitely.
Very, very, very cool. So now onto Strickland. Obviously, there was a lot of people spoken about, possibly Khamzat, especially after his Whittaker performance, possibly Pereira. There was talk of it. But it seems like Strickland now, later on, after the announcement, it seems like a lot of people are saying Strickland was kind of always the plan. Was there anyone else maybe in the talks or that you know of, or was Strickland, did he always seem to be sort of the front runner for Dricus to face next?
Look, these conversations happen behind closed doors. So as far as my understanding goes, the UFC offered that fight to Strickland, the Dricus fight to Strickland. After that, Khamzat had a good performance against Whittaker. There were a bunch of people that put their hands up and wanted to fight Dricus, and Dricus wanted to fight certain guys. Obviously, fights that are interesting for him and challenging for him that excites him. But at the end of the day, the UFC makes a decision. They did offer Strickland the fight, so that's why we are where we are at the moment. So that's not something that you can always calculate. Who your opponent's going to be. The UFC has the last say in that.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Dana decides, and kind of, that's, I guess that's the way that it goes. But when the fight got announced, what were your initial thoughts about us now a second matchup with Strickland?
I think the reality of the situation is Dricus is the world champion, and there are a bunch of fighters, irrespective of what their names are and where they're from, that are looking to become world champions. And whoever the UFC puts in front of him, that's who we're preparing for, and that's who he's fighting. And Dricus sees it like that as well. I mean, at the end of the day, he is the world champion. Guys are going to challenge him, and he needs to beat them. And whoever's gonna come, we're gonna prepare for them, and that's it. So I don't think there's too much. We're too emotionally involved, and in terms of who it is and this and that. We'll have conversations as to who would be a fun fight or whatever, but that's as far as it goes. It's professional. It's a job. At the end of the day, they put somebody in front of you, and you need to. It's a challenge, and we need to accept it and make the best of it and beat whoever they put there. And that's how Dricus does it.
Now, obviously, they fought pretty much a year ago, so it's still quite recent. It's still quite fresh. Is there anything, obviously, without giving too much away, is there anything different that you're expecting this time around compared to the last time around?
I think 100%. I think in this game, every couple of weeks things change and people improve and new things. The game evolves and adapts. Everybody adapts and the game evolves. So I think from a year ago till now, Dricus is a completely different fighter than when he fought Strickland the first time. And I suppose Strickland would be as well. I rate Strickland's coach, Eric Nixick, as one of the best coaches in the world and a worthy adversary. So a lot of respect for him. He's obviously a great strategist. We've seen that multiple times with various fighters that he coaches and the training camps that he runs. So we know that they've got a game plan. Obviously, they would go and look at the fight and want to change certain aspects of their strategy, possibly come with a completely new strategy. So, and we do the same. And it's going to be a interesting challenge, and we're up for it. It's exciting.
So if you look at it, like, is it, if anything, then I guess is it a benefit, or is it an advantage or a disadvantage to have to fight someone a second time, in your mind?
I don't necessarily. I think to a certain extent it might be an advantage because you've had a feel for the opponent, but on the other side, they're going to come with a completely different strategy. So how much is that really going to help? If they change the strategy around, how much benefit would you derive from having fought them before? It's a new moment. It's a completely new experience for both fighters. So I don't know how much benefit there really is. I think it's nice to have some familiarity, but I don't think at the level where these guys are fighting that's necessarily a massive determining factor for who's going to win or lose. I think we see a challenge in front of us. If we fought him or not, it doesn't really matter. We prepare, our game plan, and we need to execute. That's it.
And obviously now, last year you had to sort of prep over the festive season. I didn't really play too much, or I didn't really think about it that much. But now, this year, for some reason, it's popped in my mind. Is it a bit disruptive to prep over the festive season, or is it good to have that sort of that break over December before you really go full on deep into the last little bit of camp?
Again, I think it can go in two directions. I think for us, it wasn't, it's obviously more difficult to keep everybody around over December some of the fighters in the camp would like to go and have a holiday, that aren't necessarily fighting, but they are helping Dricus. So we're very thankful for the guys that offered up their holidays for that. But I think in our camp, we are really professional, and everybody knows everybody's there for each other, and that's just how it played out. Now we've got a job to do. We've got X amount of weeks for prep, and it just so happens that it fell over the Christmas season and New Year's and all that, but it didn't affect us. We've got really good training partners in for Dricus, and so it didn't disrupt us in any way. But I think it's the way that we handle our business. It's just professional, and that's it. And we're not gonna let something like that, like a holiday period, now necessarily throw us or derail us.
Oh, definitely. Now, obviously, assuming everything and you guys are planning, and we all think, I think Dricus is going to win this fight, of course. I want you to play matchmaker, if you will, after this, or maybe just some fantasy booking. What would be, and again, obviously you're focused solely on this fight, but what would be for you sort of like we mentioned fun fights or interesting fights. What would be sort of interesting fights coming up after this fight for Dricus in your mind?
Well, I think obviously a Kamzat would be somebody that the UFC would push to try and fight Dricus, and that would be an interesting fight because it would be a very different opponent from what he's faced up until now. But there's some fights in the making now, and some guys coming up that can also be potentially be interesting. So I must be honest, I'm not somebody that likes to look forward too much in terms of that type of thing. I much rather prefer Dricus, saying himself what excites him. From a coaching perspective, my role is to assess who's in front of us and how we're going to strategize and win against that person. So I think Dricus is the best one to answer that question. And then obviously the biggest factor in this would also be the UFC and Dana White and all the guys under and all the guys that are matchmaking, because they've got their own ideas as to whom they think would be interesting for the public. From my perspective, personally, I keep my head down. I watch the fights from a coaching perspective, not so much a fan perspective. So it's difficult for me to say which would be interesting for a fan to watch. I just have a very different perspective on the fight and how to navigate it.
Okay, fair enough. I do think the Khamzat fight would be, for me, the Khamzat fight would probably be the most interesting. I think especially after his last performance with Whittaker, I think there's also a lot of hype behind Khamzat. So I think that might be a fight that the UFC would be interested in making. I saw something about them making a fight, wanting to make a fight, wanting something like Khamzat and Pereira. That would be a little bit weird for him to sort of jump. But I think even a Pereira fight, but I mean, the thing is, for Dricus as the champion, every fight's interesting because, like you said, there's contenders and they're going to try to take out, he's the number one in the world, they've got to try to take him out. So whether he fights Khamzat, Charles Barillo, or whoever the contender is that they put in front of him, that's the benefit of being champion, is that you are the man and all of the fights are interesting and people want to see you defend your belt. So whoever they put in front of him, it's going to be a good fight.
I think, Dricus is his mindset is towards legacy, being the best middleweight, of all time. He is champion, yes, but he's obviously shifted his goal in terms of wanting to remain in that position and striving towards, a loftier goal. And whoever they put in front of him is somebody that's challenging that goal that he has. So that's interesting in itself. So my position in this is more supporting and coaching, for whoever there is. But Dricus needs to decide what excites him, and the UFC needs to decide what for them what would make sense. So that's kind of how how I see it and where I fit in.
The path that he's on already, I mean, to be the only person to beat Whitaker and Adesanya, and then to beat Strickland twice, so let's say, after this fight, and then if it is Khamzat, to take Khamzat's O, and then to beat Pereira if he does decide to go up or Pereira comes down, I mean, right there is already, for legacy, doesn't get much better than that. So, I mean, he's already on that path to being one of the greatest. He's already one of the greatest middleweights. I mean, just in his career already, but to be the greatest middleweight, he's already on that path.
100%. I don't like to look ahead that much. I like to be, in the moment a little bit more and busy with what we're busy with now. And those things will play out the way that it needs to play out. But it will play out if we spend our focus and time on the job at hand and what we need to sort out. And that's where we are at the moment. So I kind of like to keep my head down that way. And yeah, we'll have this conversation again in a year or two's time, and then we'll reflect on where we are then.
Definitely. It's cool to look back. It's really cool to look back on some things, and like, I get that you don't want to go too far into the future and things like that, but it's good. I feel it's good to put these out there, whether I put it out there, whoever puts it out there, it's always good to put it out there, and then to look back, like we're a year later from where we were. I mean, even when I met Dricus the first time, we spoke about, this is before even the Strickland fight was announced, and then like about perfect scenarios and stuff like that. And then I actually went to look back at everything playing out pretty much exactly how it was, except that the Adesanya fight didn't happen in South Africa. That's kind of pretty much all that hasn't happened so far.
Dricus's brother Neil du Plessis always says that Dricus has this uncanny ability to say something and it happens. And so yeah, it kind of fits exactly with what he always says.
Yeah, we need to listen closely. We need to listen closely to the interviews coming up. Lastly, when are you guys heading out? What does your sort of lead up to the fight look like? The next couple of, what are we, pretty much a month and 5 weeks away from the fight. What does your next sort of 5 weeks look like, and when are you headed to Australia? I almost said South Africa. It's so South African there.
Look, I think Dricus is flying out between around about the 22nd. Him and Coach Mornay will be doing that. We'll be flying out on the 22nd and then spending that first week there, acclimatizing and everything. And then myself and the rest of the coaching crew will be flying out roughly about the 1st of February and meet them up for fight week, or meet up with them in fight week. And so at the moment we're finishing up the fight camp. Everything's been going really well. So yeah, we're just doing our final touches and putting him through his paces and sharpening the last couple of tools. And but I think everything is 100% where it needs to be. And we've had a good camp, so we're excited. I think we've got roughly about 3 weeks before we start heading out. So yeah, it's exciting, very, very exciting.
Can imagine, well, especially with a big supporter base in Australia. Obviously, you guys know the support back home. I'm sure you guys felt it the last time. We'll all be behind you guys, and go for that second title defense, and then we can start talking next opponents. It's always fun to play matchmaker.
I'll sit back and watch when you do that.
Okay, perfect. Neil, thank you so much. Again, appreciate the time as always. All the best. It's always good to catch up, and all the best for the last couple of weeks, like we say, 4 or 5 weeks. And let me know. Yeah, we'll see. Well, I was almost said let me know how it goes, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it all play out.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Done. That is done.
We're about to go to CIT now. I think we're like 15 minutes away. So we're on our way there, and we can't wait to go meet everybody. Meet Neil for the first time. I'm gonna see what CIT looks like, and I'm getting a little bit nervous, trying to see what it's gonna be like, but I'm sure it's gonna be fine. And then yeah, hopefully get to have a couple of rolls in with the guys, and not get hurt too badly. Okay, so just for those of you that don't know, I've been living under a rock for a while. We're gonna go meet up with Clean Cut Scully, aka Grant, or Grant, aka Clean Cut Scully. The plan for today basically is, I think we're gonna be in the grappling session, Kieran and I, and then Grant's gonna come and do a little bit of boxing. So I think Grant's gonna get to spar with Drickus, which good luck with that one, Grant. He said he's gonna agree with Drickus that like not too many hard shots to the face and like rather to the body. That's smart either, Grant, but hey, that's your thing. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty hectic, but Grant and I both agreed like we're never gonna get a chance to get smashed by the UFC champion. So I mean, we can't pass that up. We just got to CIT. I'm just gonna phone Grant to see where he is, because he asked us to wait for him. Like I said, it's probably wouldn't put it past him to put some sort of a grand entrance or something. So let's hear what he's got to say. Should I tell him he's on speaker, or should I just let him talk? I just called him twice before this accidentally. So remember the days when you used to miscall someone to like call you back?
Yo, please call me.
Oh, please call me.
Yeah. Should I send him a please call me? He's not gonna answer. No. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll call back. Waiting for Grant to arrive. He asked us to wait specifically. Like I said, he's probably gonna have some sort of a grand entrance. So I'm gonna get changed a little bit inside, I think. I don't want to change it in front of everybody. And then we just, I see the door, those the doors, so they're open. Up there, okay. So we're waiting for Grant first, and then we're waiting for Neil as well to arrive. Neil's Drickus's, is it? Okay. So we're waiting for Neil as well a little bit later. He's the grappling coach, Drickus's grappling coach. We're going to fall into his session hopefully. And yeah, now we just basically wait and set up. Outside CIT, we are about to go in. We're just waiting for them to finish up their first session. We'll join in on the second session. We're going to go and chat to the first ever born and bred African champion in the UFC. We're really, really proud to say that this is a huge honor. I mean, not everybody gets to say that they get a chance to train with him. He's got his fight at UFC 305 in August versus the New Zealand Nightmare, aka the last Gyno Bender, aka the last style bender, Israel Adesanya, and we are so excited to see how his training is going and to get a chance to actually train in with him and yeah, just see where his head's at before the fight. Come inside and join us, guys. So I'm about to go join the session. I'm talking softly because the coaches are talking, but we're gonna get to join the session now, hopefully, and hopefully not get too beat up. But hey, even if we get, like I said before, if we get beat up, then it's part of the session, you know. So it's part of the privilege of getting fucked up by the UFC champion. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready, hop in on the session. I think they're about to start. A little bit nervous because, you know, it's still pros, but I think it's gonna be fun. From what I've heard, they're all super nice and super safety first. So yeah, all good today.
Okay, are you gonna go boxing?
I think so.
What the fuck you say to me?
Yeah.
just want to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, because obviously without you guys, this is not possible. First of all, FK and Army, massive thank you. Go out and check their website. Sickest apparel, as you guys can see. The Vibe, thank you so much. I use this stuff all the time. Like, I've been trying to find it in Namibia, as I said before, but I'm so happy to have so much of this now. I wanted a flask like this, and I ended up getting 2 because it's also sponsored, and of course the sick Rashi set that I had. But like, look at these flasks. These things are epic. So I wanted one, like I say, I've now got 2. Also, of course, Levo Dune Safaris, guys. If you're ever in Namibia and you want to do any type of dune bashing, monster truck riding in the dunes, you guys want to go windsurfing, hit them up. Link is in the description to their website. You will not regret it. It is one of the most epic experiences that you will have. Thank you so much to every single one of you that watched this video, and thank you to all the sponsors. A little bit confused, but it's a good technique. It's my back control sucks, so it's good to learn this stuff without the hooks, you know, or without the grip. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Open my mind, there's so much on. Yeah, I don't have words, but now you see why it's such a different way of thinking, right? Like, that's why this team is where it is, because of stuff like this.
I'm fucking ready.
Let's go.
Yeah, you warmed up.
I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't want to injure the champion. I don't want to injure the champion, then I get into blame for fucking up your camp.
Well, man, I mean, you can step in. You can step in.
The fucking champ, baby!
Here we go.
The body will be nothing.
Yeah, the
I need to knock
body
this
will
back
be
away anyway.
What are you expecting to get out of it?
Die.
Bro, just manifest it. I told him to manifest this victory, it's gonna happen. The New Zealand nightmare says manifest it, so you manifest.
Quoting from the style, the dog bender.
The gyno bender. It's happening.
That's done. That is fucking done. Man, it's so frustrating.
why there's a world champion and fucking hell. Oh, watch out, Izzy. You're done, bro, on the ground. Thanks, because oh man. Yeah, that's intense. The fucking squeeze, bro. I've heard, but like, I thought now when I'm in it, I'm gonna be able to. It's done before you even have a chance, bro. It's done. The squeeze is just shit's cracking in your neck. Once in a lifetime, though, bro. Once in a lifetime. Okay, Drickus is gone, but don't say anything. I let him win. I let him win just to build up confidence before. Ask Kieran, I let him win. You know, it's 8% only. I let him. Yo, hey, bro. What can I say? I mean, he fucked me up, you know, so.
So you got that for kicking Sean Strickland in the foot?
That is exactly.
Yes, it is solid there.
Yeah, so I get this one. So the foot on. The first time, so bro, people were like crazy, like that is not the flag, and I'm like, guys, they don't put on the flag, they put on the colours.
The colours exactly.
So now when you beat Izzy, you get a the most special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Drickus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah,
facing Izzy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much. Yeah, good luck. And South Africa, obviously, you know, we're behind you. So
with that body shot,
You got a nice uppercut to the side. He came up between
he got me on the bottom of the stomach. I could barely breathe.
That's ridiculous.
I can't imagine just any human just being able to handle that. Like, God,
Can you imagine?
it's insane.
Imagine what Brock Lesnar feels like now.
Brock Lesnar's a monster, bro.
Have you seen his daughter?
Yeah.
Just
Maya
she looks
Lesnar.
like him.
Yeah.
She's a
What is that? His daughter? I thought it was his son.
Have you seen it?
What is that? Watermelon.
One.
Muslim. I can take two of these,
Yeah.
Yo.
You've had two
I've had two already, so another two's fine, right? I won't die, but no, it's fine.
You're fine.
I got backed by Drickus today, so it's cool. And die happy.
And you're gonna hold the UFC title.
That's it.
The official one.
Now we need to get lit. After we hydrate. Bro, this thing is so nice. This thing is so liquor.
Cheers.
Just pulp. The watermelon is so fucking good.
Raspberry.
I'm gonna go into a total fucking free coma after this.
That's sick. I can't wait to see your stuff, man. Alright guys, I just got home. What a fucking day. I can't believe I had the opportunity of getting fucked up by the UFC middleweight champion. I held the belt. I got to hold the UFC belt, dude. Like, that is crazy. I just want to say a massive thank you to all of my sponsors, because without you guys this would not be possible. So big thank you to FKN Army, big thank you to Revive, big thank you to Levo, June Safaris, and a massive thank you as well to the Jit Shop. Links are in the description, guys. Please go check them out, please go support. And if you guys want to sponsor this video, just reach out on Instagram, reach out on YouTube, wherever, all of my socials. And we really hope you enjoyed this video, and we'll see you for the next one. Cheers, everybody. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I'm extremely honored today to have Coach Roberto Attila here with us today. He is a 6th degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He started the Rio Grappling Club
which we're affiliated to. He's my coach's coach. He's a former world champion in various levels of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Pan-African champion. It's a huge honor to have you. Is that correct?
No.
Pan-American champion.
I was actually silver in
Silver.
Pan Americans, but I was European champion without being European a few times. I got the first place in Europe in 2007 in Portugal, and at the Masters one, and then again in Rome in 2017 without Guy, and in 2018 in Barcelona, the Masters European, Masters Europe, I also got gold on that one. That was my last competition.
Okay, and when did you start? When was your first competition? When did you start?
My first competition was in 1990.
1990.
990.
Wow.
1990.
But that's the year you started, I think.
Yes, that's the year I started. After 5 months of jiu-jitsu, we had like 2 competitions in a row, and I won both as a white belt. And in Rio at that time, I was very small, the white belt competition. We didn't have huge ones, so they were very small competitions. As a white belt, first competition, I had actually 1 match, and the second one, it was indoors.
Yeah, in-house. Yeah.
In-house comp, and I had 7 matches, and I submit everyone, and then I got my blue belt with 6 months of jiu-jitsu.
Wow.
Actually.
Jeepers. I just got mine. I've been doing 18 months, so that's sick. Wow, fantastic.
Yes, but then I took another 4.5 years in the blue belt before moving to the purple. So
Really?
Yes.
What was the reason for that? Was it just
because I wanted, like, my coaches would want me to compete more, and I would like to compete more and become. My goal was to become the best blue belt in my division before moving to the purple. If it makes sense.
Yes, of course. So you started in 1990. What were you? Okay, I know you travel the world now, going gym to gym, but what were you doing before 1990, and what made you want to start doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Well, I was very young at the time, and I was going to university, and before jiu-jitsu, I did 2 years of capoeira. And I like the striking martial arts, but I started to see the grappling as a more effective option. And a friend of mine started jiu-jitsu. He was also into capoeira. And I moved to Rio de Janeiro because before I was in a smaller town that had no jiu-jitsu whatsoever at the time. And I moved to my father's house to go to university, and I started training jiu-jitsu at the same time. I was 19, and this was, I was 18 when I started. And then I turned 19. I already was training jiu-jitsu. I was already a blue belt when I turned 19 years old.
Wow. And what was the jiu-jitsu scene like back then? Because obviously now jiu-jitsu is a very mainstream sport, but this is 33 years ago. So what was it like at the time?
Look, it was a lot smaller. The level in Rio de Janeiro was amazing at the time. Some of the best coaches that are spread throughout the world nowadays, a lot of them came from that generation that was before my generation. So we had like great inspiration and motivation from the guys that were a little bit older than us, because there was already some nice competitions, but we didn't have the big events yet, and the really good gyms were just a few. And mostly they were in Rio de Janeiro. We had some groups in Manaus, some groups in São Paulo, but the core of jiu-jitsu at the time was Rio de Janeiro. And what can I say more about the time? It was more roots, really, because there was no advantage. You need to really make points at least to win a match, or else you would go to the judge's decision. And to be honest, back then it was a total shit show, because refs were always give points to the guys in their gym, forget about the guys from the other gym. So sometimes you would go to a match and if you don't submit, you're not gonna win because the referee is my opponent's coach, and that was kind of the way it was back then.
And who did you start with? Who was your first coach, or who was it affiliated to?
My first group was Gracie Barra. It was called actually Barra Gracie. And the head coach was Carlos Gracie Jr. and there was some other coaches there, but on my first year I mostly learned from not from the coaches but from the brown and purple belts, because the way they structure the class in Brazil there, the group classes back then, you would come, do a lot of warm-up, learn one technique and go row. And then next day another totally different technique, and maybe if you have a month of jiu-jitsu you will learn some advanced stuff. So you really needed help from your friends because there was no structure. And like sometimes, so as long as Carlos Gracie Jr. was the main coach at the time, I learned from Gordo, from Hélio Soneca Moreira, from Draculino, from Soca. Those were the guys, and the Duda. There was some guys that was blue, purple, brown belts when I was white belt. Those guys helped me a lot more than the coaches. Until I went to America, I trained 3 months with Rickson, and he was teaching the classes himself, so I learned a lot on that period. And when I come back to Brazil, I start to really go. Renzo didn't have his own gym, but Renzo was teaching in a place with like very small group. And by then, Roger was maybe 12, 13 years old, Roger Gracie. He was coming, watching. His father was one of the black belts that would destroy me at the time. Mauricio Gomes was amazing. And I would go to Renzo to train. I was still training because Renzo was part of the Bara Gracie, but I start to feel like Renzo was my coach. Already as a blue belt, I start to train with him and go to him because he was teaching many more things. So this is the guy that really was my coach all the way to purple brown belt level. But I got my brown belt, he was already in the United States, and Carlos Gracie Jr. was really the same thing, not really caring about his students. So I eventually moved out to train with 2 black belts from Carson Gracie Jr.
Okay. Who were the black belts?
One is very famous, Murilo Bustamante, because he was Pride and UFC champion.
Yeah.
And the other guy was a guy that came from Manaus, Sérgio Souza, my coach, the guy that gave me my black belt, also black belt from Carson Gracie, but because he was involved only with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, outside of Brazil, people don't know him, but from the generation of the guys that were competing in the 80s and early 90s, he was one of the best. For you to have an idea, famous guy Fábio Gurgel, they had like 5 fights between themselves, and Sérgio Souza, my coach, won 3 against Fábio and lost 2.
Wow.
Yeah, but some of them were in a blue belt or purple belt, something like that. You know,
through the course of
their careers, they had like 5 matches between themselves, and Sérgio Souza had like 3 wins against 2. He also had a win against Jean-Jacques Machado,
yes, I know, yeah.
And another one against his brother Johnny. So he was very good. He was one of the best competitors from Carson Gracie team.
Did you know at the time, because these are all obviously now famous names in jiu-jitsu, but did you know at the time how special it was to be around these people?
Look, I had an idea because I knew that jiu-jitsu was a special thing that the whole world didn't have an idea of. All those techniques that were training were being developed mostly in Brazil, and people outside of Brazil were practicing only striking mostly, you know, or grappling without the whole structure that we had, that had a focus on MMA, on position that can be effective for real fights, and also on self-defense. So I knew how special it was, that thing, but the people, I didn't know how good they were until I see the sport growing and so many other black belts coming, and you don't see like the level. If I would say something that I don't know if it makes any sense, but because the sport grew so much over the years, if you look at the best black belts now, they are better than the best black belts 30 years ago, yes. But the average jiu-jitsu player now is a lot worse because it grew so much, and a lot of technique was lost in terms of a lot of groups don't train properly the basics, and I see people with big gaps in their game, you know, and sometimes you see a black belt that doesn't know how to escape a hip, or even another that doesn't know the basics of how to escape from the back. They know all defensive positions, but They cannot defend themselves when they are in bad positions. And sometimes, unfortunately, even in the competition level, because of the rules, some guys give their backs to avoid the 3 points of the guard pass, and they end up being submitted. You know, I see some guys that when they are winning, they are the best. When they are losing, quickly they get submitted, you know. I have like this Brazilian guy that I forgot his name now, that he caused a lot of trouble as well. He had a fight with Felipe Pena one time.
Oh yeah.
Yes, on one of them. I forgot the name's guy, but
It's not Calval.
not
no.
Galvão. He's a newer generation.
Oh,
He's
okay.
a big, tall guy, that very explosive guy, and he had good fights with a lot of guys, but sometimes he's losing. The guys on the side control of mount, he just taps without even having a submission. He just gives up.
For the pressure.
Yeah, or he just doesn't want to be there when he's losing.
Do you think so I've got two questions and they're kind of similar, or they go with each other. So have you seen changes in jiu-jitsu now to what's become important? Because there's a big thing been made now about leg locks. And those have come to the fore quite a bit. And I did pose this question to Rico as well, and he said kind of like things go in cycles. But what's your opinion on the style of jiu-jitsu changing from when you started to now? Do you think it's changed much, and there's an emphasis on other things?
Yes, but like it becomes more specialized now, because you see, like, people are either training mostly no-gi or mostly gi, and it's the same sport somehow, but differences. There is small difference that make it like that. For the no-gi guys, it's more attractive to have a lot more leg attacks, you know, and in the gi it's harder to submit the people with that. No, I'm not even talking about rules that don't allow some of the techniques, but it's also harder to do it with the gi, you know, like to execute some of the techniques, because you need sometimes like a speed that the attrition of the gi and the grips that the other guy controls. So sometimes falling back with the foot is not an option, because the guy has a grip with you, he's gonna follow you, so it's difficult. So some things I see in a different way. What Rico said about things go in circle is right, but it's developing. So it's not a circle, it's like a spiral. People go back to the same things and they improve on those things that people were doing. So there was a period in the 90s in Brazil that we had some groups attacking a lot the legs as well. And people start to learn how to defend those things, and then they stop doing it, and nowadays it's coming back. But now there is more technique involved, because you have specifically John Danaher studying the Japanese guys and fixing some of what he perceives as problems in the leg lock game, and now everybody's attacking, but then in a few years everybody's gonna learn how to defend it, and they're gonna focus on something else. But then the whole game progresses because you add more details. And I don't believe in like old school against new school. I believe that is effective techniques will survive the test of the time, you know, and good techniques will be around for hundreds of years, and bad techniques will disappear. Yes. And sometimes the funny thing about jiu-jitsu is sometimes a bad technique, if you train a million times, you can make it good for you. You know?
Yes. And what? Okay, so back to when you started, what was your sort of philosophy and way to get better at jiu-jitsu, and what were your goals basically when you were starting? Was it just to be the best, like you said, the best at each belt, or was it to say I want to get to black belt as quickly as possible? Or
no, I never look in Brazil. It's even like who say so different the mentality in Brazil, that nowadays of course change a bit, but like people don't want their belts. They want, because they want to stay longer, so they have a chance to win in their respective belts before they move up. So it's like this rush towards belts, I see a lot more outside Brazil than in Brazil.
Right.
Okay. So, but my goal, like me, there was a lot of guys in my time that was my goal as was to be the best blue belt, and then eventually get the purple belt and try to be the best purple belt, or become one of the best. And only when I felt that I was good enough to compete in the next one, I would move to the next belt and so on. So we wouldn't care, oh, the minimum time you have to the belts, like the federation says, oh, you have to have this time. No, we wanted to stay longer, you know, like, and it was not only me, most of the guys from my generation, they wanted to, because, you know, like if you grow in a competitive environment, and jiu-jitsu without competitions for me is a different sport, you know, like I really needed that for motivation. I wanted to compete next weekend or next month, so that's what pushed me to go train every day and go to the gym as well. You know, it was like the thing, like the competition motivated, because I started to win more than losing, and I like that feeling, and I wanted to have it more. And not only that, you start to interact in your group, and people show you more respect because you're doing well in the gym and you are winning the competition, you are part of the team, like those things go together. So to feel part of accepted in the group, you wanted to be good in competition. So this was part of my goals. Eventually the first goal was to be good enough to survive others, you know, like that was my first thing, because first months was difficult for me. I didn't have motor skills, so I had to start acquiring those motor skills in jiu-jitsu, you know. And once I start to become good enough and start to win competition, my goal was always that, win the next big competition, you know. And it was be like the next one again, and then the next one, and once you win everything, the purple, now now it's time to go
Ready
to the
for brown belt.
and then start all over again, you know.
Right, one step at a time in
Yeah.
each belt, right? And then how long was it exactly till you got your black belt?
Like around 8 years to 8.5, something like this. Yes.
Wow. And that was
98. yes,
98.
It was end of 98, and I started beginning of 90. So it was 8 years, almost 9. Yeah.
Wow. And once you get to black belt, there's I've heard to get to black belt, or once you get to black belt, there's a responsibility to give back, right? So
No, I never saw it like that, you know, because I was giving back to the sport since a blue belt, because I was organizing competition, I was reffing, I was teaching other people that come with less skills than me. I went back to my hometown to teach, because there was no jiu-jitsu schools, you know, like there. So I started the first jiu-jitsu school in my city. So if you go to my city nowadays, all the guys that train jiu-jitsu there, at some point, they were my students back in the day, you know, like.
Yeah. And then so when did you leave Brazil and decide that you wanted to start Rio Grappling Club?
It's 2003.
2003. You started in Europe, right?
Yes,
The
in
first
London.
time, in London. What prompted you to start Rio Grappling Club?
Well, first of all, when I made my transition from Barra Gracie to the team, this team was those two coaches, Murilo and Sergio, they had a team together called Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. Okay, and Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club at the time, when I was a brown belt and moved to them, had all the best browns and purples in the competition, especially in the light, middle, and middle heavyweight, you know, and the heavy one as well. Guys came from many different parts of Brazil, and they were training with us. Zé Mário Perry would bring his guys from south of Brazil. There was like great competitors as well, because Mário Perry was amazing competitor, so he had like a group of really good students he would bring from south of Brazil to train before the main competitions to Rio. And in our gym would come Minotauro. I remember when Minotauro, as a brown belt, came first to the gym to train, and nobody knew him in Rio. And then he goes to a competition there as a brown belt, and he destroys the guys, you know, like he get Rodrigo Comprido, that was one of the amazing guys. He just submit Rodrigo, like Rodrigo was nobody, you know, like it was crazy, you know. Yes, like, no, Minotauro was like fantastic. What a guy, really. And guys would come, pop from different parts of Brazil. So when I joined Murilo and Sergio, they had this called Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club, and it was amazing. But then at some point they broke up between those two, and many coaches from Carson Gracie tried to together make a team called Carson Gracie team, while Carson Gracie Senior was in the United States. Okay, so they put everybody together, everybody was training together, I was still there in this group, and then Carson Gracie came from America and had like a money dispute with some of his students because those guys were going to ADCC. Okay, and in this all fallout they had was in the period that I torn my knee ligaments. So I was surgery, and there was big politics in Brazil. You had to choose sides, and I didn't want to choose sides because I had friends on both sides. You know, I got my black belt from Sergio, but Murilo was also my friend. I didn't want like to antagonize anybody, and like I had to choose between 3 different teams. And if I choose one of those 3, the other 2, the guys from the other 2 be not happy with me. And at some point I decided I'm not going to choose anything, let my knee heal. But once my knee healed and I moved to London, then I had a problem because I found a place to teach inside the University of London, but I had to create a grappling society. Okay, to like all the paperwork. So I had to create my club. And I decided, you know what? I'm not going to choose between those 3 clubs in Brazil. I'm going to start my own team now because I'm far away from those politics and I don't want to get contaminated by those politics because I like everybody on those 3 teams. I like the people that were training with Sergio. I like the guys training with Murilo that became the Brazilian top team. And I like the guys from Carson Gracie as well. They were all my friends. We used to be training together before my knee operation. And I say, man, you know what? Now is a new period in my life. I'm going to start mostly teaching. This is going to be my focus, so let's make our own team. And I didn't have a name for this team initially in 2003, but I had to create the Grappling Society. At some point, I went back to Brazil, and when Murilo and Sergio split, Murilo had the right to the name Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. Okay, so I went to Murilo to ask him if he could sell me that name. Actually, I didn't want to use it to copy or use it for free. But he asked me a week to give me an answer, and then he wrote back to me because we met in person, but I wanted to explain my ideas that I didn't want to get involved. And he said to me that he would like to keep the name because the things were funny in the Brazilian top team between him and his partners. They eventually split up as well, but he kept the name. So he never used back the Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club, but he asked me not to use the Rio Jiu-Jitsu Club. He didn't want to sell to me. So I decided to start Rio Grappling Club because I was in London. I had a grappling society and I needed a name for that. So that's the whole origin of the name Rio Grappling Club. And the roots was because this was such a great period of my life of training with such amazing guys. I learned so much as a brown belt and as a black belt, you know, like I wanted to make my team somehow a tribute to to that team that doesn't exist anymore.
Yes. And how did you go about starting? I mean, finding people. I can't imagine were there a lot of people that wanted to do jiu-jitsu back then? You know, what was your approach back then to try to get people?
Look, when I came to London, there was actually some scene already. Jiu-jitsu was growing, and I made myself seen by visiting some clubs, training with other people. You know, like, and people knew I was teaching in the morning. I was the only guy teaching morning class. No, it's like almost midday classes in London at that time. And the place was very central. So I started to come people from different places. And not only from England, like I start to have Polish students. I get a guy from Lithuania. I get some guys training from other places. I start doing seminars in Scotland, and everything started to build up from that, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, do you want to say something?
No, it's okay.
And what was so you started to spread out from there. What were your next sort of locations? I know you mentioned Scotland, Poland. Where did you go to next?
I remember going to Greece in 2004, Italy 2005, Croatia and Bosnia in 2007, South Africa was 2007. In 2005, I went to the United States as well, back again to the United States. And then I met a guy that brought me to South Africa 2 years later. You know, so it all, and funny thing is, like, the gym that I was teaching in the United States, in upstate New York, was a coach of an American guy that visited me in London.
Wow.
In 2004, he trained with us for, I even remember the guy, we don't have much contact, but he's a black belt, very nice guy, Trevor Sargent. And he was blue belt back then, training with me in London. He came with the wife for some work in London. He stayed like 2 weeks training with us, and we kept in contact. When I visited his coach in America, then there was a guy from South Africa. I made a joke if he was close to Jeffreys Bay. He said he was because he was from your city.
Yeah.
And I say, man, I want to go. And then I ended up here. And
next thing you were in South
after many
Africa.
waves, I came back and back and back and back and.
Nice. So what? How many clubs are there now all over the world? I mean, because so from there, I mean, just in the last weekend alone, just in Rio in South Africa, Rio Grappling, we had 100 odd students at the grading, and that wasn't even probably half, not even a third of the students I think that we have in South Africa.
Yeah, I think maybe half of them or maybe a third of them. Yes, yeah, something around that. Yeah,
And
I'm not sure.
How many clubs are there now total?
We have over 100 clubs, maybe 105 or 106. I'll be honest, I have to count exactly, you know.
And number of students?
This I don't know.
Thousands.
I'm so bad in the like this admin, you know, like because each gym does their own admin. We don't have a centralized admin. So we have gyms with 20 people. We have gyms with 5 people. I have gyms with 200 people. It's hard for me to do an average, you know. I can tell you, like, if we look in the map, I'm going to tell you, oh, this gym has roughly 100, 150. We have some big gyms in Croatia. We have some big gyms in Scotland, Poland as well, you know, like with groups in Florence, in Italy as well. The numbers are quite big. Belgrade in Serbia, the numbers are quite big as well, you know.
And what's the level like in Europe?
Like, this is the most difficult question. What's the level like in Europe? Because, you know, like, if I ask you what's the level like in your gym, because each person has their own level. Let's be honest, in every gym you're going to find guys on a higher level, others in lower level. Depends how long they've been training, how much they committed, the level of instruction they're exposed to, the level of the partners. But level is an individual thing for me, you know, like I cannot say the overall level, because it's very hard. Everywhere you see good guys, average guys, bad guys. What I can say for you is, like, the places where the sport grows more and you have numbers, you end up having more possibilities of guys above average to come and show. So if you look at that, in Europe, for instance, we got a number of guys coming from Scandinavian countries doing very well in competitions. You still have some. Now we have Adam Warzinski from Poland doing very well, and soon we're going to have a new generation of Polish guys doing very well. But I tell you that every country in Europe that I visited, I've seen good people, and I've seen people like committed to jiu-jitsu. I can tell you in Portugal, in Spain, in Italy. So everywhere there are gyms that people are pushing hard, and you're gonna get some guys on the highest level, but you're gonna, on the same gym, you're gonna somebody that just started or training for a few years but once a week, and they like don't really commit to this. So like I don't know, level is a funny thing to talk about.
Yeah. Because the reason I ask is, you know, is like there's obviously famous countries, like if you watch ADCC, so obviously Brazil always had, that's where Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu started. So people would consider Brazil high level, highest level. The US, because they've got a lot of competitors. South Africa, I've seen, because we've got some local competitions, and obviously through the years the level will grow. It's a natural progression. But with South Africa, we don't see that many people going to these international events.
Yeah, but it's so more difficult. Think about that. Most of those competitions that you're talking about, they're running in America, even more than in Brazil nowadays. But so the Brazilians, sometimes they don't have a pass or a visa to go to America. It's very difficult. For you South Africans, it's also very hard to travel abroad because you're far away. So it's more isolation. So it's more difficult to get a competitive career when you have just local competitions. Then you go to places like in Brazil, and you have like you can go to BJJ competitions every weekend with a high level. So I think like it's unfair to even compare this, you know, like you have to have a lot more growth in the sport this side. And still, because of the distance, it's going to take long to build up. But I believe every country has the potential to have great grapplers. There's no secrets in grappling. It's about like commitment, a very good coach, and a very good group of partners, I think, you know, like...
Yeah, makes sense. Because I was going to ask, what it would take for South Africa, because we've got good grapplers here. Then obviously there's a few hurdles now that you mentioned, but I was going to ask, what would it take for the guys to get up there? Do you think it would take people going and being based in the US for a while and getting on the scene, getting their name out there? Or, what would it take to have South Africans regularly going?
Yes, you see, there's even a guy now, Luke Griffith.
Yeah.
Luke was training as a kid with Bobby Karagianidis. His father and uncle are still training at Bobby's. And he was our student until recently, and then he moved to improve his competitive career. He eventually moved to America. I don't know everybody can do this step, because you have financial hurdles. It's not easy to transfer yourself either to Brazil, where you're going to have possibly, depending on what you want, you're going to have even better training partners and people more willing to help you grow than United States, in my opinion, and you're going to spend less money. And it's also closer to travel. Unfortunately, we don't have the direct flights between South Africa and Brazil like we used to have before pandemic, but it still is a possibility for people. Not being able to go abroad, to stay abroad, like, it would be very helpful if people could compete abroad on a regular basis, because that exposes you more to see what's going on in the competitions. And if you want to be a good competitor, the more you compete and with the more different people possible, the better for you. You're gonna have more chances to progress your game, and this, I think, is the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle here is the kind of isolation. In Europe, the level eventually is gonna catch up with North America and Brazil, but it's gonna take time also because the culture is different and stuff like that. But the people who are committed, you're gonna have good athletes in the future from everywhere. Like you see from judo nowadays, you get a guy from Mongolia, another guy from Australia, another one from France. There's still some Japanese kicking asses, but they don't totally dominate the sport anymore because everybody can learn. And I think jiu-jitsu is actually easier than judo.
Is it?
Yeah. It's easier on the body.
Yeah, because you're not getting thrown the whole time.
Yes.
Yeah. Is jiu-jitsu and judo, jiu-jitsu's got its origins from judo, right?
Ah, man, like I wish I could go in time and check exactly because you hear so many different stories. Like, I would say that Brazilian jiu-jitsu and judo both came from the Japanese jiu-jitsu, but I'm not sure how this evolution came, and because I trained judo a long time, I think they are the same sport with different rules. So they were the same sport. Because of the rules, they separated. And because the coaches were focused on one side or the other of the same thing, is also because of this we had this huge separation. But like, I don't know, I wasn't down there, to establish the origin. But it's all jiu-jitsu. I try to see judo is part of jiu-jitsu. Brazilian jiu-jitsu is also a type of jiu-jitsu. The Japanese were calling many different styles jiu-jitsu. So let everything be jiu-jitsu and let jiu-jitsu be everything. Like a friend of mine.
Yes, because I was looking at the history of jiu-jitsu, and obviously everybody knows the Gracie family, but there's is it Mitsuyo Miyeda, I think, is attributed as in some sources as starting jiu-jitsu.
Yes, look, from what I say from many sources I read, Maeda was the most important jiu-jitsu coach that came to Brazil. Not because he taught the Gracie family, they were fundamental to keep the sport growing, but he also had his own gym there running for years, and he made other students that also shared this technique. But because the Japanese immigration in Brazil, there was also another judo and jiu-jitsu coaches that established pretty much at the same time as him that also started groups, and like through the years, some people that were training either jiu-jitsu or judo, but because the judo became Olympic, a lot of those old jiu-jitsu clubs in Brazil became judo clubs. The Gracies kept going with jiu-jitsu, and some others also kept going with jiu-jitsu, but judo took a lot of those early groups that were in jiu-jitsu in Brazil. So jiu-jitsu was not only Maeda, but Maeda was definitely the guy that he ran all over the world testing his skills after he was a jiu-jitsu player that trained judo, I think 2 to 4 years with Jigoro Kano. but he was calling his sport jiu-jitsu. I heard, I'm not sure, also because for two things, the guys from judo didn't want to be involved in challenges anymore, because Jigoro Kano in the beginning to establish judo, they did challenges against other martial arts in Japan, but they were already established, they didn't want to get involved. And because Maeda had a jiu-jitsu background before his judo, and he traveled around, like he was in England, he learned catch grappling there, and he was challenging people in America as well, like, so all his knowledge became what the Gracies learned from him, and they also probably didn't learn all his knowledge, but partially his knowledge, whatever they could take it, they brought from north of Brazil to Rio de Janeiro, and they started their own club there, what's called Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. I think it's 1925, so it's almost 100 years ago, 98 years ago.
Wow. And who was the guy that fought Helio Gracie that was Japanese Jiu-Jitsu?
He was a judo champion, Masahiko
Kimura. Yes. Okay. And that was also just after, what was that, the early 1920s or 30s, I think?
No, I think this was 50s.
50s, okay, a little bit later.
Yes, it was 50s.
Okay, because those challenges were like the super fights at the time. They were having a lot of those challenges.
Think about that, jiu-jitsu, MMA, not jiu-jitsu, MMA didn't exist, but the no-holds combat in Brazil before 58 was more popular than football.
Wow.
They filled the whole gymnasium with this Helio Gracie against Masahiko Kimura challenge in Rio de Janeiro.
Wow.
And Kimura came from Japan. He was smoking his cigars. He was a lot younger, a lot stronger than Helio. And it looks like that he was taking it easy even, because Helio was already an old man, a lot smaller than, but he has beaten some Japanese before, so like this Japanese came exactly like, you have to beat him or something. And he was the judo champion of the time, or one of the judo champions at the time. And it was an amazing story about Kimura, like, as well.
Yes. I saw a picture of you and Helio Gracie on when I think, I can't remember, it was Instagram or on Google. How well did you know Helio Gracie and all the other Gracies in the Gracie family?
I started training with the Gracie family in the 90s, so I know pretty much, I won't say all of them, but pretty much almost all of them, the ones involved with jiu-jitsu. But I have seen Helio, with all their respect, with distance, when I was a blue belt and all the time. So I never met Helio Gracie in person to talk to him, but I have been given that chance because like 6 to 7 months before he died, he was in Barcelona, where Royce Gracie has a house close to Barcelona, and the guy that is the housekeeper trains at my friend's gym in Barcelona. And he told me that Helio was there and invited us to come over. So I had a chance to talk to Royce, because I met Royce briefly before as well, and to come and talk to Helio, to being choked by Helio with Royce's gi, actually,
Yes.
And wearing a black belt that wasn't mine, like, it was funny, actually. It was such a great experience. But what surprised me was not even how strong his choke was, because it was working perfectly. He was 95.
Yeah.
But I saw him going. He had a hard way to climb stairs, but you could see his technique. He would like lower his posture and adjust him, and going step by step. He would not use the hands on the layers. Now at 95.
Yeah, that's insane longevity. That, because I know he was still rolling deep into his 80s, wasn't he? Or into his early 90s? He was still training, obviously, but
probably lightly, not really hard. Like my brother had more access to Helio because he was working with the family in the media part, so he had chances to make many interviews with Helio. And my brother, I have photo of Helio choking me, and my brother has a photo of himself choking my Helio instead. Like, I didn't have that much.
Yes. And there's some crazy stories back in the Gracie gym, that they also had just the open challenge for anybody to walk into the gym and fight them. Did you ever experience that, or were you ever part of any of that?
No, but I saw not the MMA part, but like to talk about the scene in Brazil was very, 1993, we had the first Brazilian Nationals. Okay, so this is 1993, and it was organized in a club in Rio de Janeiro, and we didn't have a national federation. It was the Rio de Janeiro Federation that organized that one. And the head of the Rio de Janeiro Federation was Renzo's Gracie father, Robson Gracie, which is younger brother of Carson Gracie. At some point, one of the final matches in this competition was a purple belt final match, was due to happen with Robson Gracie, the president of the federation, as the referee, and one of his nephews fighting one of Carson Gracie's students. You know, and at that time, Carson told his best black belts to go, invade the area, sit on the mats and not let this match happen, because he wanted to challenge his brother, that his brother could not be the referee for that important match that could even decide the outcome, which team would win the first Brazilian Nationals. You know. So this was very funny, because nowadays nothing like that would happen, but this was agreed by Carson and Carlos Gracie, which is also his brother, younger, but he was the coach of Robson's nephew, that they would meet a week ago in Gracie Barra, in Barra Gracie. At the time was not Gracie Barra, Barra Gracie was the only one gym. They didn't have this McDojo franchise network that they have nowadays all over the world. You don't need to cut that, it's true. They are so sold out for money, you know, except some good guys that are still there. But mostly he's a McDojo, and before it was very, very hardcore gym. And I remember being there on the day that Carson came with Walid Ismail and another student to film, and the guy, his student, to fight for this medal. So it was a jiu-jitsu match that was supposed to happen a week before in the competition. They postponed and made it a challenge match inside the gym. And few of us were allowed to watch this match, and I watched this match. And Carson Gracie's student is called Ray Diogo, I remember his name, and he was fighting Daniel Gracie, who teaches out of Renzo Gracie, Philadelphia nowadays. And Ray Diogo had three times the same amazing sweep that he did against Daniel, and he won by 6 points. And I was watching their live, this challenge match. So this is a very interesting story. When he won, he looked at this poster that was the Tasmanian Devil with the Barra Gracie written. At the time they used without paying the royalties, but they had the Tasmanian Devil, and this guy Ray Diogo look at the thing and screams like Carson Gracie, and it was so like powerful because he just won that match, you know, like it was. I still remember that stuff clearly in my mind. It was amazing challenge, you know. It was jiu-jitsu under the rules at the time, but because of the whole situation around this match, was like that was
wow. And were there, so now it's like a 5-minute match when you do jiu-jitsu in most competitions, but back then were there time limits, and was it the similar sort of rule set that you have now? Or
like, I remember when I started, you had 2 points for passing the guard and 3 for the knee ride. And for some reason they realized that it's a lot harder to pass a guard than to put a knee on the stomach of the person after you pass. So they switched that. And I remember also we didn't have advantages, and actually was better without advantages, because I'm totally against the concept of advantages. We don't see that in any sport whatsoever. You don't, if you hit the goal post in football, it's not a half goal. If the goalkeeper puts out the ball, it's also not a half goal. Like in jiu-jitsu, you almost pass the guard, then you have half point. Like not a half point, but you have an advantage. And I don't know, I find it wrong totally. You know, like I find that you reward things that shouldn't be rewarded because it's just too little. You know, you almost pass the guard, you almost swept the guy, and you almost submit, but you didn't submit. So you didn't actually score points against the guy, but you still can win. Okay, I think you should actually, in 90% of the matches, the referee could be able to look at 2 fighters and in the end of the match say who won clearly, without even counting points or anything. And on those 10% cases, I would be favoring another how do you say like another 2 minutes or 3 minutes
Overtime.
an overtime with like with a golden goal,
Mm.
you know, instead of advantages.
First
you
one
know.
to points wins.
Yes.
Because jiu-jitsu is as much about defense as it is attack as well. So you might almost get a submission, but the guy defending, right, is just as good defending it than the guy that was going for the attack.
Exactly. I understand that you have to reward the attacks, not the defense, but it's wrong to reward the failed attack. Because if I almost catch your arm, but you defend it, it's a failed attack. I shouldn't be rewarded for a failed attack.
So like when you were showing us last weekend, triangle defense,
Yeah.
there's varying stages of triangle defense, and the last defense that you were showing us is when the triangle's on.
Yeah.
And then there was the escape to that. So in this instance, the triangle would be on, it would be almost a submission, but it's the hardest technique. It's the hardest to get out of once it's on, obviously.
Yeah.
So for you being in that triangle or in that armbar, whatever it is, for you to get out of it once it's on is actually, there should be an advantage almost in your favor, because it's tougher to get out, you know.
It's true, it's
you know?
true.
And you're not the one failing the submission, but I guess maybe they want to push the action or something like that, you know.
Yeah, but the advantage actually, if you think of it, doesn't push the action, because if before the guy would stall after scoring 2 or 3 points, now he stalls after 2 advantages.
Right.
You know, if the guys are equal in points and you have 1 extra advantage, if you know how to use the time in your favor, you can stall a lot without being how to say, with punished, and that's it. You know, you can get away most times. You know.
But in ADCC, I think if you stall, they give you negative points, right? So then I guess that's kind of a solution to it.
Yeah, but then in ADCC you have 2 rules. Basically, you have no points, and then after the half of the time, points. And then makes the strategy very funny, and people become strategy dependent to win. I think the ideal way for a DCC would be to either have no points whatsoever or points from the beginning. Because you see the guys have some strategy to either go quickly or just stall until the points are on. You know, so like I'd like to think that it's not the best. All the rule sets have flaws, you know, and it's good that we have different ones so people can test themselves in different rule sets, don't get attached to one. But in the end, I don't know, it's not the way I would see grappling competitions. Like the way they have those rules is not the way forward. They should actually move the rules. That competition is the most popular ones, because obviously they put a lot of money on that competition, and it's once every 2 years. That's why it's so much prestige to win that.
Yes. I guess there's no real sort of perfect formula for competitions.
There is no perfect formula. Another thing I would like to see in ADCC is that everywhere has an uniform, instead of being able, because nobody does it, but you're allowed to come with a gi if you want to ADCC, or with not totally naked, of course, but you don't need to have shirt, and then you get sweaty. It becomes a lot difficult for the guys to put you down. So maybe you are a good wrestler, you can use a strategy just to get a takedown, stand up again, stall a little bit, and not get taken down, and you win many matches. You know, you don't need to really engage.
I wanted to ask you, while we're on the topic of ADCC and wrestling, like how important, obviously we spoke about judo, what emphasis would you place on wrestling in a grappling context? So even if if you're doing jiu-jitsu competitions, you're going to inevitably come against someone that's done judo or wrestling. What emphasis is there, or how important is wrestling for you?
I think if you do gi, wrestling is not less than judo. You should actually learn judo and wrestling if you're doing gi. If you're doing no gi, then even though some judo knowledge would help you, I think it's going to be more better to focus only on the wrestling. Okay, but wrestling is very good, important part of the sport, and should be included in jiu-jitsu classes. You know, if you, at least the basics, you know, people should know a lot more wrestling if they want to be good in jiu-jitsu, because it's part of the game as well. You know, you have to know how to take down people, and you need to know how to sprawl, how to defend, how to counter. Even if you're gonna use guillotines or things alien to wrestling, like or Kimura attacks, but you still need to understand how the guy's gonna attack you, where he's gonna focus, so you can learn your defenses as well. Even if you wanna do totally like submission counters to the wrestling guys, you still need to understand what they're doing. So it's very important.
And the wrestlers, you'll see a lot of the guys that have a wrestling background that go into jiu-jitsu. It's just the scramble and the top pressure and just the awareness. They're almost already at they are already at a much higher level.
Look, I think like judo guys and wrestlers, when they come to jiu-jitsu, they have a big advantage. But they have one small disadvantage that a lot of them never fix, is that they expose too much their backs. For reasons of the rules, they are rewarded if they expose their backs instead of playing from the guard. So the most difficult thing is to teach a wrestler how to play guard. If a good wrestler learns how to play guard and how to not give his back, he can become awesome in jiu-jitsu. And the same for a judo player, like, and the problem is some of them, they cannot fix that habit because they can get away in judo and sometimes even in the jiu-jitsu training in the gym, but then they go to a competition and they get a scarf hold and the guy is gonna end up in their backs.
Yes. I think that was the case with Rico. Rico had a wrestling background, and then he was able to really hone in on playing his guard, right? Or is that how? Because I mean, now obviously, and the years I've seen Rico roll, fight, or whatever, he's good in all positions.
Yes.
He said the same thing about giving the backup as well from wrestling. But can you remember back to when you met Rico? Like, how has he? What was it like when you met him? And then his progression as he was going along.
No, his progression was amazing. But the most, if I can remember one thing, is that when I started doing, like, because he did some privates with me, and at that time I was playing a lot half guard and deep half guard. I still play that. It's one of my games. And he was in the beginning, he was having a lot of trouble. He's struggling with my half guard. But then he asked me to teach him, and after I showed him what I was doing and what to do, and then it was game over to me,
Really?
like, yes.
Yeah.
The weight difference is too big,
Yes.
like.
Yeah. You said you met him in what, 2007?
2007, he came to a seminar of mine in Johannesburg. We meet for the weekend, but we start to work together in 2009. I came to Cape Town. He had a gym in his garage, and I was teaching him privates at Camps Bay, in another gym of one of his acquaintances here in Cape Town. But we were also training at his garage, and then I come back in 2010, and then later he opened his gym in Peru, and then he moved up to reps, and we started doing the camps here. It's been a long time, yes.
So you've been coming back every single year since
yes,
then, roughly?
Since 2007, I came once a year, but in 2009, I came twice, because one time I came to organize the Abu Dhabi trials. I brought to Johannesburg the first one, and I brought medals from Brazil. It was a mess to organize that stuff, but I promised to the friend that was in Abu Dhabi to do that. So I did that first one, so I had to come twice. It was was a pleasure, but I came such a short trip to that time to South Africa, just stay like a week in Johannesburg, 5 days in Johannesburg and back to Brazil. But then every year I came once, and then in 2020 that was closed because of COVID, and now I was coming in November and I had to postpone because I was waiting for my European visa to come through, and then I came now in January.
Are you moving to Europe, right? Or where were you based?
I'm between Barcelona and Wrocław in Poland, but mostly I'm gonna be in Barcelona.
In Barcelona, okay. And how does your travel schedule look like throughout the year? Do you go regularly to all the clubs, or?
Well, because of I was going to pretty much almost every country every year. I tried to, for that reason. Unless there's like very small, sometimes if the group is too small, I could skip, but it was a pleasure for me to go to those places. But now there came the pandemic. I had 2 years without being able to travel outside of Brazil. Like, it was hard really to travel. You had to have justifications. The gyms were empty. So I came back to travel into last year in 2022 in March, and I went to Europe for 2 months, and I decided that I should move back to Europe and not stay in Brazil. So I'm fixing the whole thing. So I don't have an idea. My schedule is gonna change totally from this year. But the only thing I know for sure is November, December, I'm gonna come again to South Africa.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. And what do you do otherwise, besides jiu-jitsu? I know you do a little bit of surfing, kite surfing, windsurfing, or kite surfing, windsurfing.
Kite surfing and paddle surfing. No
Also,
windsurfing.
no windsurfing.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, what else are you doing in your spare time? I mean, what do you enjoy to do? I know you
Man,
like to travel.
I like cooking. I like gardening. You know, I have beautiful garden back in Brazil, and I miss it as well. You know,
Yeah.
like yes, and like I don't know. I like a simple life. You know, I'm a simple guy. I don't like my hobbies are related to sports. Like I like to learn new things. I like to learn languages and about science as well. It's a little bit of many things actually.
I heard you speaking a couple of different languages. Like last night, you speaking a little bit of Italian, and I think with Alex, you're speaking a little bit of Bulgarian.
I don't speak Bulgarian. I can understand few words though.
Where did you is it just from your time traveling, being around a lot of people?
And studying, because if you don't study, you don't learn any language. But I learned Polish not so well, but I can have a good conversation in Polish language, and because that is very similar to other Slavic language, I can kind of understand if somebody comes from different Slavic countries and speak to me. I can make an idea what they're talking about. Not always.
Yeah, but you can kind of get the gist of it.
Yes.
What's your favorite place to go to?
I have so many, man. But actually, if I say one city is Barcelona, that's why I'm moving to Barcelona. You see, I like the
Yes,
club, but
okay.
mostly I like the city.
Yes.
I'm not into football that much.
Okay, that's crazy. Huh? Most Brazilians like football.
Yeah, I watch it from time to time, but it's not one of my really great hobbies, to be honest.
Yes, yes. And yeah, what would you like to see out of jiu-jitsu for the Rio Grappling Club going forward in the next couple of years, and then just for jiu-jitsu in general?
Look, for the jiu-jitsu in general, I think the path forward would be, I don't know, like I don't know if being Olympic sport would be actually good for jiu-jitsu. Honestly, I've seen some.
Why is that?
I think first, the Olympic structure is all corrupt, you know, like nowadays. And also the idea of competing for your own country sometimes is not only is wrong for in many levels, in my opinion, the way I see things, but also you have some sports that you're gonna have only the possibility of one or two people per country. So somebody that has a possibility to get a second passport from a country that has no jiu-jitsu whatsoever might come there to the Olympic Games and have a chance. And the guys from Brazil, US, or places where the level is higher, they're gonna have the trials will be even harder than the competition itself, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, because they're gonna allow only one per weight per country. You know, so this is like a format that I don't see it as much important, and in my opinion, the Olympic concept already is a failed one, you know. But it's just my personal point of view about that. I think jiu-jitsu is gonna keep growing. People gonna specialize more in gi or no gi, which is great. But I think they are, in the end, the essence is the same, the basics the same, the foundations are the same, and I believe people should train both.
Okay, yeah.
But that's my opinion as well, and I'm glad to have people in my own group that they train only no gi or they train only gi because that's what they prefer. You know, I'm not the owner of the truth or anything. I myself like to train both.
Would you grade somebody that's only done no gi? Would you be able to, or would you grade them?
Well, my question is, do you wear belts when you are training no gi?
Of course not.
So why do you need to be graded?
Fair enough. I would just think it would be, you know, if somebody so in the gi, and correct me if I'm wrong here, so in the gi it's kind of like it's a way of recognition of your skills, of your knowledge, your time, on the mat, your time with your gym. So there's different reasons why you would get certain belts. And would it not be the same thing?
Yeah.
I know you don't wear it when you compete,
Yeah.
but would you then say to somebody, you're equivalent purple belt?
Let's go back in time. The judo and maybe even the jiu-jitsu traditional, they only had the belt just to tie their uniforms, and at some point they created a distinction between the beginners and the advanced. So they had white and black belt. That was it. In Japan, there was only white and black belt. And then they exported judo to France and to Europe. They decided that to keep the Westerners interested, they put the belts. And it was effective because a lot of people go after the belts. But I really think, and honestly, gi or no gi, you should never be your quest to get the belt, because once you are at the black belt, you're gonna stay the rest of your life in the black belt. So why hurry this journey, and why focus so much on the belt when the journey is so much precious on what you're like I say, level is an individual thing. So you cannot compare people just because they have the same belt. They have different levels.
Yeah.
And you should worry about improving your level, your skill level. And if you get a color belt or a stripe in your belt as a recognition by your coach, fair enough, it's good for the others. Your belt is only showing to the others roughly where you are in your journey.
Right.
But it shouldn't be important for yourself, your belt.
Yeah, and your end goal and everything. And so you've got, when did you get your 6th degree on your black belt?
Yeah, that's, since you mentioned this, let's talk about degrees. The degrees after you get the black belt, they basically are automatically granted to you upon certain time. So we start with 0 degrees, and then after 3 years as a black belt, if you are active, you're entitled to get your 1st degree. And then another 3 for the 2nd, another 3 for the 3rd. Then it becomes 5 years for the 4th, another 5 years for the 5th, and another 5 years for the 6th. So those belts, if you are respecting the times, they just a reference of how long you are a black belt. It also doesn't show your level. So I got my 6th degree officially from the IBJJF because I have 24 years as a black belt, and I was competing back in '98. So, and I've been active throughout these years mostly, and they recognize this, and they give me the 6 degrees. You have people around the world that are wearing those stripes because they had the time, and some others that just like their coaches given then, but they didn't have the time, and then this is wrong. I would say they are fake somehow, because you can be amazing, you can be even like 10 times better than me, but if you put your stripes before due time, like you're faking something, so it's not important for me, those stripes, but also, like I say, it's important for the others. They see, oh, this guy has 6 degrees, it means like he's been black belt for a long time. Doesn't mean I'm good. Black belt. There can be a black belt with like 6 months of black belt that can be more knowledgeable than me. It's possible, of course.
And so is coral the next? So how do the belts work after black? Is it a coral belt next at 7th degree?
Yes, the 7th degree becomes a coral belt in 7 years' time now. Should be, and another 7 years you get the 8th degree, which used to be coral, and some guys like Rickson are still using the coral, and the federation changed to red and white.
I was going to ask you the difference between the two, the black and white, red and white.
Look, it used to be 7 degree black and red, 8 degree black and red. Okay, and without changing the times, they changed the color of the 8 degree black. The coral became this thing, which they copy from judo and other European jiu-jitsu, other arts were doing. While the coral one, the black and red, you only find in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. So in my opinion, they shouldn't have added this red and white. And because I believe in that, if I'm alive and be awarded the red and white, I'm going to just put a stripe on my red and black. I'm not going to go to that belt.
Yes.
If I'm alive in 14 years time, like it's
Yes.
long time,
Yeah.
like from now on. And if I'm still active in jiu-jitsu, because I don't want a belt if I'm not training anymore, you know.
Right. Okay.
If I'm not at least teaching anymore,
Yes.
I don't want a belt just to show the
have
guys,
it.
oh, look, that I have it.
Yes. And then ninth degree is a red belt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then 10th degree is reserved for
For the
founders.
The founders.
The
yes,
founders.
that's
Okay.
it.
How many red belts are there in the world now? Do you know roughly? It's because it's a very. I saw a thing that said if you were a black belt at 19, the earliest you could get a red belt was at 67, just for the amount of time. Does that sound accurate?
Probably I don't know. I have to make the maths because I don't know if it's 9 or 10 years from the 8 to the 9.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
so
like let's say let's make from the 6th.
Okay.
Which is easier for us. 19 plus 24 means you have
43.
to be 43 at 43
Sixth
to be a
stripe.
6th degree.
Mm-hmm.
A 6th stripe is gonna be at 43, and then at 50, the earliest you're gonna get the coral.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gonna be in the coral another 14 years, no, hold on. You get the coral, and then you have another 7 to
and
get
10.
7. So
Yeah, 67. So
Fif-
50 plus 7, 57 plus 10.
57, and then should be at 67. The earliest you
67.
can get is 67. And I didn't start that young.
Yeah.
As you know, I was 18, so I don't think I'm
Yours
gonna
is 75. That's your age. Do you think jiu-jitsu is one of those things you can do, and the longevity is insane. I mean, do you think you'll be doing it at 75 still, teaching?
If I'm still alive, I don't think I will be around,
Why not?
teaching. I don't know. I'd like to think I'm gonna do my more like softer sports. I'll be swimming, doing something in the ocean. I'm probably gonna be like, I don't know, really, like
Traveling and
let's see,
surfing.
like no, I'm not gonna be traveling that much at 75. Let's hope I get to 75 and we have another podcast.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll be probably like making assumptions now that I have no clue.
Yeah, not going to plan too
I
much
cannot
ahead.
forecast the future, even for myself. No.
And surfing, I want to ask you a little bit about the surfing. What have you surfed some famous spots at all, or do you do shortboard, longboard? What do you do?
I shortboard. I surfed in Haleiwa. I surfed in Rocky Point in Hawaii. I surfed in Laniakea.
Pipeline?
No
you try it?
pipeline. I was the beginning of the season. I wouldn't surf pipeline. I'll be honest to you. My level is not that high to be surfing pipeline, but I would go maybe to smaller Waimea. Maybe I would see. I would have to see if I had another season in Hawaii. But I had only one very short season in Hawaii and was mostly teaching jiu-jitsu. But I had the chance to surf on those spots. I was in Jeffreys Bay here a few times. I surfed in. I don't remember. It's a very funny name of close to Sydney. Like there was a famous
Bells Beach.
No, Bells Beach is more down to Melbourne area, but there was a famous place it's close to Kira Point, but I don't remember the name of. It was a place in because I remember, and I was paddling out, and I see Marco Quilupo paddling on my wave, so I let him go.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So you surf quite high level then, or like in these are famous spots, and these are big spots.
I'm decent enough to not be like
in trouble.
In trouble in some places, unless there's very big, then I stay out.
And you were saying you want to look at Skeleton Coast in Namibia soon as well. Yeah. Let me know, because I want to go. I used to bodyboard. I would probably never ever be able to go to some of these spots you speak about as well. But I was at a decent level, and I've also I said to my wife, I was like, every single time I've never got the chance to actually go to Skeleton Coast, because that wave is just crazy. I mean, 2-3 minute long barrels is something that's unheard of.
Yeah, but
anywhere.
If you can hide yourself for a few seconds, you're gonna be happy already.
Yeah,
you don't need
true.
to do the
all the way down the beach.
All the way down the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe fall there down in the barrel, but it's still fun.
Yeah, but that's open ocean then after that, so it's quite.
Are there sharks there?
So there are, but apparently, okay. So there's a lot of seals. So there's on the point. So how it works is the town's called Walvis Bay, and there's a lagoon in Walvis Bay, and then they've got a peninsula that runs all the way across. They call it Pelican Point, and Pelican Point's basically a seal colony. But if you go just down from Pelican Point, you've got They call it Donkey Bay, Skeleton Coast. So you would think, and we just did a tour now on with a tour guide there, and he said apparently the great white sharks over there, they don't like the seals for some reason. They chase fish and all the other stuff, but so apparently it's not, you're not at too much risk.
All right.
Which
because
I still find hard to believe.
Because the
but
color of the water is not so enticing. Huh?
Very brown.
That looks like you're not gonna see it.
no. I mean, even in clear water, you probably won't
Look,
see it.
if the wind on the right direction, I rather do kite surfing there and try not to fall. Like stay above the water to be safe on the safe side.
Yes, the nice thing is there you can do it in the lagoon. So you're much more sheltered there. In front of my wife's parents' place as well. Like they look out onto the lagoon, and then you can see everybody kite surfing and windsurfing that side. So yeah, it's definitely something you should go have a look at. How long are you still in South Africa for? That's
I
next question.
have another. Today is Friday. I have another 6 days in Cape Town, and then I have 10 days in Johannesburg.
10 days in Johannesburg. Okay. So you're gonna still do some sightseeing and things like that, get some surfing done.
This side I'm gonna kite hopefully Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if the wind's alright. I have friends there in Big Bay gonna let me use their gear because I didn't bring any.
Yeah, it's fun out. We go there often to go see people going kite surfing and windsurfing that side. I've got some questions from
all right.
Some I asked people to send in some questions ahead of time. So these are some fan questions. We'll do 3 if that's okay with you. Let's get these here quickly. The first question. Okay. The username is Ice-T Bear, I think. It says, what's the best approach to training for the most optimal outcome? And then he's got, how has the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training differed across the world? So the first question is, what's the best way to train for the optimal outcome in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
The best way to train. That's very difficult because it's so individual thing as well. And I might not be the best person to say that, but I think the best approach. First is that you have a way to go to the gym and try to learn every day, not face the sparring sessions as a death and life situation that you have to win all the time. Actually, I believe that you have to test a lot your techniques and improve your game a lot more by paying attention to what you do. And if you're too much obsessed in winning and losing the training sessions, you're going to miss out a lot of details there. So I think it's a very important thing. But having said that, I think because you're just so complex, you have to focus on some parts at periods, and then after you are good enough in that area, you should actually get out of your comfort zone and do something else. And it's very difficult because some people learn, they come to the gym and after 6 months, they have developed amazing guards. Some people are just like that, and they learn few things, but they had the motor skills and their guard becomes amazing. What they should do now is start to train from the top, force themselves out of their comfort zone. And if you want to be really good, you have to actually have a very good defense. And the optimal way to train in this case is do a lot of specific sparring to improve your defense. People starting from your back, from your mouth, from every uncomfortable position. If one lesson I could remember from Rickson Grace, he said that you should, if you are in uncomfortable positions, because you didn't train enough to be on that position. You should be training from that position as much time enough as you need to be comfortable from that position. And that means with somebody a lot heavier than you mounting you, or somebody very skilled on your back. And if you don't have the right mindset, you cannot put yourself to those situations, and so you're gonna learn less. That's my view on that. And the second part of this, he asked about
how does training differ in the different parts of the world?
like not really much, but one thing I could say is that like sometimes I show a technique in most places, and if you leave these people 5 minutes alone, they already start talking and stop training. You show a nice technique or even some basic stuff, a drill that they should do, and if you don't give them time, and the people after a while you see that the pars are stopped. And one thing, that's why I many years ago I was in England and I moved to Poland, and I spent 3 years there, and that's why I believe the potential of those guys there, because over there I teach a position, I can leave the room and stay half an hour out, and I come back, they still train in that position. That's what differs. Some places people are more committed. In general,
And the
group,
mindset
their
different.
mindset is better because they want to train, and they're not afraid of training more and training hard. You know, like
Yes. Okay. So more of a mindset thing. Okay. The next.
I hope that satisfies his question. I
Yes.
don't know exactly what he was asking, but that's
Yeah. So I think the long and
if
short
he's
of it
talking
is
about specific methods. You know, there's not so many ways of training. So, but like
eventually everybody sort of does a similar thing, right?
exactly. You're gonna have to drill technique without resistance. Then you have to do positional sparring. You have to do general sparring. You can do very focused sparring, and you can put yourself in trouble. You can train blinded. What else can you invent? You know, there's like not that much different ways of training. You can change the times of training, where you start from. You know, like the intensity of the trainings. You know, like few variables that you can move around and can have some effect, you know. And if you change them from time to time, not being stuck in just training all the time 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes, you know, vary the times as well. The starting position, things like that are important.
I think maybe if I can ask a follow-up question to that, where does weight training and that kind of thing fit in for you? I mean, in jiu-jitsu in general.
I haven't done enough when I was young, and I regret that, because I think weight training is important, because like jiu-jitsu doesn't prepare us for doing jiu-jitsu. We get a lot of injuries, and if you do some proper weight training, not to become looking good at the
Super
mirror or super strong or anything like that, but you have to have a maintenance way that you prepare your muscles better, and they became stronger to resist the wear and tear that jiu-jitsu brings you.
Which is a lot.
Which is a lot.
Yes. Okay, the next question is from Linda Victor Loving. Yes. Yeah, Linda Victor Loving Life. So she says she just
Is
wants...
she loving life?
Yeah, apparently.
That's the only way.
That's good, yeah. So
Yeah, that's good.
She says, okay, I'm translating this one here. So for smaller athletes, what are the best submissions or positions for somebody against a bigger opponent? It's a very specific question. I don't know if there are specific answers, but maybe just a general approach for smaller opponents versus bigger opponents.
Yes, it depends on the weight difference. Sometimes if is a woman, right? So sometimes she might have people who are 50 kilos heavier than her, and in that case there is no good approach. Is like the good approach is to avoid training with people too much heavy for you, because that just bring injuries, you know. Like it's ideally you can have people 10, 20 kilos heavier than you, sometimes taller than you, but when the difference is too big, is actually very uncomfortable for the smaller person. I don't see a good approach, and because I'm not that smaller person, I'm not a big guy, but I train with people bigger than me, and my approach was always to relax and to try to play, like to keep some distance. Don't let the guy put too much weight on me. With somebody is heavy, I try to either I'm gonna try to play from the top if possible, or if I'm from the bottom, I'm gonna avoid giving the person the possibility to crush me, you know, like try to keep this person inside my guard, keep the distance with the legs, you know. And which submissions work, it really depends against who you're fighting. Like it's such a personal thing, you know, because you depend on what submissions you are good at, and which ones are gonna work against that specific person.
And the
Regardless
scenario
of
probably as well.
and regarding the weight of the person as well, because if the difference is too big, nothing can do.
So would you say there is such a thing as too big a difference? You know, when okay, okay, no, that's good.
Look, if you have two persons with a 50 kilos difference and one knows very well jiu-jitsu, the other one doesn't know jiu-jitsu, I'll bet all my money on the smaller person. But I don't go all in. Actually, I never go all in. But anyways, like I appreciate risk control in everything in life. But in any case, if two people have a similar jiu-jitsu level, always the bigger, stronger will have an advantage.
100%.
There's nothing you cannot hide from that.
Yeah. Strength and weight make a difference. I know a lot of people say, don't use your strength and don't use your weight, but people don't say don't use your flexibility, don't use your speed.
Man, everything, all those skills are important for a good fighter. If you use weight, is a good thing because jiu-jitsu relies on gravity and you should use your weight. And if you have strength, you should use it. Just don't do it in a stupid way that you get tired in 2 minutes. Some people, what they want to say about not using strength is not to force the strength when the technique is not working.
Right.
You know, and I understand the concept, but like at some point, if you cannot fight without using strength. So it seems like it's a paradox. You know, you have to use strength. It's a fight. You know, but you rely only on strength, you're going to get somebody more technical than you that's going to kick your ass. So I think you have to add everything. You have to add to your technique, which is the basis. To your technique, you're going to add your strength, your agility, your speed, your flexibility. All of this is going to help you better to become a better grappler. So why not use the strength if you have it?
Awesome. A combination of everything. Okay, then the last question was from Donnie Nalfoto. He just said, what's the worst thing about rolling with white belts?
When they're too smelly.
Okay,
or
fair enough.
Very dirty geese.
Yeah.
Or like sometimes when the white belt is very, very raw, and they don't have the motor skills that they can hurt you in an accident, you know, like because they don't really know what's going on, then it's very hard. But once the white belt acquires some skills and has, 5-6 months of jiu-jitsu, he's already understanding what he's doing, he's not going crazy and wild, I don't see any problem in rolling with white belts. It's fun as well, you know, like I can test more things because you can get away because the timing of this white belt is not so precise. You can give your arm and see if that escape works before you try with somebody on a higher level. You can train with white belts and blue belts. You can develop you can be a very high level black belt. And if you put yourself out of your comfort zone, you can develop your jiu-jitsu, improve your defense by training with white belts.
One last question based onto this as well is, would you, if you were learning a new technique, would you test it out on white belts first? Or would you just test it out on whatever training partner there is?
It depends if I have a chance. I don't have a problem with losing a position just because I test something. So I will test if I see that the position fits on that moment. You know, like I want to test this and the guy give me the opportunity, I'm gonna do it regardless. You know, like if it's gonna
it puts you in a bad position or not.
If I'm working on something, I want to test the thing as many reactions as possible from different people. So the idea is I'm going to test this with white belts, with blue, with blacks, with everybody, and I'm going to start to see which proper reactions are actually causing me trouble, to see if I find solution for those things, you know.
No, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Teacher Roberto. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
I think that's all the time we have.
Done. That is done.
We're about to go to CIT now. I think we're like 15 minutes away. So we're on our way there, and we can't wait to go meet everybody. Meet Neil for the first time. Go see what CIT looks like. And I'm getting a little bit nervous, trying to see what it's going to be like, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. And then hopefully get to have a couple of rolls in with the guys, and not get hurt too badly. Okay, so just for those of you that don't know, I've been living under a rock for a while. We're gonna go meet up with Clean Cut Scully, aka Grant, or Grant, aka Clean Cut Scully. The plan for today basically is, I think we're gonna be in the grappling session, Kieran and I, and then Grant's gonna come and do a little bit of boxing. So I think Grant's gonna get to spar with Drickus, which good luck with that one, Grant. He said he's gonna agree with Drickus that like not too many hard shots to the face and like rather to the body. That's smart either, Grant, but hey, that's your thing. So it's gonna, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty hectic, but Grant and I both agreed like we're never gonna get a chance to get smashed by the UFC champion. So I mean, we can't pass that up. We just got to CIT. I'm just gonna phone Grant to see where he is, because he asked us to wait for him. Like I said, it's probably wouldn't put it past him to put some sort of a grand entrance or something. So let's hear what he's got to say. Should I tell him he's on speaker, or should I just let him talk? I just called him twice before this accidentally. So remember the days when you used to miscall someone to like call you back?
Yeah, well, please call me.
Oh, please call me.
Yeah, should I send him a please call me? He's not gonna answer. No. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll call back. Waiting for Grant to arrive. He asked us to wait specifically. Like I said, he's probably gonna have some sort of a grand entrance. So I'm gonna get changed a little bit inside, I think. I don't want to change it in front of everybody. And then we just, I see the doors, those the doors, so they're open. Up there, okay. So we're waiting for Grant first, and then we're waiting for Neil as well to arrive. Neil's Drickus's, is it? Okay. So we're waiting for Neil as well a little bit later. He's the grappling coach, Drickus's grappling coach. We're going to fall into his session hopefully. And yeah, now we just basically wait and set up. Outside CIT, we are about to go in. We're just waiting for them to finish up their first session. We'll join in on the second session. We're going to go and chat to the first ever born and bred African champion in the UFC. We're really, really proud to say that this is a huge honor. I mean, not everybody gets to say that they get a chance to train with him. He's got his fight at UFC 305 in August versus the New Zealand Nightmare, aka the last Gyno Bender, aka the last style bender, Israel Adesanya, and we are so excited to see how his training is going and to get a chance to actually train in with him and yeah, just see where his head's at before the fight. Come inside and join us, guys. So I'm about to go join the session. I'm talking softly because the coaches are talking, but we're gonna get to join the session now, hopefully, and hopefully not get too beat up. But hey, even if we get, like I said before, if we get beat up, then it's part of the session, you know. So it's part of the privilege of getting fucked up by the UFC champion. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready, hop in on the session. I think they're about to start. A little bit nervous because, you know, it's still pros, but I think it's gonna be fun. From what I've heard, they're all super nice and super safety first. So yeah, all good today.
Okay, are you gonna go boxing?
I think so.
What the fuck you say to me?
Yeah.
I'm joking. You're wrong. No, please no. You're wrong. Well, please.
I just want to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, because obviously without you guys this is not possible. First of all, FK and Army, massive thank you. Go out and check their website, sickest apparel as you guys can see. The Vibe, thank you so much. I use this stuff all the time, like I've been trying to find it in Namibia as I said before, but I'm so happy to have so much of this now. I wanted a flask like this and I ended up getting two, because it's also sponsored, and of course the sick Rashi set that I had. But like, look at these flasks, these things are epic. So I wanted one, like I say, I've now got two.
Also, of course, Levo Dune Safaris. Guys, if you're ever in Namibia and you want to do any type of dune bashing, monster truck riding in the dunes, you guys want to go windsurfing, hit them up. Link is in the description to their website. You will not regret it. It is one of the most epic experiences that you will have. Thank you so much to every single one of you that watched this video, and thank you to all the sponsors. A little bit confused, but it's a good technique. It's my back control sucks, so it's good to learn this stuff without the hooks, you know, or without the grip. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Open my mind a little so much on. Yeah, I don't know words, but now you see why it's such a different way of thinking, right? Like that's why this team is where it is, because of stuff like this.
I'm fucking ready. Let's go. I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't want to injure the champion. I don't want to injure the champion, then I get into blame for fucking up your camp.
Well, man, I mean, you can step in. You can step in.
The fucking champ, baby.
Here we go.
The body will be nothing.
Yeah.
I need to knock this back away anyway.
What are you expecting to get out of it?
Die.
Bro, just manifest it. I told him to manifest this victory, it's gonna happen. The New Zealand nightmare says manifest it, so you manifest.
Quoting from the style, the dog bender.
The Dino bender. It's happening.
That's done. That is fucking done. Man, it's so frustrating. I
station's bullshit. It's 100 bucks for it, and then what is it? Understand that squeeze, but Jesus. Oh God, but hold on. That's why there's a world champion and fucking hell. Like, watch out, Easy. You're done, bro, on the ground. Thanks because oh man. Yeah, that's intense. The fucking squeeze, bro. I've heard, but like I thought now when I'm in there I'm gonna be able to. It's done before you even have a chance, bro, it's done. The squeeze is just, shit's cracking in your neck. Once in a lifetime though, bro, once in a lifetime. Okay, Drickus is gone, but don't say anything. I let him win. I let him win. Just to build up confidence before. Ask Kieran, I let him win. You know, it's 8% only. I let him. Yo, hey bro, what can I say? I mean, he fucked me up, you know, so.
So you got that for kicking Sean Strickland in the puss?
That is exactly.
Yes, it is solid there.
Yeah, so I get this one. The first time, so bro, people were like crazy, like, that is not the flag. And I'm like, guys, they don't put on the flag, they put on the colours.
The colours, exactly.
So now when you beat Easy, you get a the most special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Drickus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do that at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive, massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah,
facing
absolutely.
Izzy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Good luck. And South Africa, obviously, you know, we're behind you. So
With that body shot,
You got a nice uppercut to the side. He came up between
you got me on the bottom of the stomach. I could barely breathe.
that's ridiculous.
I can't imagine just any human just being able to handle them. Like, God,
Can you imagine?
It's insane.
Imagine what Brock Lesnar feels like now.
Brock Lesnar's a monster, bro.
have you seen his daughter?
Yeah.
Just
Maya
she looks
Lesnar.
like him.
Yeah.
She's a
What is that? His daughter? I thought it was his son.
Have you seen her?
Watermelon.
One.
Or slam. I can take two of these,
Yeah.
Yo.
You've had two
I've had two already, so another two's fine, right? I won't die, but no, it's fine.
You can't, Kieran.
I got backed by Drickus today, so it's cool. And die happy.
And you're gonna hold the UFC title.
That's it.
The official one.
Now we can get lit. After we hydrate. Dude, this thing is so nice. This thing is so liquor.
Cheers.
Just pulp. The watermelon is so fucking good.
Raspberry.
I'm gonna go into a total fucking freak home after this.
That's sick. I can't wait to see your stuff, man. Alright guys, I just got home. What a fucking day. I can't believe I
had the opportunity of getting fucked up by the UFC middleweight champion. I held the belt. I got to hold the UFC belt, dude. Like, that is crazy. I just want to say a massive thank you to all of my sponsors, because without you guys this would not be possible. So big thank you to FKN Army, big thank you to Revive, big thank you to Levo, June Safaris, and a massive thank you as well to the Jit Shop. Links are in the description, guys. Please go check them out, please go support. And if you guys want to sponsor this video, just reach out on Instagram, reach out on YouTube, wherever, all of my socials. And we really hope you enjoyed this video, and we'll see you for the next one. Cheers, everybody.
We've got the most special of special guests, the now middleweight champion of the world, Mr. Dricus du Plessis. Last time we said soon to be, we said you're going to win the title against Sean Strickland. We said you're going to face Israel Adesanya, and we said you're going to do it at home. You got the belt, you're facing Israel Adesanya. It's not at home, but it's still a massive, massive fight. How are you feeling for this fight going forward?
Yeah,
facing
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's not at home, so that would have been a perfect run, but listen, fighting in Perth is a close second. I mean, I'm very excited to fight in Australia. So, yeah, of course, fighting at home would have been better, but I can't wait for this fight. I think it's going to be special.
No, 100%. I mean, he is one of the top, for me, one of the top 3 middleweights ever. I mean, I don't know how you rank him.
I mean, of course, I think Anderson Silva is the greatest middleweight of all time. And
like we said, second to none.
I mean, not far behind that is Israel Adesanya. There's no doubt. So, yeah, this fight's amazing. I'm so happy that we're finally doing this. This fight's finally happening, because there were so many times that it almost happened, didn't happen, and there was a time, especially after the Strickland fight, for him, where I thought this is never happening. I thought that was the end, and we had to give the fans this fight. The fans wanted this fight, and I think the whole fight world is looking forward to this fight. So, I love the big shows. I love to entertain the people with my fights and fighting the best guys, and 100% he is the next best guy.
No, 100%. So at the press conference, there's like a few weird moments. Like, I was just gonna say, people are picking up on it now, but like your trash talk is like criminally underrated. Like the bit about like, I don't know what he was saying. Like, I started laughing because like a week before that, I don't know if you saw Trump and Biden's debate.
Oh yes.
And it was like the Trump meme where it's like, I don't know if he knew what he said or what. Like, what the hell?
It was exactly like that. I mean, he has some one-liners. Nobody just understands them. They don't mean anything. So you just do some one-liners out there that I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe it's over my head, but
I don't understand. It's like, I don't care where he's from, but I'm going to show him what.
I don't really give a fuck where he's from, but I'll show him who he is. Yeah, whatever that means.
I don't even know, man. It's like, it sounded very Biden-esque, you know. And then the thing about the dog, bro, like, I'm not your dog. It's like that. When he said, "Oh, don't kiss me," it's like.
He said, "Don't go kissing me now," and I said, "I'm no dog." So
how did you? Is that something? Because like you were never like a big trash talker, really. I mean, it was just like.
Well, I've never been a trash talker. I mean, even if you look at my fight, it's all depending on how my opponent treats me. You know, I've been. If you are coming at me, listen, I will never ever be bullied or pushed around. It's not going to happen. So I'm always going to. If you treat me with respect and we make it about the fight only, that's the way I'm going to handle it. I mean, look at myself and Whittaker, look at myself, and even Darren Till, he was chilled when we were at a press, and every single guy that I fought before this, it wasn't necessary because even look at Strickland, I was respectful and I was, it wasn't trash talking at all, up until he tried to bully me on with the mic. That's not going to happen, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, but I will say, bro, it was already a 10-8 round with that one, with the golf comment and everything. Do you think he retires when you beat him? I mean,
yes.
Have you given a thought?
I don't give it a lot of thought because it doesn't really matter to me. It's irrelevant to me, but yes, probably. But like I said, it's not really something I think about, and it's irrelevant to me. But yeah, I mean, the guy's done it all in the sport. He's had it. To say a great career is almost underselling. He's had one of the greatest careers ever. So, he's earned it. He's earned it, and it'll be a great time.
100%. Yeah, you'll be the first person to beat Robert Whittaker and Israel Adesanya. I said it last time. I don't know if it means much, but it'll be another feather in the cap. I got to ask you about the Loftus when you got up into Loftus, because there's always something special with the Springboks. Dude, on the TV, we could feel the atmosphere. How was that? Like, especially with the national anthem at the end, like that was just.
It was that national anthem brought tears to my eyes, 100%. It was. Me and my brother were standing there and sitting there next to the field, and we were on the field. It was. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was the craziest most special moment of my life. And it wasn't even, it felt like I was winning the title again. It was incredible. I mean, to see the whole nation getting together and unite like that. And, you know, the anthem, the lady was singing the anthem, just stopping midway. And
because in the crowd
yeah, because there was no, you know, the crowd was absolutely, it was the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
Really?
It was insane.
That's epic, man. Like, are you going to do a lot more of those things with the box, you think, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing the weekend of the
Yes.
fight. I'm going to give my best to be at the game, but it is weight cut day, so probably not. But as far as I know, the whole team is coming to the fight. We are arranging for them to be there, so it's going to be special to have my boys there, just like we're always there for them, and to have them support me like they always have been. It's going to be amazing.
You should get to see Eben in your corner, man. You should pick one of the two to be like, corner. Imagine rocking out with Eben Etzebeth. You'd be like, who the hell is this guy?
Only a professional record, 19 wins, 2 losses.
Security, man.
Scared.
Yeah, that would be quite sick though. So, okay, so it's the day before at least then, but it's like you said, it's weigh-in day. So then, okay, what time are they playing? Like, is that night?
I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's the afternoon in Perth. But yeah, it's going to be at night in South Africa. But yeah, then I'm fighting the next day, probably midday around 12 in Perth, but it will be normal time in South Africa. It's going to probably be like 5, 6 o'clock.
Are you fighting midday?
Yeah, because we're fighting Vegas time still.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's not going to make a big difference between, you know, because I'm fighting in Perth. It's going to be the same time, around between 5 and 7.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be, we'll have the exact times a little bit closer to the fight.
Okay, damn, man. Well, when are you off? When are you leaving?
I'm leaving on the 29th of July. I'm going out almost 3 weeks out. And making sure I acclimatise going forward in time. And yeah, get accustomed to Australia. I was there now for 3 days. Amazing place. Really enjoyed it, and I think it's going to be good.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it. I appreciate the time as always. I know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Good luck, and South Africa obviously, you know, is all behind you. So
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're looking forward to seeing you beat Izzy. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of the Hack Check podcast. I've got a very special guest today, Coach Joan Otu. Joan, thank you so much for being on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm not a coach at the moment, though.
Okay, but you're still a coach. I know you as the coach.
You can call me that if you want.
Yeah, man. We were just saying, other than the grading, I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you got going on these days? What are you up to?
I am, well, for quite a long time, I was playing not single dad, but my wife's been in England, so I've been taking care of the little one at home, living with my parents. My work's pretty much been taking up most of my time.
Nice. And you're going over yourself as well soon, right?
Yes, I'll be over in about a month or so.
Nice. Okay. Into England or?
Yeah, UK itself, England, a little town called Olney. But it's pronounced Oni, like pony.
Okay, Oni, nice.
It's 6,500 people in a little town. There's not even a police station.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeepers. So what, are you guys moving there permanently or?
Correct.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the start of our 5-year plan.
Nice.
And, you know, once I get citizenship, I'm free to roam the Europe.
Yes, 100%. Do you have any idea what you're going to be doing that side?
That's the beauty of it. I'm in a spousal visa.
Oh,
I don't have a working visa, so I'm not locked in.
Okay.
And the excitement of not knowing what's going to happen once I'm there, it's really like getting the heart pumping at the moment.
So it's going to be a good thing to like just wake up in your day and just have nothing planned and just do what you want to do when you want to do it.
Like sit back on the couch and think, damn, I'm unemployed right now. And just let it sink in for a moment. And then go on a job hunting spree. Like I've never had a CV before, so I'll have to write out my first CV. I'm excited for that.
You've never had a CV before?
No.
Why is that?
I work at a family business. So,
all right.
I don't know, a lot of people don't know this about me, and some people know that exclusively about me, but I work for a company named Auto Science. Back in the day, it was Cape Auto Science. My dad started this business like 35 years ago or something. And, you know, when I was of age, naturally I went in there, and you don't write a CV to your dad, do you?
No, 100%, of course.
So yeah, luckily he hasn't fired me yet. So I haven't had to go job hunting.
Yeah, is it tough working in a family business? Or I mean, I know it's probably all you know, right? On the working front.
It is tough, yes. There's pros and cons. Naturally, your dad is your boss, so you have to deal with your boss when you get home as well, and you have to deal with your dad when you get to work.
Right.
So there's a little bit of both, but it's nice. There's lots of perks, but I've also always wanted to prove myself, and you want to impress your dad too, and getting thrown into, okay, you are now going to do site work. And then start doing site work, and then you are now going to start do the health and safety for the business. So, like, where do I even start? So just get going on that. Do a couple of courses. It's more of he's taught me a lot, and I've had to teach myself a lot just working there. So I've had a wide range of experience across many fields working for him. So I can now take all these skills overseas. But yeah, it is a family business, so I wouldn't say, I almost said nepotism, but it's like my mom works there, my dad works there, my sister worked there for a while. And obviously, if I had my own business, I would allow my children to work there too.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's not like I didn't do all the scrappy work when I was like 16, 17. Yeah, holidays, we were there, earning a little bit of money on the side, helping to make signs.
So at what age did you get involved with that properly?
Properly at the age of 20. When I left school, I went to go study at Cape Tech, just, back here.
Yeah.
And first year went all right. Second year, I think I made 2 months, and I was like, I'm out.
What were you studying? Sorry,
Civil engineering.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was doing a foundation course, which is a 4-year course instead of 3.
Right.
So they split that intense 1 year into 2. Yeah, it really wasn't for me. I thought I wanted to be a civil engineer. Turns out it's not what I thought it was. I probably should have done more research.
Yes. So you did a year of that, and then just decided that's not for you, and then jumped straight full time into the family business.
No, I started to have my own little jiu-jitsu gym. I got a church that would allow me to put my mats there. So I got some mats from Rico and everything. But jiu-jitsu wasn't a thing really at the time. So everybody thought, karate or whatever.
Yeah.
But jiu-jitsu was an unknown. So I had someone help me. I did a demo and everything. First class, no one pitched up. I'm like, you know what? I'll just go teach at Rico's.
Yeah.
And I started teaching there, and I started teaching at different places as well. For a while, I did his kiddies classes. So I would go with him and, to the various schools and just see how he works with the children. At that point also, he didn't like cameras. Rico was shy, can you believe it or not?
Really?
And now he's on a podcast.
Oh, yeah. The first guest we had, actually. Thanks, Rico.
So yeah, if you believe it or not, Rico used to be shy. So I did his speeches to the teachers.
Right.
That also helped me learn how to talk to other people, like talk to audiences.
Yes. And this was about 12, 13 years ago, eh?
Oh yeah. Like I'm 33 now, so yeah, it was 13 years ago.
Wow. And what belt were you at the time?
I didn't have a belt.
Okay, was that still in your non-belt phase?
That was still in the non-belt form, I believe. No, wait. No, I was probably at that point like a purple belt, like fresh in. I think that's when Rio Grappling started to like merge with Rico Heiting's Mixed Martial Arts Academy, which was the name at the time.
Yes.
And I started teaching at like my own little branch of that, and when that happened, geez, my memories are really mixed up between all of those things. But Roberto came in, we got our belt. So yeah, I was probably about purple, maybe brown belt at the time.
What age did you start training with Rico? Because I know you were with Rico from quite a young age, right?
So I started with Rico when he started teaching, started to teach. Before that, I was with Ludwig Stradom.
Right.
So I started in 1994, 1995.
Wow.
Somewhere there in Para North pre-primary.
Yeah. Geez, you were 4 or 5 years old?
Yeah.
Wow. You literally grew up in jiu-jitsu.
I did. It wasn't even called then. We called it karate because the name jiu-jitsu it wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't known.
It wasn't known. It was called in club. It was called free fighting, but it was called karate or just martial arts by everyone else.
Yeah.
In fact, I had friends whose moms said, "No, you can't do it because it's occultish or it's slightly like an occultish thing." Yeah.
Really? What made them think that? Like,
high. It's just Afrikaans Christian people are a little bit suspicious.
Right. Okay.
So Ludwig used to come fetch us in our classes.
Nice.
Have your afternoon nap or something. I can't remember. I was very young. And he'd come fetch us, and we pack out our mats. Sometimes there weren't even mats, so we literally did our classes on the floors and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think classes back then was probably like 30 minutes.
And how many people were in the class usually?
I don't remember. We'd probably come from all the different classes, and everybody go do their thing. I don't remember. I don't remember anyone that was in those classes anymore.
Is it?
Perhaps one or two people, but I don't know where they are in life now, and I can't name them.
So you started with Ludwig before Rico actually started with Ludwig then?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years. I think he started 99 or 2000. I think he said he met Ludwig for the first time.
Okay. 99, 2000. Yeah, I think I was about 10 or so. So that was probably, I remember meeting Rico at a camp.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was an adult to me, but he was probably like
Same.
18, 19 at the time.
Yeah.
And he was our domicile, not instructor, but the chaperone of our little domicile that we had. That's where I met him. And then, I was actually only starting to roll with him at age 13 or 14, because I was doing like 6 classes of jiu-jitsu a week or 7 classes. I think my parents wanted me out of the house.
Yeah.
It was the only sport I could do. So it was the only sport I did, and I did as much of it as I could. So it was like Tuesdays, you do like 2 1-hour classes, because you instruct the first class and you participate in the second. And after that, there's like a half an hour, then the adults come in, and that's a 2-hour class. So it was like 4 hours on the Tuesday, 4 on a Thursday, and then instructor's class on a Friday.
Wow. That's a lot of rolling, eh? And you were a teenager at that time?
Yeah, I was like 13, 14.
Wow. And why do you say you couldn't do any other sport? Did nothing else click, or?
No. Look, my dad was exceptionally athletic. So good at rugby, good at running. Unfortunately, I didn't get that. So for rugby, just catching a ball, hand-eye coordination wasn't that good. I probably wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah.
Because you get the ball, oh crap, what do I do with it?
Yes.
You take it.
Yeah.
And yeah, cricket didn't really bounce with me either. So I was kind of forced into doing jiu-jitsu because I couldn't do anything else. And yeah, I came home and I cried because I was crap.
At jiu-jitsu?
I was horrible at it.
Yeah.
And I think I only won my first fight after 7 years of doing it. Like
Really?
my 7th year, I won my first competition.
Wow.
Like in competition fight. Obviously,
yes.
like every now and then there's people you tap in class.
100%. But it doesn't count.
No,
you know.
So yeah, my first in-comp fight, and it was a 49-minute fight.
A 49-minute fight?
Super fight. It was an exhibition.
How old were you?
12 or 13,
You had a 49-minute bout at 12?
Yeah, it was either 49 or 39.
Dude, how?
It was a super fight, no time limit. My opponent's name was, his name was Charles Jacobs.
Right. Is he still around? You know?
I actually saw him at Skull the other day.
Really?
Just randomly, Charles. And it's like, what the hell, man?
We had a 49-minute fight when we were 12.
Yeah. I basically won. I remember, but like his head was like here, and I just sat on it because we were just dead tired.
Yes.
At that time, there was no energy left.
How do you do 49 minutes?
He just kept on going. I mean, a class is an hour, so.
Yeah, but you don't go full on in the class. You know, in the class you got breaks or rounds or something. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, there was no points or anything. So the fight had to end by a submission, and both of us were really good at escaping submissions, especially the guy who tapped the most.
Yes.
Because I think I got good by learning how to stop tapping for things.
Right.
I got out of everything. I was like in a little escape artist.
Yeah.
My body was so flexible because I've been doing it for so long. I could noodle myself out of any situation. So any attack he threw at me, I could noodle myself out. And then in the end, we were just so tired, absolutely tired. And I think I just got him in like half a move and he tapped.
I'm sure by that time, just your mental fatigue and obviously physical fatigue, but just mentally, you're just fed up of just defending.
I remember the hall was packed. There was people all around us and there was like a conference. I was too young at the time to understand what was going on, but at that time, Kayu Khan, was Ludwig's place, was shifting over and becoming Fighting Arts Institute.
Okay.
And I think that's where it happened. I think what was happening in the background is Mike Herbick. I don't know if you know that name from...
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know.
So he was also involved with Kaiokan back in those days. I think what happened then is that's where the split from Kaiokan went into Fighting Arts Institute and Combat Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
Okay, that's why the name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
CJA, yes, okay.
So yeah,
Right.
he took a couple of students and I stayed with Ludwig. What happened to those guys, it's a whole different story.
Fortunately, I think you stayed with Ludwig.
I kept on seeing a lot of these guys who was always been my friends. So, despite what anyone ever said about them or Mike, whatever, these people, the people I grew up with.
Right.
And they were my friends. Like everyone else at Jitsu is my friend, in my opinion, at least. If you're there, if you're accepted by the club, you're good for friend.
One of the things, because I remember like back in 2006, like just before 2010, there was a lot less, and I don't know if I'm remembering it, incorrectly, but there was a lot more of like interclub mingling, and like you say now, if people did jits, you guys were just all friends kind of thing, which I feel's kind of gone to the wayside a little bit now. You can tell me if you see it differently, but I think back then there was a little bit more openness between clubs, I would say. Do you find that to be the same, or?
Yeah, I think back then, I mean, I had to go to Pretoria and Joburg and Eastern Cape and all these places to do the competitions. I had to go find competitions because Jiu-Jitsu just wasn't big enough to have even 4 competitions a year. So now and then we had Cape of Storms. I don't know if you remember that. Gas was a blessing. It was so intense. It was awesome. It was such a blessing to have that here.
Yes.
And have everyone come to us. So I think right then it was, if there was something, we'd always all be there. And at the time, we were small. I mean, we were training out of Rico's garage at the time. So there was just a handful of us here and a handful there. So we all, I don't think there was enough people to have this group identity per se.
Right.
And as soon as the classes started getting bigger, the attendances started growing, and the clubs started growing, and franchises came out. Like you had this, the team over there and the team over there. So like I'd remember at Gas, for instance, we would all be there. Sometimes we would all have our shirts or whatever, and like a big swath of PFA fighters would come in. They would be all dressed in their hoodies and their jackets and look really, really sharp. And I'm like, okay, cool. That does look cool, but it also puts you aside from them.
Right.
Like, it comes up, so now, I had a Mr. Price rash vest and whatever pants I could put on that I don't mind tearing. And we didn't care about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it was to do with the sizes of the clubs back then. Now we're all big. I mean, Rio Karting's place is big. Rio Grappling is
massive,
big. And it's probably the best thing that's happened to our club and the extension of all the other clubs. It has unified a lot of clubs in that sense. But unfortunately, the result is also you're going to have some splittage. The politics has always been something I've tried to avoid as much as possible.
It's better. Yeah.
That's how I could remain friends with people from CJA, despite any controversy, and how I could be friends with the guys from Gracie, and even if it's like a friendship rivalry, it's always been very welcoming. I'm very, very, very grateful for this whole community that's grown in Cape Town.
Yeah, it is a community. I mean, even if you have different gyms and things like that, I think everybody kind of bonds over one common goal and one common interest, and it really is a community. I mean, like even just at reps, like you got guys in the morning class, and then we go for coffee afterwards. You forget about your problems, and you're there to learn all the same, and then all have the same interest in jiu-jitsu. But a lot of these guys you say you competed against, I know you've had some crazy competition stories from when you were young, and you guys are talking about heel hooking each other and all sorts of things when you were younger than 10.
Yeah, man. We started doing heel hooks from, when we learned arm bars. There was no difference because, sure, yes, you can say heel hook is a very dangerous technique, and you can get life-threatening injuries. You were literally trying to break someone's arm. Like any technique in jiu-jitsu can be life-threatening. It's always been the onus of you to put it on in a controlled fashion, and the opponent Right. Tapping in time. It's when you start resisting stuff. Why are you resisting that armbar? If it's on and you're resisting it, technically, you should be tapping already. Otherwise, I mean, if it's the world championship or whether you're going to perhaps see your arm break because of all the adrenaline and stuff. But you should just tap before you get hurt. So, like...
the onus is on you as much to tap as it is the person applying the submission.
Correct. Well, at least in my belief. Ludwig Strijdom raised us from a very young age to... there was 4 rules, 5 if we were camping. Lesson number 1 was no hurting. And then he would go on to explain what that means. And it's no hurting yourself nor your opponent. And I've just carried through that my whole life. I never try to hurt anyone. I've never felt that aggressiveness because maybe that's from a young age I've always been taught, no hurting. Number 2 was look and listen. Perhaps the hardest for attention deficient kid to do.
Yeah.
So I sat in the corner a lot. Like did push-ups in the corner. That was me. 2 or 3 times a lesson probably. Number 3, always do your best. And number 4, no lying. And, that's actually quite important in jiu-jitsu. I mean, you tap, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, but you have to try to trust each other. There's no playing crying wolf in jiu-jitsu. I have to trust you as my friend not to break my arm when you're armbarring me or, ankle locking me. So we did all the submissions. We did, except for we didn't do cranks because that's not
spinal manipulation or anything like that.
Well, it's not really a submission, is it? It's a submission is kind of like targeting a weak spot, and a crank is just you're cranking someone's neck.
Right.
But if it hurts, you should tap nonetheless.
Yes.
As I have done in competitions.
The cranks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have a broken neck, so you will tap if it's necessary. I'm not gonna complain. Hey, he's cranking me. Unless it's explicitly illegal in the competition, he's breaking a rule. So I'm going to say, hey, he's breaking a rule by cranking me.
Right.
But otherwise, I'm not complaining about it being a crank.
Right.
It hurts, therefore I tap.
Yes.
And I don't want to get hurt. But I have still gotten hurt a lot. And I've unfortunately hurt a lot of people. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt in my life.
What type of injuries and things like that? Was it all competition related, class related, or?
No, it's injuries from just sitting in class. For instance, doing stretches and stuff, and you weren't stretched enough, pop a knee. That's more when I got older, obviously. But throughout my life, it's knee injuries, hyperextension of both elbows, neck injuries. Vian Lesh, very proficient wrestler back in the day.
Beast.
Yeah, quite a beast. He used to train with us as well. Yes. So when our club moved to Belleville, we had this nice big open wrestling area. And this guy did a suplex on me, and I landed so badly on my neck. I don't think I could straighten my neck for quite a while. It was really bad. Running in a circle and stepping down wrong, screwing up my ankle for weeks.
Oh, no.
Self-injuries. But yeah, competition injuries, hyperextensions, you get armbarred. I've seen my arm in a video go past 30 degrees.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw the video.
What happened to you? What happened then? Did you pop something, or was it just?
No. I actually managed to get out.
No injury.
No, I had an injury.
Okay.
I had tennis elbow for quite a while.
After 30-degree bend, crazy.
30 degree. It could have been 15, and I'm doubling it in my mind.
Yeah.
I remember the fight though. It was against Anthony Shute, and I managed to escape the armbar, and I think I got him in a leg lock in the end, just like a straight leg lock or something.
Really, straight from the armbar.
Yeah.
Or...
But after the armbar happened, there was another fight or something. I wrapped my arm because I wrapped both arms because I didn't want them to know which arm was which arm was the pup one. Because after that I couldn't move it anymore.
Wow. Yeah. And what happened in the second fight?
I think the armbar happened in the first round. In the second round, I must have rolled against Anthony Shute. Yeah, man, these memories are all mission mashed together. I don't even remember the name of the competition.
Because you've done a lot of competitions, over the years.
Yeah, so between age of 13 and age of 22, that was where I did most of my competitions. And I would go to Joburg and PE and all these places, sometimes flying, sometimes having a nice road trip. So in the beginning, it was just Chris Bright's competitions. And
There was
Dave-
one in PE in 2008 that Carlson Gracie, I think it was Dave's competition.
Yeah,
2007 or 8, I think.
Dave Levy's competition.
Yeah.
He had a couple up there. I think I
Yes.
did one every year.
Yes.
That was
I remember when Rico and his team came down. I remember that competition. It was 2000. I don't remember the year, but I remember you. I've told you I remember you and my friend rolled together. He doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore, but I still remember because, Rico went up against Chris Bright. He went up against Dave Levy. I think you and Dave, you said, went up against each other as well, eh?
I've rolled against him more than twice, I think.
Yeah.
I've fought against him in competitions. I don't think I've ever rolled against him, like, as a friendly match.
Yes.
Tough SOB, eh? Like, really, like, always super fit, always super tough.
Yeah.
Highly dedicated to the sport.
Yes.
And his competitions was always fun, always high intensity. I mean, I've had to fight Rico in his competitions.
Yeah.
And I fought Dave, like I said, at least once or twice. The one I'll never forget, he did a takedown on me. And as I landed on my back, my head had this little bit of a whiplash, hit the ground, and I could feel my breakfast coming up. And I was just holding on to it. Like, I couldn't take it. And it was the banana I probably ate before the match. And I was just, okay, I'm just going to hold this in. I don't care if he's got mount. I don't care if he's got side control or anything. I'm just holding this down. And eventually, like, I couldn't keep it in. He choked me. I tapped and I jumped up, ran to the bin, emptied my stomach contents.
Wow. Yeah, I remember that competition because I had done 2 or 3 months of jiu-jitsu. And back then you could do under 6 month.
Yes, they split it.
They split it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that because that was nice. Because then if you
they started bringing belts.
Yeah, now it's just belts only. But back then you could do that under 6 months. So I think I did under 6 months, gi and no gi, and for some stupid reason decided I wanted to do the absolute as well.
Fun.
And then because I went into the absolute, I went up against Dave as well. It's probably like I knew him from class. He's my coach, so like I knew him from class. But obviously,
He was your coach.
He was my coach for 2 months back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so he lived around the corner from me because I lived in PE. So I actually, the first time I ever did jiu-jitsu, I had a friend at school with me. That's actually the friend you rolled against. And we were like messing around in class one day because our science teacher wasn't there. And he's like, "Do you want to grapple?" So I'm like, I don't know what that means, but let's just do it. So he starts like trying to wrestle me down to the ground. I'm thinking like, what is this guy doing? So I'm like trying to like get him off me. And eventually, I don't know, he got me in an armbar or something like that. And he goes, "Yeah, like, you want to learn more about that? You want to learn about UFC and that kind of stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool. Like, I'm going to your house anyway. Like, might as well teach me." And we were rolling like in the Virgin Active, I think. And we were like just messing around. He was teaching me like guard and guard passing and takedowns and leg kicks and whatever. And then Chris Bright actually like saw us and asked, like, started talking to him. And then Chris Bright said to him, you know, like, "I've got a school. Do you guys want to come train here? Like, I can teach you guys some good techniques and whatever." It's too far for me. So I asked Chris if he knew anybody in my area, and Dave was the guy that he knew in the area. And it was from no-gi to gi. And it was fun. I really, really enjoyed it. But then I think I went to matric the next year, and I was just told myself I'm too busy to carry on, something like that. But I'd only rolled with him in class, and obviously he holds back because, you know, it's like you can't just go smashing everybody.
As the coach does.
Exactly. Know? So to this day, even now. So, and then I felt for the first time like what 100% was. And I remember he just took me down, went to north-south, choked me out. It was about 20 or 30 seconds. And like as I tapped, he like released the choke, but he stayed in the position and goes, "Sorry, Van, I've got to conserve my energy for Rico." And I'm like, okay, no, fair enough.
As one does.
Do that, you know. So I can't imagine like going up against, you went up against your coach as well, Rico. So how was that? I mean, what did that feel like? What was the competition?
Well, I fought him in class and a lot. I mean, I was always there. It's been just the two of us quite a lot. We used to have the cage, like our mats and a cage and this big wrestling floor and some Aikido mats on the side as well. We kind of stayed on our side in the cage. And then I remember like me and Rico would fight for like 45 minutes sparring in the cage. He'd obviously go light on me. I would have been probably like 16, 17 at the time, maybe a little older. So, but like that was fun. But in competitions, Rico, obviously he's not going to lose to me.
Right.
So he would always give like way. I think there was one exhibition competition we did. I remember rolling with him, and I kind of get him in the armbar, and I think, yes, I'm gonna get him. Now, I know how this feels when your own student does this. Like, I've kind of allowed this to happen. Now I have to get out of this. And Rico was powerful, and I was probably weighing 70, 80 at the time. I was a little bit skinnier than I am now. And I got him in that armbar. I thought, if the cameras are on me, I'm going to get this. And I fucking pull that thing on, and it stops, like there, dead. And he fucking curls my entire body back in on itself. And the fight was over 30 seconds after that. It went nice and chilled. And then he saw that danger. And he's like, I'm not going to allow this. And he took me out.
I can't imagine what it must be like to roll against that guy in his prime. Because, like, now, you know, we obviously get to roll with him in class and stuff every now and then. And you can tell he's not even going probably not even 50%. But if you are underneath Rico, it's like nothing I've ever... So...
Pressure.
Like you and I, when you were still doing the classes, you and I would roll, and obviously you're also not going 100%, but I remember the first time rolling with you, two things stood out. The first thing was how heavy you felt. Like you and I weigh similar. We were about the same. And I just remember you got me in a side control, and I thought, okay, geez, this feels heavy. And then you mounted me, and then you grapevined and put chest pressure, and I thought, what the hell is this? And then, no disrespect, no, you know, but when rolling with Rico, even at 30% or whatever he's going at, you cannot get up from underneath him. Like there's like I can't, but I mean like even just trying to wedge your arm underneath, it just feels like there's a 40-story building on top of you. So I could only imagine
no space,
no
gaps,
space
no
at
gaps.
all. And the moment you think you've got some sort of a movement, he just shuts it down straight away.
So despite Rico's size, he's also quite an intelligent fighter. So when we would roll in class, like say we would have a 5-minute or 10-minute roll, however we would be training, he'd catch on to what you were doing. So he'd catch me in the same armbar like 5 times in a row. And it would be up to me to figure out how the hell to get out of there. But he'd still catch me, and he'd set it up, and you'd see it coming. It's like almost like, stop this from happening, I dare you. There was a lot of that. Like I said earlier, I'm a slippery fighter as well. So I learned how to, backdoor escape from the mount and slide in, slide out. Because you can't throw him off you.
No.
Because he knows if I'm going to throw you that way, he's just going to base out. So you can't throw him off, but you can like fake that and kind of slide underneath. But you can only do it like once or twice.
Before he catches on.
He's going to catch on immediately, and he's going to adapt. And that's also, I think that's falling back on our strong principles game when we were still training with Ludwig, because we were very much just in the movement and where your body weight is lying. And that's obviously carried on into our teaching now. You probably know the move, the Komodo dragon, that basically teaches you to pin your center, your core straight into your opponent's core, like pushing him into the mat. And you can't even do that to everyone. Like, I remember when Rico did that, the crushing thing, because you can take your weight, you just base your elbows in your hands if you're fighting lighter opponents. But I don't think he was holding back a lot of the time, because I would get home and my ribs would hurt.
Yeah.
Like what do they call it? The intercostal muscles.
Yes. Yeah.
I would physically, like, it would hurt to breathe.
Yes.
And I think you get used to that. And, that allows you to fight him further. It takes resistance training like that. But he's always been a tough fight. I think I've only actually got him in class once. And you'll know that one.
Really?
I got him in a heel hook.
Nice.
In class, we were training at Voortrekker Road.
The one with the glass and all the...
Next to the stones.
Yes.
That was always an interesting spot.
Yes.
That was probably like where most of the magic happened. When we did our first fighters workouts. That's when we got my first black belt.
Oh, nice.
Under Rico.
Right. Okay.
Before we were, Rio grappling. Just like a leftover from my childhood grading. I never finished that before Ludwig left. And Rico came in, and Rico just graded me at one point. I think I was 14 or 15.
Is that when you got it the first time?
Yeah, I think it was after a competition where I kicked some real good ass in Bloemfontein. Really showed well, because we were training so unbelievably hard. We would train every single day of the week except like on a Sunday or something. It was ridiculous. After training, you get in your cold bath.
Yes.
So yeah, that's where I got my grade, where I got the belt. And sorry, I lost track before that.
Yeah, you were. You said at 15 you got it. You guys were training every single day.
Before that, training with Rico.
Yeah, before Ludwig left, you said.
Okay, before Ludwig left.
Yeah, and you got him in a heel hook, and
That's it.
Yes.
We were on the heel hook, so
Yes.
yeah, I remember that clearly.
Yes.
Reverse heel hook, not just the normal one. It's normal one. You start putting it on, and he started spinning, and I got my elbow like this way around, and I started lifting the ankle like this. I felt that tap, and without
You must
getting
have felt on top of the world, eh?
Not for long, not for like
Yeah.
seconds, because immediately after that he started wrapping my leg with his arm, and I had the pin, I had the knee, I had the angle and everything, and he straightened out my body, and he didn't have control over the leg or anything. He just took it, and I swear I could feel my shin bend.
Yeah.
Tap.
Wow. Did you guys? Because the second thing. So the first thing, like I said, that stood out about you, because like when you roll with higher belts, obviously everyone's technique is sound. They give very little away. There's very little space, but your pressure stood out. But then the second thing was your understanding of like pivots. So if somebody is like putting their weight on you a certain way, which way to spin and which axis, and that is that stuff you learned from Ludwig as well initially, or is that more from Rico? Because Rico's also good at that.
I think that skill was taught to us by what we called surfing.
Mhm.
So we would surf on our opponent. So one guy would lie flat on his belly, and then he'd have to roll.
Mm.
And another guy climbs on top, and you have to keep spinning. And neither of you are allowed to stop.
Right.
You at the top aren't allowed to grab onto him, but you can touch the mat.
Okay.
So you had to spin not just in one axis or two. You have to keep spinning in 3 axes.
Yes.
And as kids, we could do that because we were, the power to weight ratio is a bit different. The guy at the bottom could stand up and you would still keep spinning and moving on him.
Wow.
Because we've been training that our whole lives. That is basically what we did in class. I think it's called going around the world. You've probably done that as well.
Yeah, we started doing that as well, yes.
Yeah, so that's just your basis. But if you speed that up, it just looks like you're spinning.
Mm.
So surfing was that, just moving on top of your opponent constantly. And I think most black belts or most higher belts also like learn the sensation anyway. It's kind of like, if you like, it's like echolocation for bats. It's almost like you feel your opponent's presence on you, and you know where his center of gravity is in relation to yours. And knowing those two things allow you to, as you say, to pivot. I don't think I've ever called it that. But just, move your weight ever so slightly to make a massive difference. Because there's a lot
push and
of
pull system, right?
Yeah, push and pull. You give it a little, take a little. And I like baiting as well.
Yeah,
I do an awful lot of that.
Yeah.
Take the arm.
I remember you told us that. Since you told us that, people stopped going for the arm, because you would like bait it, be like the guy would like mount you and you would bait it, and then it'd be like, cool, I'm gonna try and get this Americana, and the next thing you're like on your back
By
at a
mount.
submission. Yeah.
And that's from being lazy and unfit. That's just like I've been armbarred so many times now. I know exactly how to twist my arm to not have that just little bit of sensation to get
to
you
just
going.
get the relief.
And then as he's putting all his effort in that, he's probably forgetting that his weight is off. And then I pivot, push.
Did you have like a set plan of like, this is the style that you wanted to do when you rolled, or did it just come with time and develop itself?
I don't think I've ever had a specific style, but throughout my life, my style has changed from in the beginning being very, very reactive. Because I was fighting at 17 against adults, like 30 and older. So I had to deal with people that were very strong. And it's difficult to push a strong person, but it's easy for him to push you, and you're using that. So I had a very reactive fighting style. Unfortunately, that does put you in a disadvantage. You're down on the floor a lot. Your fitness would make up for it. And obviously, you'd be down on points. So if you didn't have the submission, you didn't get the fight. That changed into, I think, after that, I started to find myself a little bit more in jiu-jitsu. Got a little better, got a little stronger, built some body weight. I did some gym work at the time when I was probably like prime fit, 19, 20, 21. My fighting style was way more aggressive. And after that, I cooled down again. I felt that the aggression I couldn't see the fight anymore.
Right. At what age was that about?
It's probably like 20, 21, yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't see the fight anymore. I'd go into a competition, and I'd come out and my heart would be racing so much, and I know I wasn't breathing right, and I don't remember anything of the fight. So after I started realizing that, you watch the videos of your fights afterwards, it's like, what the hell am I doing? It's frustrating to see that. And having that, I just went back into, I'd rather roll a little slower, rather feel it more, rather control my breathing a little bit more. And then I started to have to adapt more because I wasn't training as much. So you're not as fit.
Right.
So now you have to come up
Be more efficient with your rolling.
Exactly.
Yeah. So is that so then that was a style switch then obviously that you had. Have you been doing the same sort of, because obviously, I mean, everything that, like, if I say now you're very calm on the mat, for example, it could, I mean, a lot of black belts, or most black belts, well, all black belts are calm actually on the mat. But is that more like the style that you've sort of evolved into since that time?
I think, you have your calm periods. As a black belt, you are calm because you also don't feel threatened.
Right.
Unless rolling another black belt, which you sometimes see some excellent sparks, or when the higher belts in the class go against each other, everybody sits back and watches because they've got some competition going.
Right. I can see how they really are, and they're really tested.
Yeah, when the hard rate really comes in.
Yes.
That's a whole different story. But when you're fighting someone else, it's not like you're resting. Maybe I would give something if I will let them know. Say I'm fighting a brand new student. Obviously, you're gonna coach them through the role, and as that gets your student becomes more and more proficient, you start adding more stuff. You give him less. You start taking away right. So coaching, I think almost exclusively coaching for a long time. I was teaching for 2 years at Takedown. That might have changed a lot about the way I coach before and after, but also the way I fight. Because students also fight you differently when you're a coach. You don't know that, but you hold back when you're fighting your coach. It's a mental block probably too. It's like you see those fake videos of the guy standing and just looks at the guy.
Right, yeah.
And he drops.
10-on-1, 200-0 Kung Fu Masters on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Using their chi or ki or whatever.
Yes.
Obviously there's always a certain relationship between you and your students, but I've always kind of liked to break that. I've never been humiliated by tapping from a student, because if I'm rolling against you and you get a really, really good armbar, you might benefit more from actually succeeding in getting that armbar than me just being like, boop, out. So maybe I will allow it to happen to a certain degree. It has to be good. I'm not going to give it for free.
Right.
But afterwards, I'll be like, okay, cool. Let's do that again. I was like, okay, this is the escape. Like, at least, make me feel a little bit better.
Yes.
But like when it's on, I'm not going to injure myself just to, one up someone. Sure, I'm your student, but, we are still friends and the same rules apply. I would like you to tap for any of my submissions. So I will tap to any of your submissions that are true.
Yep. 100%. And just getting back to the competing bit,
yes.
You did okay. I think I'm old. Yeah, we're similar age, so old enough to remember competitions like you mentioned, gas.
Oh yeah.
Which is way different to what competitions are like now. I mean, there's stories of people. I mean, I think Hadmi's also got a story of rolling like 45 minutes in one fight.
We all have these gas stories, yeah.
Yeah, and like 10, 12 opponents in one pool. Like, what are some of the craziest competitions you've had from gas? Because I know there are a lot. Like, everybody's got some crazy story.
So yeah, there was gas was a blessing for all of us. It was organized by Groundworks at the time, Groundworks Jiu-Jitsu. Why can I not remember the coach's name right now? But they were practicing. They were doing a lot of 10th Planet stuff at the time. Always cool rolling with those guys too. Caleb Ridley.
I don't know.
I've seen his name.
I think Shaw told me the name the other day, but it slipped my mind completely now.
I remember he was fighting for them. They later became Leviathans then, I believe.
Yep.
Anyway, that's beside the point. Gas. So back then they would say, okay, who wants to fight? And then take everyone's weights and then divide it in groups of 8. And in the beginning, there wasn't that many competitors. So there was like 3 or 4 groups maybe. And that would be the competition. And in your group of 8, you fight everyone. And then you build points by fighting everyone. There was no points, but submission. You'd have to get a submission.
And no time limits.
No, well, in the intermediate matches, your first 8 matches, your first 7 matches, there'd be a 10-minute time limit. And then for any of the medals, there were no time limits.
Jeez.
Like that resulted, I fought Wesley George. I fought him for 21 minutes.
In the finals?
Yeah. I think it was for gold or silver. Probably for gold, yeah.
Yeah.
No, in the end, I was just baptized. I was finished, and he got me in a triangle, I think.
Because you got 7 matches before that, or what, 6 matches before
that?
Yeah,
7 matches.
Crazy, and then you still got to do 21 minutes. Oh, well, that's you're fortunate it only lasted 21 minutes, because some people have 50 minutes.
Yeah, some people, like, there was some super long fights. But I think there was a lot of excellent fights too. Like all the fights were like a spectacle to see, because there's no searching for points. These guys are just going at it, trying to submit each other. There were a couple of injuries I remember, like an ankle here and an arm there. This guy got poked in the eye. Obviously tensions are high, but the standard was super high. And if you weren't fit, you just couldn't make it. I think one of my favorite gas competitions was, I have to try to remember, probably like 2007, 2008, around there. I got some videos I'll show to you. You can pull it up.
Yeah.
Fighting against Rico Hatting, Ruan Potts, Sean Vos. You know, back in the day, Sean Vos was actually still quite new, but he was also heavy. So we were all in that same category. I think that was Cardu Souza, another black belt. I'm probably mistaken, but I think Chris Bright was in there too.
Yeah.
There
in
was
the heavyweights.
Girion Drotsky was in there.
Wow.
And 2 more. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And this was one of the toughest competitions I've ever been in. One of the ones I remember the best, and I don't even have a medal to show for it.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened in the? Did you?
So I remember some of them. Rico, I lost. I don't remember how. I don't know if he'd remember. Ruan Potts got me. I mean, he was a beast at the time. He went through this whole transformation. At the time, he was just huge. And like, again, like, you got that crushing weight on top of you.
Yeah.
I just couldn't stop him. You know, when he takes your arm, he puts it there. It's really,
Right.
really, really hard.
Yeah.
Despite the technique difference, it's really hard
Just
to stop
kind of
that.
bulldozers through.
But it was still an intense fight. I think I beat Gideon. I lost against. I beat Sean at the time, and then there was a controversial fight. I beat Cardu Souza because I got him in a leg lock, and they were saying I was reaping the knee. Problem was I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing leg locks since a kid. So if
You don't know the difference between doing it straight or reaping.
Yeah,
or...
well, it wasn't reaping. It was our technique. I would spin around and get this hooks in with my legs. It would be like a split-second move. If I'm in top guard, I could always hit it. And you'd get it and you'd fall in it and you'd fall in it being on. From then, it's just that little bit of control putting it on. I think you rolled, but I just rolled with and you tapped. And there was a whole thing about reaping the knee. Is it a one? Is it a nos?
So reaping wasn't allowed back then as well? Has it always not been allowed?
I can't remember when it started becoming a rule where it was or wasn't allowed. I mean, at gas, I think as well, if you can talk to your opponent beforehand, it's like, you know.
Do you want to do it or do you not want to do it?
Yeah, so we could do that.
Yeah.
With, I think I fought Armand. I don't know if you remember Armand.
Armand.
Yeah, sick leg locks.
From
Armand.
now, yeah, skipper.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah.
So he kicked my ass in one of these competitions. Again, beforehand, it's like, let's do heel hooks. Yeah, sure. I did not expect that
when he said that.
Yeah, this guy's been doing just leg locks, and obviously I think I did a mount backdoor escape into leg locks, one of my signature moves, and obviously he knew that because I've done it to him in class so many times, and he pulled back on such a sick leg lock. I rolled, couldn't stop it, rolled the other way, couldn't stop it, couldn't get my leg out. Got me.
Yeah.
You're a little bit humiliated, but it's good. You learn from that. Like, I need to work on my leg locks.
Did you feel humiliated because you knew the submission and you should have done better to get out of it, or was it something that you didn't know, or was it just that you lost and you didn't like it at the time, or?
It's always, losing isn't a nice feeling.
Right.
It can be a good feeling, but not nice.
Mm.
You still feel like little boy inside is crying a little bit because you lost the fight, especially against someone lower ranked than you, who's been training a lot less than you.
Mm.
But like, I've known Ahmad for a long time. We've trained together for a very long time.
Mm.
We've seen, I think, 3 different locations of reps at the time. Well, Rico Hutting's Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
Yes.
So like, we know each other, and at that point, I think he was splitting off training under Sean,
Mhm.
and Sean was doing a lot of leg locks.
I've heard, the system, everybody's leg lock system comes from Sean.
Yes. This is when 10th Planet became a thing, and leg locks became like, got a little bit of spotlight.
Elevated up, yes.
You'll see through the years how the spotlight moves from one technique to the other.
Yeah.
Like, Berimbolo was a big thing at one point. Then,
Yes.
then we're all doing the, what's that new guard that Roberto was showing? Not a new guard, but...
It was Deliver.
Yeah. At one point, it was all about the De La Hiva.
Yeah.
And then 10th Planet came in and everything had these cool names. The zombie, the New York,
the weird Eddie
hot
Bravo
dog,
names, yeah.
And with that came a lot of leg locks.
Mm.
And I've been coasting on my leg lock knowledge from over the years. I didn't really upgrade it or adapt it.
Mm.
I just used that. But there's been so many new things discovered.
Yeah, all these weird entries and like
blocks and kicks, and I just didn't expect it to be that clean, that good.
Yes.
So kudos. That was a great submission.
Mm. And what do you? I mean, because the first, since I started doing jiu-jitsu again, the first competition I think was in November 2021. It was one of the AJP competitions. Like, is the format's changed obviously to what you were talking about with gas now, so with the brackets and things like that. What do you think of the current format of competition? Do you think it's the best way forward? Thinking back, or would you prefer it to be more like a gas where everybody goes against each other and it's a little bit longer format? I understand now it's bigger, so you have to kind of trim it down a little bit. So I can understand brackets and time limits and things like that,
and health and safety.
Yeah, okay.
Safety is a big factor. When you have so many people, there's a lot more injuries.
Right. A lot more stress on the body, a lot more strain.
So it makes sense that there are illegal techniques and stuff, because a leg lock can go awry like that. I know guys who still have broken knees from back in the day.
Mm.
But I also know guys with broken arms from back in the day.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage, and we walk on our legs and feet. So it makes sense that they make some moves illegal. I'm not against it, but I think there's still room for what was as well. So why can't we have both?
Right, so like a perfect combination of the two.
Like we can still have a gas. It's just one day, and it's just it can be like Unanimous had a competition. I was in one of those as well, where it's a bracket of like 8 to 10 people. If it's just that bracket and there's maybe only 3 or 4 of those, you can still have a one-day event. Everyone fights everyone, and the crowds do love it. It's always been very cool.
True, but I mean, I guess there are other competitions as well. I mean, there's the Submission Kings as well, which kind of they do brackets, especially with the super fights. They do the brackets, but it's submission only format. 8 minutes, I think it is, when they do the super fight brackets. So it's an 8-man tournament for the main show. Then they've got other fights on the card, but that one I think they've got one coming up in March, I think. But that kind of combines. So it's high level people. So heel hooks and all that. All of those techniques go.
They tend to still allowed for the brown and black belts.
But however, there's some of the guys are blue belts that are competing in those competitions. So, but at least, like you say beforehand, you guys always used to go say, heel hooks allowed, yes or no? That kind of thing. So at least it's coming. You're not sitting there thinking, I've never done heel hooks before, and all of a sudden I'm getting hit on one.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's also, hey, my arm's kind of busted, but I still really want to fight.
Yeah.
Mind not armbarring me, or if you do armbar me here, I will tap you immediately.
Yes.
And then, I'll just be like, I'm not going to take it unless I have to. And it has happened that I've had to. It's a weakness, obviously, and it's there's no rule against it.
Right.
But you can. I've always had, like, if you speak to someone before a fight, you can set a little personal rule. It's fine. but yeah, I'm glad we're getting blue belts, at least experiencing, what the higher belts are doing. Because they used to be never that divide. We all did everything together. There wasn't even a beginner and advanced class. So everyone had to learn everything. You'd have your advanced students helping your beginners. But I wish I can't say that. The amount of competitions now is it's like almost a dream. If only I could be 18 again now, and there'd be a fight every other weekend. It's like, it's a little unfair.
Yeah, it just happens. It's like any progression of any sport. It's.
I'm glad it's here. I'm very glad it's here.
Yeah, it's good for the sport to grow, because I mean, like back in when you were younger and stuff, to see a black belt, to see a Brazilian, to see a brown belt was like unheard of.
Yeah, there wasn't any.
Yeah, now we had at the grading at Rio, we had 15 alone just at one grading. So it's definitely. There's more opportunities, more people get better. There are more people doing it, obviously. So people right now that are doing competitions in 10 or 20 years' time or 15 years' time are going to be saying, I wish it was like that when we were doing it. So it's unfortunate. It's just one of those things, Just getting back to, I want to just go through. No, just to the belts. Back to belts. So when did you get graded to your black belt?
Like I said, I now have my technically second black belt.
Yes.
But the first one I got, and we weren't fighting at belt, so I took that belt still in its rekkie, and just kept it.
Okay.
Because actually, I think as a joke, I gave it to Rico when he got his black belt from Roberto.
Yes.
Just like, you can have it back.
Yeah.
Which I didn't do that. It was a nice belt.
Yeah.
Because eventually I got a belt, my actual black belt grade, and I could have used that.
When was that? When did you get it?
I'm trying to remember now. I was probably 14 or 15 years old at the time. Like I said, we were training at Stones.
No, I mean the one with the one from Roberto, the second time.
So I'm trying to remember when Roberto came in. I could probably research this.
2009, I think he started Rio. Yeah, he said.
Okay, then I was about, say, 18 or 19. 2009, I was 19, and he came in, and he obviously, I couldn't roll him in the beginning, but obviously he couldn't give me a white belt. In fact, at that point, belts were starting to come in. I would fight in the One Cape of Storms competition in the Belleville Velodrome.
Yeah.
And I would go in, and they asked me what belt I was. I'm like, I'm ungraded. It's like white belt. And you get to the map, and they call out the white belts.
Yeah, and you smoke them.
The ref comes up. It's like, what's this guy doing here? Because obviously I know the ref from way back.
Yeah.
It's like, he's not a white belt. I'm like, that's what I said. So they'll just throw me in with the rest. So when I started with the belt system, I got my purple straight away. Obviously, I had no gi experience. So a white belt in gi would cross choke me.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. But you learn really quickly. Later on, I really started to enjoy the gi. There's so much more for manipulating stuff. But before that, we were entirely no gi. Mostly MMA.
Right. Was obviously there's transferable skills from no gi to gi, but was the biggest thing just people being able to grip you where you could move before, now all of a sudden that's stopped because of the grips?
Yeah,
and then the chokes, obviously.
Yeah. So coming from a completely flexible, very swirly, noodly fighting style, going into gi was just like walking into a solid wall. I could find you can't move anymore. You can't do these crazy moves. I didn't know, but of course you can do those crazy moves. I just didn't know how to do it with the gi. And the gi presented something that the no gi didn't have, and that's leverage. So much more leverage. Being able to use things like torque more. Like, say someone is on top of you, you can completely reach around, grab a spot on the far side, and you can generate a lot of torque to throw him off you. You can't do that in no gi. Maybe if you grab his put on his back.
Yeah.
But,
you've got a cup instead of actually grabbing something.
There's nothing to hold on. And getting wrapped up in the beginning was so strange. My first competition, when someone wrapped me up, I'm like, what the hell is happening? Is this legal? Yeah, fine. Try doing something else, get stuck. It was interesting in the beginning. And later on, it started becoming easier almost to fight in a gi. It requires less energy because all these leverage points. So there's a little trick, or you can just grab his foot there and pull, and then he'll fall. Or these
How long did it
strange
take you to
little things.
like make the adjustment to be more comfortable in the gi?
I think it probably like 2 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, by then I got my brown belt, and then soon after I got my black. I didn't really have the stripes. It's just like I had to catch up on all of this gi work that I didn't know. Once I got into that, once it started to grab hold of me, I quickly progressed through that.
Okay. So you got your black belt then in 2014, 15?
I think it's 2014, yeah.
Right. Wow. So you've been a black belt now for 9 years?
I think so.
Pretty much, yeah. Wow. And then you were coaching obviously a lot, and then so like I know you as a coach, so then you've been coaching up until that point, and then coaching all the time since.
I've been coaching since I was like 12 actually. So Ludwig Strijdom had an instructor's course that we as kids could take. Very strict, 100% or you don't pass kind of thing. But you could, like, you'd have modules and stuff. He would teach us how to do mind maps, to memorize all this stuff. That's actually how I learned to learn.
Yeah.
It's not from school, it's from Ludwig. I learned mind maps, and I still use them to the day.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Now I do it on my phone. Me Maps. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
Very powerful tool. So yeah, we did these instructors courses, and they teach you everything about how to teach stuff. That I explicitly remember was like, never say no, you can't do it. Always say you can't do it yet. Like how to inspire your students. It was a legitimate instructor's course. How teaching works as well, and went in quite deep. There were multiple courses, and I went through almost all of them because I think those was on Fridays. We did that at the Virgin Active in one city.
Yes, yeah, that's where Rico met Ludwig, he said.
Yeah.
So where is Ludwig now? What's his...
He's in George.
When did he move out of Cape Town?
So, exactly, I don't know. Ludwig, when I was like 13, 14, Ludwig, I think he had a stroke before that as well.
Wow.
But he got hit really hard. And when he came back, everything was different. He could barely speak. Little did I know, like this guy basically taught himself how to walk again.
You have to.
Yeah. But me and Charles, my cousin at the time, we've been training with him since we were kids, almost toddlers. So we knew him intuitively, and we could understand just motions. He would just motion to things in the class, and we could teach the class. So, yeah, just having all that experience with him. And he left... I don't know what point he left. I was probably like 16 or 17 when Rico came in. I got my dates so wrong, man. Gonna edit all that. 16, 17 when he left, and Rico came in. It was a very smooth transition. We would coach to our classes was in Monte Vista at the time, Monte Vista Primary School, and Rico started to come in more, and eventually the whole switch happened. Ludwig left. He went to George. And Rico did he took out everything, down to the mats.
Yes.
Down to the last mat, yeah.
Have you had much contact with Ludwig since, or?
I went to visit him last year. I came back from the UK. I was in the UK for like 2 months last year, just like the first 2 months of the year, after the heart attack.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can talk about that a little later.
For sure.
He moved to George. So I visited him when my wife and daughter were still in the UK together. So I came back, my daughter stayed behind, and then she had to come back when her visa expired. So it was like a brief period, month, maybe 2 months, where I was man alone at home for the first time ever in years.
It's tough, eh?
So I managed to get a little bit of jiu-jitsu in that time. Probably the last time you probably saw me in class or properly rolling or whatever.
It was actually that night that it happened, yeah. That was the last time.
Oh yeah, you saw me.
I haven't been back. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah. I remember that.
Oh, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that, yeah.
So yeah, I went to go visit Ludwig all by my lonesome and took a nice long drive to George. And there was some stuff I wanted to talk to him about, but really it wasn't like I'm going there to visit my coach. It was more like I'm going there to visit like family almost. Obviously I was great friends with his daughters. Only the one is there, the other one is married, it's got a kid now. So Nicole was there and his wife was there, and I mean it was just spending time with them. We didn't do anything amazing. We had some whiskey together. We spent some time on the mat where he was teaching me his new stuff. Everything is still motion. Everything is still moveolution.
Yeah.
And his whole thing is it's been taken in a whole new direction as well. Very interesting. Also, he's working on like how to denote movements and positions on the mat, how to write that, like a language for our sport, basically, for movement. I would slaughter it if I tried to explain any of that right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
essentially a syllabus, right? And then just the way to articulate it, and then into syllabus as well. Or
trying to make it into like a syllabus or an app, or even it's like, how do you teach a movement? How do you explain guard position? But he's trying to work on a way to notate that in how can you write the guard position, like in coding for jiu-jitsu.
Yes,
basically. So like you can teach with that. You can remember techniques like that.
Wow, that'd be nice to see.
He tried to explain. I understood some of it, but honestly, a lot of it went over my head. But it was all very interesting and also very humbling, because now he's always been my coach, and he can see exactly what I'm doing wrong.
Right.
All the time.
Yes.
So he would tell me, "You're breathing wrong. Just you're not doing it right."
Yeah. So one of the guys at the gym, Chris, is always talking about, if I ever talk about like someone's, like Rico was showing us this one thing where he basically like, we're from side control. It's hard. It's going to be hard to explain it because I have to kind of show it to you. But he's got his back to you, and then he's basing on his hand and his knee, and then he flips around into mount, and it's all the like, I call it the flippy shit. Like where you're like flipping around, and like a big dude's not supposed to do that. But Chris always says to me that stuff is exactly how Ludwig used to teach. So it would be very interesting to have a syllabus and, get into like his teachings, because you can see, like Chris saying, you can see a lot of that in Rico, like in your teachings and things like that. So it'd be really nice to see it as well from the source.
So the reason I actually went to go visit him was in order for me to, I was actually working on before the heart attack happened, I was working on a seminar, Roll Your Own. Yes. Everybody was looking forward to that. And then it didn't happen. So before I go, I'm going to try to revive it.
Please.
Do two or three classes.
Yeah.
Where I was going to take that knowledge from Ludwig, and I would joke and say, I want to take from what BoxFit has done for boxing, like non-contact boxing. I want to do that for jiu-jitsu, being focused exclusively on the movements. There can be some couples exercises where you partner up, but I want to focus solely on moving yourself and learning your own body weight before even trying to manipulate someone else's body weight. Use that, my seminar, as kind of a launching pad for this. And when I go to UK, maybe I'll start a class.
I think you should
work my way up to proper teaching actual jiu-jitsu as well. I just figure I can get a bigger audience. I can train a 12-year-old and a 60-year-old in the same class.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe call it Roll Fit or something.
Yeah. I think you should. I like your teaching style. I think you got a very good teaching style. It's easy to learn. You always give a lot of options, and like you said earlier, it's one of the things you're taught is not to say no. And it's not necessarily not right now, but it's also like, even like sometimes I probably said the stupidest stuff to you back when I started again, and you would always be like, yeah, maybe that could work. Let's try it. And it's like, it's never like, oh no, that's dumb. Don't even say that. So you've got a very good teaching style, and I think
thank you.
You've also got very different movements as well. So I think you would be really, really good at it. So I think please do that, and please do the Roll Your Own seminar before you go. I'm not the only one looking forward to it. A lot of people are looking forward to it. So please do it. And so obviously it was 2021, right? Was it last year?
It was a Wednesday night.
Yeah, it was after class.
25th November 2021, yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, 25th November 2021. I still remember we had rolled. We'd done an extra half an hour, I think, in that class. And then
you're locking up.
You were locking up, and you had felt a pain in your chest.
Yeah, I felt like my whole body, upper body, was on fire. The problem was that's been the third time that's happened.
In quick succession?
Yeah, so the first one happened, it was after class, probably also a Thursday night, maybe like 2 weeks before that, maybe even more, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks. Had a particularly intense class, and I came home, and after my shower, I started feeling like, it's almost like you've been doing bench presses.
Yeah.
Like your entire upper body is
it
on
like
fire.
a numbness?
It's like a burn. It was an absolute burn. and my heart was racing, and I was sweating bullets, and I couldn't sleep. I lied on the couch. I tried everything. I tried painkillers. I tried alcohol. I tried a bit of weed. I tried everything, and this pain wouldn't go away. And that night I didn't sleep. Next morning, first thing, I went to the doctor. They did an EKG. They did all these tests, and eventually they just said, no, it's inflammation. And I got some anti-inflammatories.
Sorry, was it a normal ECG or was it a stress ECG?
I don't know.
Just did they just hook you up and you sat and they gave you the readings?
So, so there's I was going to say cross-pollination. So there was some other things that happened that almost made it seem like it could be inflammation. Because just the day before, I was carrying my daughter on my hip while I was cooking, and I had her there for so long I could feel the pain. So I had some DOMs from that.
Okay.
So I assumed what I was experiencing was probably some intense form of DOMs. Never did I ever imagine it could be a heart attack. So obviously the doctor probably thought the same. I'm not going to name him, unfortunately. And so it happened again when I was doing a seminar in Langebaan, maybe a week or two after that. And the new Langebaan, they were like almost brand new at the time. And I gave a seminar. It was very nice. I was going to do more in the future. And I did 2 private classes. And during the second private class, I started feeling that same chest pain again. I soldiered through the inflammation and drove home, just spent the Saturday on the couch, just like cooling off. I had a cold shower and everything, but the pain was just immense. And by that time, it had spread to my back as well.
Did you think it was the same thing? Had you recognized this pain?
It was exactly the same.
Right.
It was exactly the same. That's why on that fateful Wednesday night, we were locking up and I was complaining. I was like, man, my chest is on fire.
Yeah.
Went home. I didn't sleep a wink that night. And next morning, before I even went to work, I was like first person at the doctor's office. I was there. I was waiting for it to open, basically. And they went in. They took my blood, like a rapid blood test, and they sent it away. 4 hours later, almost to the minute, I got a call from the doctor saying, I think I was driving at the time. He said, you are going to go home now. You're going to get your pajamas and your stuff, and you're going to go to Durbanville Medical Clinic. Tomorrow you're getting operated.
Wow.
And it was like that. And I went, and they did the scans and stuff. And when they did the angio, I was overnight in Durbanville Medical Clinic. And they monitored me constantly. And then the next day, I was meant to have the surgery. It was a little bit delayed. And it was Black Friday as well. They drove me, I think, in 13 minutes from Durbanville to Panorama.
Wow.
I don't know how they did it. I was in the back of the ambulance. It was just shaking.
Yeah.
Having a good laugh with the ambulance guy in the back. Funny guy.
Yeah.
I remember always being high spirits during the entire thing because I knew it was happening and there was no point in being sad about it.
Right.
It was very sad for everyone, obviously knowing that this had happened, that I've had this third heart attack now. So guys, that's what a heart attack feels like. It could just be pain. It could feel like inflammation.
Because I've heard it's like different people describe different things, and some people say it's like a very intense pain. And it's almost the same as what you're describing, but also different at the same time.
And a pain in your arm too.
Yeah,
like
so
pain in your arm.
The moment you said you've got pain on your left chest, I asked you which side, remember? I don't know if you remember, and you said left side, and I was like, oh shit. And then you said, and right side. I was like, dude, you've got to see a doctor. And you said you'd seen a doctor, but I was like, I don't know much about heart stuff, but the little I know is like, there's a couple of tests that you need to do to go have a look at, and
they test for a specific enzyme.
Yes,
I cannot remember what that's called.
I think they also test for. I could be wrong. I could be butchering this, but potassium. I think as well. If you got a high potassium count as well, do you know what did they test for you for the enzyme? Is that what they tested in the blood work?
Yeah, that's what they got from the blood work.
Right, and that was sky high, so they said, okay, let's go do scan and.
Yeah, you're gonna go get your angiogram and get it done. I didn't know what an angiogram was.
Until they
did it.
Yeah.
And Joe, what an experience, eh? So I've got 2 little holes here next to my crotch. So they enter all the way up, and then they found my entire main coronary artery on this side was completely blocked, 100% blocked. Well, not 100%. I was still getting spits of blood, and that heart attack was just my heart just needing oxygen because now we were training quite hard.
Yes.
And my muscles needed blood, but my heart couldn't get it. It couldn't get there. So I was like burning up. Maybe that was like, I'm imagining it, blood pooling in my muscles at the point.
Yeah.
And yeah, they checked it out, and I think the doctor pushed through 4 bars of pressure or something to get clear it out. The way he explained it was
like that, right? Like it looks like but on the other side, that block.
Yeah,
on
the one side you can see the blood comes, and remember that's not actually blood. That's a dye that they put in your blood. That dye, actually, if they put a lot in it, can make you sick and does make you pee. Because, ironically, the holding in a pee was way more painful than having the angiogram.
Yes.
Yeah, because you can't feel anything. Obviously, they numb it. But yeah, you can see the blood comes and it's finished. There's nothing. Your body's like begging for it.
So had you had any indication before those 3 heart attacks at all?
Never ever.
Really?
And
just
it's not like
sprung out of nowhere.
It's not like it's in my family either as well. My grandfather did die, of a heart attack or heart complications, but he had all his arteries were calcified basically. Mine wasn't anything like that, and the way it was explained to me, it was my arteries literally fold into itself. So maybe it was damaged, and when the blood comes in, that pulls in the cell walls of your artery. I can be lying completely here, but this is how it was explained, how I understood it. So yeah, they had to clear that out, put in 2 stents, and basically result is I now have scarring on my heart, on this chamber, and I don't know if it's the left chamber or the right chamber, if it depends on which way the doctor is looking. Stage left.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna make myself look stupid if I even venture to guess.
So yeah, it's on my left. It's the chamber struggles to suck in.
Okay.
So I'm down to like 30-40% functionality.
Really?
And on the drawing in of blood and oxygen.
And things like, are there any other markers like blood pressure or anything like that? Was blood pressure normal or high or low?
After the operation, before that, I've never had high blood pressure, low blood pressure. Never had an issue, any of those things. I've always been, even though I was unfit at some of the times, I was always slightly above average on all my tests when I went to check up with the doctor. Ironically, I had a full medical done when I was 30. As you do, you have all systems checked. That wasn't picked up at all.
Wow.
So, I would suggest they should probably start testing for that specific enzyme. It's scary. So after it. First thing that happened was I became quite depressed.
Right, I can imagine.
But I had researched this beforehand. Depression is almost guaranteed after heart surgery. Almost like your heart's broken.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hit this very low. It's like I'm tired all the time. Walking up the stairs at home was like a labor. I had to do it slowly. At the time, I was going to be MC at my cousin's wedding. I cancelled that last minute because I just didn't have that confidence.
Yep.
Before that, I was strong, fit, black belt. You've got that. It's an inherent confidence, whether you like it or not, and almost like I've been
emasculated.
It took some time getting over that. Went to UK for 2 months then. Did nothing. Sat on the couch. I fell in love with eating chips.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I shouldn't have done it because it's
still
high
in love with
cholesterol.
eating chips, so don't worry that.
No, I'm completely off it, thank goodness. But I'm going back, so hopefully the UK chips aren't so good this time.
Yes.
Change my diet a little bit, low cholesterol foods. So yeah, it took a while to get over that slump, and then you find yourself again. It's like there's more to me than just my belt, my this or that, or just having this heart attack. There's more to me than that. There's more to life than that. I'm also blessed by having a beautiful daughter through all of this, and an excellent supportive family. Like my family was there. I mean, they moved house while I was in the hospital.
Wow.
We were still moving in a house. We rented it out. We moved out. They did that all without me, and it just happened like that. And yeah, man, I was just like, everybody contacted me. I was in the hospital. Rico phoned, Ludwig phoned,
Mm.
everyone in class phoned.
Yeah.
My phone was like, I was lying there in the bed and it was just constant activity. You feel love during that time. So
Yeah.
sure, I was sad, but also life changed for me. Personally, I think I've become a little slower, or at least learned to take things slower. Because literally, I can't walk fast. If I had to walk 2 kilometers now, like really at the pace I used to, we tall people, we walk at a certain pace. I couldn't keep that up anymore. I have to stop and be like, jeez.
Are you allowed to do any sort of like you were saying, some things you weren't allowed to do, like high elevated. You can't have a high elevated heart rate, right?
My heart rate I can bring up to between 120 and 140.
Okay, that's
well, we did a ECG today and we pushed it all the way up to 170. So yeah, I've actually saw the doctor today. I'll get back to that. I'm not allowed to do anything anaerobic, really, like intensely anaerobic. So jiu-jitsu, but I can still roll, which is why I want to do this roll your own thing.
Yes.
And the roll fit, because I want to try to make jiu-jitsu aerobic, which is, it's not, you just be like, we fight and we push it. And it's, you can chill and you push it, you explode. I've always fought with that intense explosions. That's when you get someone, that's when he doesn't expect something.
Yes.
It's, it also never been, I've never been able to like give it, like I've seen guys that come in and they fight full out. It's a 5-minute round and they fight full out, full energy. It's like being assaulted by that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, where does all this energy come from? I've only had it for a brief period in my life. So yeah, like my fighting style has been chill, explode. Or it's just constant push.
Yes.
So
that's changed.
And unfortunately, I can't go and roll now. Say, roll with you on the mat and say we're going to take it slow because I'm going to get excited.
Yeah. And competitive.
And it's...
not competitive against me, but against someone that's...
No, don't discredit yourself. It's... Even if I'm going to take it slow and chilled and you're going to take it slow and chilled, I'm still going to get excited. And my body is still going to want to do what it's always done. I'm still going to try to bridge you off me or something crazy. And right there, I don't know. I'm imagining like this blood clot running.
Yeah.
It's running. You're screwed. It's just in my mind whether this is a physical blocker now or not.
Right.
The real challenge is actually doing the cardio. Because in 27 years of jiu-jitsu, we never really did cardio. It's the running in circles in front before the class. And sometimes during drills and stuff, I can imagine if you're doing a lot of pummeling drills, that really gets you going.
What's up? Do you have to do steady state now? Or
so I have to... like I said, I know nothing about cardio. That's my problem. I had no experience in this. I never ran. I never jogged, never had a bicycle or was much of a walk or anything. I was happy that I found my sport that I can do,
that you enjoy doing. It's not a burden to do that.
Yes, and it's on a small space. And I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I'm sitting off at the time. It's a real lazy kid sport.
Or lying down.
Or lying down. Yeah, you can just lie down if you want to.
Yeah.
Or lie on top if you want to. So I was lucky I found the sport, but also perhaps that's why I had the heart attack, because there's no clear reason why it happened. Perhaps it's because I didn't train my heart enough. I pushed it beyond what it could handle, and I didn't try to bring out my, you're supposed to do a lot of aerobic exercises.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Supposed to do a lot of aerobic exercises. So that's probably where I went wrong.
Yeah. I think you saw the same doctor as Rico did, I think.
Yes.
And Rico was explaining to me that the doctor was explaining to him, it's like your peak, you've got a peak of a triangle, and then you've got the base of the triangle, and you can't go as high a peak. So for your like high intensity cardio, without having that base, which is where the long steady state comes from. I don't know if that was explained to you or...
Yeah, pretty much the similar.
That was kind of like, I remembered that. So especially when you're training, like if you're doing MMA or anything high intensity, you're always going for that, it's for that peak, but you're never getting the steady state bit of it. And your heart, I think, as far as I understood, needs both.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's why, you know, in competitions and stuff beforehand, I saw people jog to warm up and stuff. I'm like, I'm not gonna jog. You're crazy. And now it's like I have to jog.
Yes.
So I'm really, really struggling. I've gotten by walking a little bit, but honestly, that's been harder than the hardest jiu-jitsu fight ever, is having to do this cardio. This thing that's been, you know, I've pushed away for so long, and I've neglected it. And that's been probably to my detriment. So let that be a lesson to everyone else, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do your cardio, do your aerobic exercises, and don't just go to gym and do weights.
Yeah, that's what I did for the longest time. I'm also trying to run now, but it's so boring. It's just... But these watches, man, like Garmin watches, for example, like if you want to go do a 5K, you've got Garmin Coach.
Okay.
So you takes all the thinking out of it. You just get told on this day you've got to run. This is how you've got to run. This is how long. Here it's high intent. Here it's like push yourself a bit. Here you can go walk or slow jog. So it makes it a little bit more fun. But to be honest with you, it's also like, if you do any, like you say, jiu-jitsu or any type of weight training or any of that kind of stuff, like cardio is just like, some people consider anything over 15 reps cardio. So it's like, we don't ever get to do it, you know? So, but it is important. And I think now, you know, again, I might be wrong. So if there's any doctors watching this, please let me know, actually.
Shout at us.
But, you know, they always say, you know, Wim said, you know, what you do between 30 and 40. And another friend of mine that's a doctor as well said, you know, a lot of people, what happens to them in their 60s, they could be doing the right things in their 60s, but what they did in their 30s to 40s, 30 to 40 actually, affects them more than what they're doing in their 60s when they are in their 60s. So if you're doing the wrong stuff, let's say now, you could be going and doing marathons or whatever in your 60s. It's not to say, okay, you're going to have effects just because of what you did when you were younger. But just because you're doing the right stuff in your 60s and you've done the wrong things in your 30s, so what I'm trying to say, it can still affect you years later, like 20, 30 years later.
Don't you start to die after like 25 or something? You start to slowly die.
I don't know. It depends what your definition of death is, because a lot of people, you know, that
you stop growing.
Yeah, your brain apparently stops developing after 25. So, supposedly, again, I don't know. You're asking me stuff here. I'm going to look stupid by.
So after a certain, I'm just speculating. So after a certain period of time, say after 30 now, when you get injured now, you're not going to heal as quick as we were then.
No, okay, yeah, for sure.
And that
yes.
will carry on. And even if you do heal, you'll carry the scars for those injuries much longer.
Yep, it's possible.
I remember never getting bruised.
Yes.
Never. Like I've never had bruises.
Right.
Because my body's just kept on getting knocks and stuff. Man, I can stand up now, my back would be sore.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if you've been sitting for too long, it's hard to stand up. It doesn't have to be.
You know you're older than 30 when you make a noise, when you do anything and you make a noise, like standing up, getting up. So, no, most definitely. But you're going forward now, so what is the advice? Obviously, like the doctor, you went to go see doctor again today. What is the advice that they've given you, just sort of lifestyle wise, training wise, and that kind of thing? What, you know, if anybody is watching and wanting to do the right things for their heart health, what would you say would be the right things, or what's the advice the doctor gave you?
So it's funny, the advice he gave me is stuff that you guys already know. It's eat low cholesterol foods, and what he said was not try to be healthy, just live healthy. That's all you need to do. I mean, and that you can't say this is exactly what you have to eat, because everyone's going to be different. So his advice was just live healthy and do your cardio. Go out, start by walking. Take the dog for a walk, and if you feel you get tired, don't stop, just slow down. Get a good watch. I'm so analog. I should really get myself a proper one.
Yeah.
But yeah, get a watch or a chest band. Or you get these things are talking.
Yeah,
everything's talking to each other.
And your phone
now.
as well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm imagining getting my dog, putting my ear things in, and listening to a podcast, some kind of podcast when I'm on there, and start by that, and then work your way up to slow jogging, And, sooner or later you can get to that point where you can push your heart past 40 or 60. But for now, I'm limited to the 20-40 range for, what do you call it, sustained.
Sustained amount of time.
Yeah, so that would be my advice. Stay from the chips, the yummy potatoes.
Yeah.
Drink whiskey.
Yeah.
Advice from a doctor: drink whiskey.
Is that a real thing? Because they've debunked the wine thing now for general health, but whiskey, is that still?
I've been told if I'm gonna drink whiskey.
Okay.
So maybe it's just the lesser of the lesser evil.
Evils, yeah.
Because I do enjoy my beer, as we do, but I've had to learn. I've actually always liked whiskey, but I have to learn to drink it as much as I do now, or maybe even dilute it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love a good Bushmills. My Irish is my king.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm feeling like one right now.
Yeah. By the time we get home, you'll get one.
So you need to thin out the blood.
Yes,
And
right.
yeah, that's the other thing. Sorry, the other thing no one ever realizes, when you do have heart attacks like this, you have to take medicine for it. So now blood thinners and stuff.
Right.
If I get a cut now, it'll bleed a lot. Even a tiny cut bleeds a lot, and it takes a while to stop because your blood's just thinner. It's like cutting into a drunk person.
Yes.
And also getting lightheaded. Never been lightheaded before, really. Now in that feeling when you've been driving for a while and you get out of your car and you just have to hold onto your roof for a second because.
Yeah, really, that bad.
That's happened a lot. Luckily, it doesn't happen while you're doing something. It happens when you shift, when you
activities.
Blood's pooled everywhere, and then you get up, and it takes a while for it to get back where it's supposed to be.
And that's because of the blood thinners.
I'm assuming it's that, or it could just be I'm not taking in enough blood, or blood quicking enough, or my blood's not carrying enough oxygen at the time.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible, man. But I'm really happy that. I also popped you a message, when it was after the operation, you said you let everybody know it was a success, and like obviously we all really happy that, it could have been much worse, and we're happy that it wasn't. And
I could have been one of those athletes that you just hear, this new top fit athlete ran a race and just dead.
Yeah.
I could have been there. I'm extremely grateful that I am not.
Yeah, we all are. I mean, and now we're going to have you around again, hopefully, before you go, just for a couple more classes. And
yeah, we skipped tonight, huh?
Yeah, we skipped. Yeah, but I'll go tomorrow, and tomorrow's got no-gi, so I like the no-gi stuff more than the gi stuff.
It's
anyway.
so hot right now with the
gi. We had last week was the worst, and I just said I'm not going in gi. I'm sorry, I can't. It was just. You end up going in gi, and then you take your gi off in any event because everyone else is doing it, and you're all no gi anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So
or you keep wearing that gi and it gets so heavy and waterlogged with all of your sweat.
And I've got a white gi, so it stains very easily. So yeah. No, awesome, Jean. Thank you so much for coming on, and as I say, like I'm really looking forward to your own seminar. I hope you can come to the gym as much as possible in this last
now
month.
I have to do it.
Yeah, it's on now. You've got to do it. So give us dates,
happen.
please. Yeah. And yeah, no, I'm looking forward to getting some last little bit of knowledge from you before you go. And yeah, hopefully see you if I get to travel up. I'm planning to go to UK every now and then, maybe. So it'll be nice to see you on that side.
Visit Sean?
No, it's just it's work and it's a few other stuff, but it's nice now because there's so many people. This is another thing about jiu-jitsu is because like Roberto is in Barcelona.
Yeah, he's moving there.
He's moving to Barcelona. Rio Grappling Club. I'm going to Croatia in April. Rio Grappling Club is in Croatia. UK, France, Spain. You can go to Nathan's in Chile. So if you're ever in Chile, then we can go. So it's that whole community, and now it's a global community rather than just the people in your suburb or your neighborhood like it was back in 2005.
We have friends wherever we go now.
Exactly.
It's like Bulgaria.
Yeah, we go Bulgaria. Yeah,
Alex.
Alex.
So that's what Alex said. He always did. He went places and he made friends by going to the first jiu-jitsu place he could find.
Mind you, Bulgaria, there was one of my guests, David, had a crazy story about Bulgaria, and so I'll still go though, but maybe just make sure we take Alex with us.
Go for the yogurt. Was that the other place?
I'm not 100% sure actually.
Right. I've been joking around with it so much, it's just wrong in my head all the time.
Yeah. No, awesome. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. And
thank
I hope
you so
to
much.
see you soon on the mats again.
Hope to be back.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. So then, yeah, what you called it? You ended up deciding on the name Gaethje.
Obviously, you know, because James and I have gone in different directions and to spend some time in different clubs, then it was a case of, well, which are we gonna go with, you know? And certainly the two sides of the family are very different, and I think that's the thing that people don't recognize generally. I mean, I think generally when you're in a club, you know, that word is gospel and that's that. You know, you don't really see the big picture a lot of the time. But on the different sides of the family, it's very different within the Gracies. And there's always this whole debate about, you know, this side is sportive, this side is self-defense, which one's best? And there are good views on either side. You know, I mean, you'll find the Reddit threads where you've got a guy from Gracie Barra side as an example, and he'll say, yeah, but your blue belts, they can't roll. They're rubbish in competition. That's true. That's valid. You get a guy from the Gracie Academy side, would say, you guys don't know how to defend yourself. You're doing the sport. In a street situation, you wouldn't last as long as I would. And that's also true.
Yeah.
And you train for what you need. And certainly in that situation, you know, obviously the Gracie University side, the focus initially is on self-defense. So if you imagine all of the techniques, the armbar from the guard, the triangle, top mount, the sweeps, they're all done with punches. So, you know, there's a punch safe variation of all of those techniques, and they're taught as the primary part, so the combatives program.
Right.
Excuse me. And because of that, you learn to defend against punches in that kind of scenario. And I think that's very important from their perspective. Now, what happens later on, and the only problem with that is if you want to do the sport, because if you're defending against an unskilled opponent, you're not expecting your opponent to do an Americana, or a guard pass, or, you know, go for a submission. So you don't know how to counter those. So you can actually work your way through to a 4-stripe white belt, which is 80 classes in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and not be good at countering someone else who knows Jiu-Jitsu, because that isn't the focus at that stage. It's about the street and self-defense. So the mindset's different. And, you know, I think it's a good mindset. It's perfectly valid. The other side, Gracie Barra. So as an example, on that side, you don't roll when you start. You should be a 4-stripe white belt before you roll.
Okay.
Well, you have to do 20 classes before you get a stripe. So that's 80 classes before you start rolling. So the guys, when they get to blue belt, they haven't got that much rolling experience. And that's why you get this kind of difference between the two sides of the family. On this side, obviously, you know, hi, what's your name? Good. Here's an armbar. Right, let's roll.
Yeah.
You know, the mindset's really different.
Yeah.
And there are pros and cons to that. You know, personally, I think that's too soon. But I think 80 classes is way too late.
Yeah, that's a lot of classes. I mean, I didn't know that you had to do. So I know there's a like a set syllabus and everything, but I didn't know that. I thought it was only like after black belt where it's like so many years for this degree and so many years for that degree. So is it like, okay, 20 classes stripe to white belt, on your white belts, and then if you're a blue belt, then do you also do?
Well, it's slightly different in that respect. So it's 20 classes per stripe, but then the blue belt involves a big test. There's quite a strict test. And if you've got a qualified instructor, they can obviously do it for you, but it's also linked to the academy. So these things are videoed and sent up to the academy, and you have to score, I think it was over 80% or something.
Wow.
And the details of there's, you know, get a grip wrong. No, that's it. You know, there's a lot of details involved in getting there, and they're very strict on that. So the blue belt isn't just about number of classes. The blue belt is also about your ability. And within that, although they don't roll, there's reflex development classes, which are basically techniques glued together into flows. And then you get fight simulation classes, which are actually really good fun on both sides.
Yeah.
So the idea there is the bad guy, and that's the big difference as well. You know, bad guy, good guy. The bad guy puts on a pair of boxing gloves and just comes at you. He's not a skilled opponent. He doesn't know MMA. He just wants to try and knock your head off or squeeze your neck or whatever it may be. And you learn to defend against that. So that's kind of their early version of sparring in some way, because they got a different priority. And that's a lot of fun. I do miss that, to be fair. And it's very difficult to try and teach that in other clubs, because you've always got guys that train MMA and that kind of thing. And to turn around to someone and say, I know you're an MMA fighter, forget your MMA for now, you're a bad guy, an unskilled opponent, and go. And within 5-10 seconds, they're throwing out left jabs and doing double leg takedowns. And that's not the purpose of that exercise.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed that clip, I've got another one for you over here and over here. Please don't forget to subscribe over here and have a look at my other socials down in the description box below. Thanks for watching. Are the cells in Drakenstein like in the maximum portion in level C? Is it multi, like a lot of people in one cell, or are you isolated, or how do they?
So it's a section. So I was on D section, and then there's like 4 rooms, like
separate rooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
So room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will have like limited amount of people that is in a room. Maybe sometimes the prison can get overcrowded. That can go up to like 30 people or more.
How many is it
like
supposed
in
to be?
a cell?
How many is it? How big is a cell?
A cell is pretty as big.
Okay, so it's like a nice big space at least,
Yeah.
but 30 is still a lot of people to
Yeah,
be cramped in a place.
it is.
Yeah. And how long are you like locked in the cell for?
So like on the maximum, most of our time, it's only the time when we get out is to go eat. That is like 5 minutes there and back.
Oh, you go
And
fetch
then
your food and eat it in the cell?
Or you can eat it in the kitchen.
Okay.
So there's like a section where you can eat. And then some guys won't, some of us, we won't eat maybe they will eat it rather in the room or, you know, but most of the time you spend your time in the cell there, yes.
And like showers and stuff like that, is it also in the cell, or is it?
It's also in the cell, yes.
Okay. What is it, like 1 shower for 30 people or?
Two
for 30 people.
2 showers, but we like no one will shower like at the same time.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like 2 toilets, 2
Sure.
showers.
Who keeps the
2
cells clean?
patients. So we will run a program there under each other, like how things are gonna go about.
Okay, so within the actual cell itself, so it's not the prison that says, okay, this time clean. Okay, so it's like you govern that bit yourself at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mainly like with